The man stood over the girl and really enjoyed it. It was pouring rain outside. Yusunil asked him to wait, but the man didn't stop, saying he was very glad he found her first. Yusunil approached Tespaloon Nazaville and asked if it was true that he had ordered the execution of the Marquis's eldest son. The man confirmed this and said that it was because he made a mistake. Yusunil didn't understand what he did, but Tespaloon said that he proposed to her. The lady was in shock. The man did not understand how he dared to propose to his Yusunil. Tess said that he really loved her. He laid her on the table, which made the lady feel embarrassed. Tess asked to look at him. The girl didn't understand how everything had turned out this way. The man asked her again to look at him. Yusunil didn't understand when everything had gone wrong. An urgent patient. She was stabbed by a robber and lost a lot of blood. Everything needed to be prepared for the blood transfusion. The woman asked the gentleman to save her daughter. The girl asked her mother for forgiveness for leaving her alone. Mother is very beautiful, so that she does not close her eyes and comes to her senses, and also does not leave mother alone. The lady had that dream again. The girl noticed something was wrong with her little sister. The girl believed Yusunil was ill. This was her younger sister, Gunyel Hardland, short, Gale. Mother and her father also began to worry, and so the master ordered the carriage to be stopped immediately. This is Duke Mylene Hardland and Madame Duchess Ciel. Yusunil said there was no need, and she's doing fine. It was just strange to be returning to the capital after 14 years. Ganyel thought her little sister was nervous. Her father told Yule that she was still their sweet daughter, even though she tried to act grown up. They arrived in Konga. Returning to their hometown after 14 years changed little. This is Yusunil Hardland. At 20 years old, she is an outsider here. It's a cliched story. After dying at the hands of a robber in her past life, she opened her eyes in this world. For certain people, this might have been an obvious development, but not for her, because the girl didn't read novels, didn't play games, and she thought it was all a dream. She was born into the family of one of the founders of the Northern Empire, Duke Hardland. Ganyel was absolutely delighted and asked if this was really their house because it was very big. The family loves her. Mother noted that their Gale was born after they were exiled to Varen. This is the first time she's seen a Konga. The little girl said it was very different from Varen. Yule apologized because it was because of her that everyone was exiled to Varen. They immediately started hugging her, and Mother noted that she asked not to say that, and her sister said that she liked it there too. At first, this world seemed alien to her, but now she has completely settled in here. The girl didn't like hugs, so she sent them away immediately. The mother noticed that their daughter was very cold. The girl did not understand how she could not fall in love with such nice people. And yet, even though this isn't her place, it's for her, not mom and dad. And there's a calling here for her. Yusunil said she wanted to transfer to the Consium Research Institute. The Consium Research Institute is a state-run educational institution dedicated to the study of magical powers. The place is so historic that it was converted into an academy for nobles. In this place, where demons and gods exist, research into magical powers may provide the key to unlocking the secrets of world travel. The girl never even expected that she would be accepted immediately. Although she published the entrance exam separately from everyone else, it seems they knew in advance that she would come. When she entered, she said she wanted to apply, but the man immediately thought that she was the Duchess of Hardland. Well, it would be nice to start learning magic soon. Suddenly, a group of girls approached her and asked if she was the Duchess of Hardland. They noted that her family was exiled during the reign of Emperor Song. Yusunil noted that it had been a long time ago. The girls had told her to be careful, as if this reached the ears of His Highness the Crown Prince, that is, His Highness, everything could change. The girl thought for a moment and realized that their words seemed to mean that the Crybaby had ascended to the throne. She remembered how he said that he loved her. It should have been a long time ago. The girl screamed and asked if she was listening to her because she had asked if she was a duchess and had remarked that she had no upbringing at all. It seemed this child was the Marquis's daughter. The girl screamed for her to answer. While their founding family was exiled, their power weakened, while the power of the Marquis grew. She is not concerned with family power struggles and has no need to show pain to anyone who is hostile to her. Yusunil began to smile. The girl did not understand at all why she was laughing. The girl asked her if she was sure that she was really the daughter of aristocrats. Yusunil asked how she dared to talk like that to someone she had never met before. After this, the girl noted that her family had failed to teach her etiquette. The Marquis's daughter was simply at a loss. Everyone started looking at them. She started shouting that she was Lily Juan, not just some aristocrat. Besides, she'll soon be empress. Yusunil asked again. Everyone started to worship. Yusunil said that if she wanted, she could stop. She was not interested in it at all. Lily screamed and asked how she could even be close to His Highness the Crown Prince. She's just a fallen Hardland. Suddenly, the girl heard someone standing behind her. It was the Emperor, who asked again why she had fallen and reported that an order had been given for the return of the Hardland family. But it seemed that not everyone was yet honoring the imperial decree. Everyone immediately began to greet His Highness. The Emperor ordered her to be immediately taken out and executed. Yusunil was sure that Tess was supposed to ascend the throne, but she didn't quite understand who this person was. There are many worlds in the universe. They are all so isolated from each other that the people in them are unaware of each other's existence. And sometimes there are people who cross the boundaries of worlds. The girl was upset because she couldn't find any information about this in the books. Instead of writing about obvious things, they would be better off teaching how to move around worlds. She was 6 years old then. A boy came up to her and said that he was here. He was very sweet and said that he missed her very much. Yusinil stood up and greeted His Highness the Crown Prince. The boy noticed that there was no one there, so she could call him by name, and proposed to marry her today. Then they could be together all the time. Yusinil sighed. She'd already told him she didn't like him. Tess looked down. He asked her what her type was. Then, the memories ended. She definitely heard that Tess had ascended the throne. First Prince of the Northern Empire, Tespaloon Nazeville. He was often sick and cried. He was her childhood friend who always followed her, so even if they had not communicated since they were 14, they did not lose this connection. She was even sincerely glad that he had ascended to the throne, but who this cold guy was completely unclear. The director jumped out of the crowd and told His Majesty that it was the young student's mistake, so he asked him to have mercy this time. She is also the youngest daughter of Marquis Juen. The Emperor took everything from the innocent Hardlands, so they promised to return it. The Emperor couldn't understand how she dared to say such a thing, being a girl named Shuen. He looks like Tess, but his character couldn't have changed so much in 14 years. Besides, that black hair and cold gaze were completely contrary. Blonde hair and blue eyes are signs of imperial legitimacy. She couldn't believe that people weren't alarmed by such a change in the Emperor's appearance. It was strange. Yusinil asked His Highness for forgiveness, and asked him to pardon Lady Shuen. She noted that people had made a big mistake, but if he forgave her, people would respect him even more. If this man really is that crybaby Tess, then he listens to her, and perhaps he has completely forgotten her, because 14 years have already passed. She is Yusinil Hardland. The Emperor remarked that the Duchess has a small heart, and that it is noble to ask forgiveness for someone who insulted her family. The director nodded in agreement from behind. This expression meant that this person was Tess. The Emperor ordered that Lily Shuen not be killed, but that she be sealed in the palace dungeon. He would also like to see the academy, and invited the Duchess to join him. Yusinil, of course, was not against it, and did not understand how he had changed so much. They reached the path, and the lady was very surprised because he did not say a word to me along the way. Yusinil doesn't feel the magic that could have changed his appearance so much. There is no paint or contact lenses in this world, so she cannot believe that a person has changed like this. Perhaps there is magic she doesn't know about. Suddenly, the Emperor turned to her and immediately rushed to hug her. The girl did not understand what was happening. The Emperor said that he had made a mistake. Perhaps she was angry that he was so late. That's why she called him His Majesty and bowed her head. Tess asked her to forgive him and immediately burst into tears. He thought she had forgotten him. There were many questions she wanted to ask when she saw him. She didn't understand why her family was exiled when she was 6, and why, for 14 years, he never wrote to her. But seeing him crying again when he is alone with her makes her feel weak, just like she did when she was 6 years old. She couldn't believe that this was really the child she knew. Yusinil decided to find out what had happened to him, why he had changed his hair and eye color, and what had happened in general. The guy thought she just didn't like it. But the girl said that wasn't the issue. It doesn't look like magic. The Emperor said he apologized because that's how she tastes. Black hair and black eyes. She said that this is her type. Even back then, as a child. Tess said that now that he was Emperor, they would no longer have to be apart, and she will not have to put up with insults as before, because everything that belongs to him also belongs to her. Everything is so strange. She feels perfectly trapped. The Emperor said that he loved her, and now they could be together forever. Yusinil was nicknamed the child who doesn't cry since childhood. They thought it was creepy and strange. She never cried and constantly looked at her parents. Tess, on the other hand, was always a crybaby. A strange child who cried and felt pain whenever she saw people. The Emperor was worried about the Crown Prince, who did not have a single friend. So he arranged a meeting between the two strange children to see if they could get along. Tess said his eyes were fine. Tess followed her everywhere. Yusinil didn't just hate him. This child irritated her because he showed up and left under all sorts of excuses. The girl was upset because she couldn't find anything again and didn't understand if there was even a way to return home. Then Tess came to her and said that he missed her very much. He thought that something was wrong and that she seemed to be ill. The girl smiled and said that we needed to go out through the door. However, sometimes his behavior amused her. He said that if he and Yusinil got married, then he wouldn't have to go back and forth. The little girl told him that you can only get married after 20. Back then, everything in this world seemed ignorant to her, and she dismissed it as just a childish quirk. No matter how sincere he was, she couldn't believe he'd changed just because of her words. The girl thought it was simply impossible. Tess asked her what was wrong and assumed she was thinking about something else when she stood in front of him. He was upset. Suddenly, Yusinil pushed him away and shouted at him to stop. She told him to calm down because she wouldn't let him go any further. The gentleman noticed that she was still cold. Yusunil asked if it was true that he had changed his appearance because of her. He confirmed this and said that he also changed the imperial costume to suit her taste. The girl said she liked people who looked good in black. After that, the guy asked her how she liked it now. Yusunil has no idea how it all turned out this way or what the hell is going on. Tess told her that if she wanted, he could change everything to black. Anything she wanted. The girl asked him to tell her how he changed his appearance. In response to this, the gentleman remained silent, so the lady once again asked him to answer her. He was surprised that she was interested and said that he would tell her everything if Yusunil married him. He always behaved the way he wanted, but she doesn't understand how she can avoid it. Her family was exiled to Varen. Perhaps this influenced his appearance. Yusunil said she had had enough and was going home. The emperor asked if he could do the same, as he had often gone there before. Yusunil said he couldn't. He has a gift for her, but the lady said that she will do without it. Tess asked if she would say that even if it was a pass to visit the Imperial Library. Tess has expanded their library, and she'll find more books on magic there than in Consium. She can borrow whatever she wants, except for the forbidden areas. All this is because she liked to read books. The lady turned away again because he began to touch her again. Tess promised to wait for her at the palace, but she had to hurry because his patience was beginning to wear thin. After that, he disappeared, and the lady realized it must have been teleportation magic. He can use your magic. That's why the girl was so shocked. Yusunil was practicing fencing, and her opponent asked them to take a break. Her opponent was her childhood friend, Ethel Bonaparte. He noticed that the lady was overdoing it that day. Yusunil noticed that he was still weak, so he seemed to be. The gentleman thought that she was probably the only one who called the Imperial Knights weak. He believed she was too powerful due to her elven blood. She hadn't even returned to the capital before she'd already enrolled in Consium. He'd only been practicing for a few days since his founding. Yusunil assumed he'd written to her because he'd been so busy with the knights. Edel began to say that he sent her letters all the time, and tried hard to write them. Yusunil noted that he had visited the Imperial Palace while she was in Varen, and so she wants to know if he thinks Tess has changed. The guy noticed that His Majesty was always with them, and it seemed that he had not changed. From that day on, she asked her father and everyone around her about Tess, but they all answered the same way. They didn't know his appearance had changed. The guy also added that he was a little scared. After His Highness ascended the throne, a bloody wind arose. That's why Edel asked his friend not to interfere in this. In fact, she also has a feeling that I shouldn't get involved in this, but she couldn't pass up the chance to learn more about magic. So she came. The emperor was glad, because finally she was here. He had been waiting for her, his Yusunil. The gentleman asked if they heard he was the youngest daughter of the Marquis of Suen. The man heard that this happened because of the Duchess of Hardland, and the fact that her family had returned to the capital. Everyone was interested in what would happen if she really became empress. Everything was as Yusunil expected. Rumors began to spread. Your empire is divided into two branches. The family of the founding duke on the emperor's side, and the marquis on the empress's side. The empress was the emperor's beloved and only wife, a descendant of the marquis's family, so it was planned to appoint the marquis's daughter as crown princess. However, this rule was abolished because Tess was obsessed with Duchess Yusunil. Because of this, her family was kept under strict control, preparing her for the status of empress. And as soon as she returned, rumors began to spread that she was going to the imperial palace, and that she did not want to hurt her family anymore. Times were hard enough. They were already exiled for 14 years because of her. 14 years ago, in the emperor's throne room. He was grateful to the girl for this visit. Yusunil noticed that His Majesty was in some strange state. The emperor said that he called her because he wanted to ask her something, so he asked her to answer honestly. He needs to know if she likes the color black, and if her ideal type is someone with black hair and eyes. The girl confirmed this, which was followed by laughter from the emperor. The mother covered her daughter, and the emperor shouted that his son had even renounced religion, and all he was doing was calling for their daughter. Because of this dishonorable child, this happened to his son. Mother asked the emperor of the Northern Empire to speak correctly. Elves are a symbol of purity and innocence, and it goes without saying that her daughter is tainted by elven blood. Whatever happened to his son, it was his choice, so he shouldn't take his anger out on her daughter. The emperor ordered that this child be sent to Varen and locked up for life. The parents said that they would never leave her alone, and the duke said that he would rather send his whole family away. The emperor noted that it was even better this way. The biggest problem was the Hardland family. Yusunil never thought she would ever return here. The atmosphere here is still so unfriendly. The girl was simply delighted, because the library was much larger than the previous one. The man asked who was there, since entry was prohibited to everyone except members of the imperial family. The man was delighted to see Yusunil before him. The lady remarked that 14 years had passed and he was still the same. Although His Majesty said that she would come, he had not seen his lady for so long. The man said it happened as soon as he was crowned. The emperor ordered her to stock up on all the books she had been interested in her youth and preserve them. Yusunil realized he had truly been thinking about her all this time. here in the Book of the Forbidden Area. The man also asked them to call him if they needed anything. Yusinil was very grateful to him. She read books. Tess's changed appearance and those words of the Emperor when he exiled them to Varen. Even though he hadn't forgotten her, she would ascend the throne, leaving them in exile for another year. She continues to feel a burning sense of resentment from everything. It's not that she hated her life in Varen. It's a dead land where the snow doesn't melt for a year. She met a good fencing teacher and did not neglect training. He was far from the control of the empire or the gossip of the nobility. Many of their families were treated differently there. It was difficult to find a book about magic, which would describe the way to return home. And she knows that it is not his fault. But suddenly, the Emperor approached her and greeted her. She couldn't treat him as if nothing had happened. Yusinil was irritated when she saw him, because she had deliberately neglected to write her name on the visitor list. She also snuck in here secretly, so she doesn't understand how he knew she was here. Yusinil didn't understand why he continued to be nearby. The guy said that it was all because of this, that he loved her. So the girl asked him to give her an answer. She wants to know why no one is aware of the changes, as if nothing happened. Tess didn't quite understand what she was talking about and asked if she was really interested in him. That's why he's glad. How sweet he thought it was. The lady grabbed him and said she had had enough of this. After all, she had said she wouldn't allow this to happen again. After a short silence, the Emperor laughed and remarked that she was so strong. Yusinil told him to stop acting like that, because she had told him so before. Tess pulled her close and told her he liked her right then and there. Yusinil said again that she had had enough of this and pushed the gentleman away. The Emperor noticed that she was rather rude and pushed him away forcefully. Yusinil told him to be grateful she hadn't hit him. Tess remarked that he'd heard she had a good fencing teacher in Varen, and the girl has become stronger than when they were children. He also knows about the teacher, her childhood friend, a weak child and a crybaby in general. Not only his appearance has changed, he seems to be different. The girl didn't understand what strange feeling was enveloping her. She was also anxious, but she still caught herself thinking that he was attracting her gaze. It's only because she likes this image. Frankly speaking, it is beautiful. The Emperor chuckled because she really does like black, and he is very happy for trying to catch her eye. He decided that this meant that it was worth it. So these words made the lady think. She asked again how he changed his eye color and hair color, and why people don't notice these changes. She asked him not to avoid answering this time. The gentleman fell silent, after which he said that he was connected with the imperial palace. The first emperor united the northern lands and founded an empire. Despite the constant attention of neighboring strange people against the rebellion from the southern empire, as well as conflicts with the nobles, everything remained unchanged. So what would happen if they betrayed him? He linked himself to the imperial palace to see everything that happened in the castle. Since then, the oath continues, and each subsequent emperor inherits this ability. In other words, it's his territory. Yusinil noted that she hadn't even considered it. This is a secret known only to the successor, and he is also stronger than his predecessors. If a person has ever been to the castle, he has the ability to control its memories. Yusinil noted that it made sense, but he said it so flippantly. Every aristocrat was present at his coronation, so it's no wonder no one notices a change in him. The emperor noted that she was a quick learner, as always. But it didn't matter how strong the emperor's magic was. It is a common practice for power to be passed down from generation to generation after the death of the ruler, unless some powerful force is involved. As the girl thought, she needed to learn more about magic. Yusinil asked why her memory was intact. The emperor told her that it was all because of this, that elven blood flowed through her. The child of light, like elves and fairies, is immune to the powers of the royal family. Yusinil decided to ask why he was so calm then, but the emperor did not immediately understand what she was talking about. She could tell everyone that the emperor had deceived them, and she wondered what would happen if she did so. Yusinil just wants to anger him, but if she doesn't succeed in even this small revenge, she will consider their 14-year exile unfair. Tess said that Yusinil wouldn't do that to him because she was the only one who had always been on his side. He only has her. Indeed, Yusinil has always been by his side, but she asked if he thought she would react calmly to seeing this change in him. She had had enough today, so she decided to leave, but the emperor tried to stop her. She did say that she liked this image, so he once again asks her for forgiveness. He shouted that if this continued, he would execute Lily Shuen. Yusinil told him what he could do and how he was doing. Tess asked if she really hated him and that changed him. The girl said that they could see each other next time and called him Emperor. It's not that she doesn't like how he's changed, she just needs time to think about it. It was best for him to stay away from her for now, but in the meantime, the Emperor began to cry again. He would go mad without her. Yusinil wondered what was going on there, what his words meant about her also hating the changed him. Perhaps someone else had hurt him. He also said that she was the only one who had always been on his side, and that was truly true. There was a time when she thought the same. He offered to go with her. You're very glad they'll be attending magic classes together. Yusunil pointed out that he wanted to go with the maid. Still, it was a good opportunity to take lessons from the Archmage. Tess smiled and said that if she liked Yusunil, then he liked her too. As much as he trusted her, she trusted him too. 14 years ago, they came to the Archmage, and the girl introduced herself. It was honorable for her to meet him. This man is considered the pinnacle of the entire magical world, an Archmage. She was very interested to know if the Archmage knew how to cross the border of worlds. Perhaps he will notice that she is not from here, that she is from another world. The Archmage remarked that, as His Majesty had said, she was a very polite young lady. The boy confirmed this once again. That didn't happen. Tess said his friend was very smart. She was the most beautiful, the sweetest. The boy also said that he was going to marry her. He said this in front of the servants on the Empress's side. Yusunil whispered to him that she had asked him not to say that. The boy didn't understand why, or who was listening to them. He then glared angrily at the servants. So after that, they announced they were leaving. The boy said they could now look at his book together. The Archmage suggested they begin lessons. When they think of magic, they usually picture potions or spells. However, the source of all magic is mana. Mana is the basic energy that sustains human life. If they understand this, then they can begin the real work. Yusunil said she had a question. She wanted to know if he knew the story of the celestial fairy and the woodcutter from Mount Guanasan. The prince remarked that he had seen her in the palace library. The sky fairy and the woodcutter is the story of the atom, how the woodcutter, descending to the pond, stole the sky fairy's clothes, and she, unable to return to heaven, fell in love with him, but soon returned home anyway. Stories are often based on real events. The heavens, where the celestial fairies live, and the land where the woodcutter lived, are different worlds. So she wonders if the sky fairy also passed into another world, and how she was reborn in this one. Yusunil said that what she really wanted to know was if there was a way to travel between worlds. I noticed that this was an interesting question, so the girl immediately became happy. The essence of the questions lies in magical power, and the mountain has been known for its magical places from generation to generation. If you use the magic of this mountain, you can open a door to another world. It's not impossible. The girl was delighted because she finally had the opportunity to return. Archmage G added that, unfortunately, he did not know how to open this door. Therefore, the girl immediately calmed down and did not understand why this was so. Movement between worlds was only possible for some reason, that she was a heavenly fairy. No matter how hard a person tried, he was not given to know this. Yusunil thought that this time she had definitely found a way to return. The Archmage said the mountain had always been full of mysteries. Perhaps a way to communicate with other worlds could be found there. It was a hopeless explanation. Non-human beings, such as ancient dragons or deities, may know the way. Tess asked about the demons. He wondered if they might know about it. The Archmage asked His Highness what demon meant, since such ominous words could not be spoken. Demons are evil creatures that seduce people with sweet words. In the evening, the boy noticed that he slept very well in Yusunil's room. The girl got angry because he started following her even to the carriage, and said that he also wanted to go to her house and sleep with her. Yusunil asked him what would happen if His Highness scolded her for this. The boy said, that's why it's better for her to sleep in the palace. Yusunil said she couldn't even breathe properly there, so she didn't understand how she could sleep there. Tess pointed out that it was all because she was very sweet, and the palace was all black, and she was the only one who was so fair. So he once again proposed to her that they get married quickly, kissing her on the cheek. Yusunil became very angry, and the boy hid under the blanket and wished her good night. Sometimes it irritated her that he acted like a crybaby, but she liked his tenderness. The boy told her not to worry, because he would do whatever she wanted. Yusunil noted that he didn't even know what she wanted, but in any case, she was very grateful to him. Yusunil found herself in that dream again, where she was in the hospital and the doctors were screaming that she had been wounded by robbers and was bleeding. She again saw her mother lying over her and asking for forgiveness for leaving first. She wanted to tell her mother that she felt so strange, as if her body had been torn apart. She is in so much pain that it cannot be described in words, so she asks her mother for help. After which she woke up, she was awakened by a prince who looked strange. She was surprised that he was next to her. After which, the girl asked him to move away a little. Yusunil said that he doesn't even try to listen to her. Tess said he tried to wake her up because he thought she was having a nightmare. After that, the boy asked again what she was doing. He was serious, but she kept repeating that it hurt. Yes, she is in pain. The pain from that knife stab still hasn't gone away. After her reincarnation, she constantly dreams about her past life. The moment when she is wounded by the robber, the moment of death in the hospital, all this is repeated over and over again. It was as if she were a stranger in this world, as if everything was pushing her to return home, as if she were cursed. Tess heard this without asking what she said. The girl said it was nothing special, and it was just some nonsense. He really just wanted to wake her up. Of course he wanted to kiss her, but he refrained. Yusunil called him to breakfast. At breakfast, her mother met her and took her in her arms, so the girl noticed that her mother was very strong again today. The mother remarked that she was an elf, after which she asked if their daughter had slept well. She's still little, so she should sleep with them. Her father came up behind her and remarked that it would be better this way since the crown prince was here. Ciel agreed that he was right. The little royal family, or rather, the little crown prince. The boy greeted the Duchess and they began to eat. Tess noticed that his arms seemed completely weak today. He sighed and said his fingers hurt a lot. Yusinil gave him her food and asked him to give her his hand. She thought he had hurt himself again. The boy became embarrassed. Her mother noticed that Yule seemed to have a weakness for the crown prince. The baby turned to her and said that it wasn't true, and she just did it because he said it hurt. Their family in this world is quite harmonious and happy, completely different from her previous life. Her father abandoned them and moved to another house, and Mom took care of them herself. Well, Mom, already in poor health, was made worse by Dad's affair. But she told her daughter that everything was fine, and that her mother would take care of her instead of her father. Her mother always gave her love, but she lived with the word pain in her mouth. Maybe that's why when she looks at Tess and cares about him, I think she cares about her mother. They both cry a lot and are quite clumsy. They even have similar personalities. Even if it hurt, she always smiled. She felt very sad because she remembered her mother. The girl made sure that after her death, her mother would still receive treatment. Not that she was thinking about the worst, and she didn't love her parents here. She will always be grateful to them for the love they gave her, but she constantly remembers her mother screaming at her not to leave her alone. Unlike them, she only had one mother. She needed to return to her own world, and then all these nightmares and the pain from the wound would go away. But she constantly remembered the Archmage's words that perhaps in the mountain there would be a way to contact other worlds. She turned to her mother and said that she had heard that elves, unlike other people, were closer to the world of fairies. And then she believed that perhaps she knew how to move between worlds. She needs to go back. No, she must go back. The 100th day before the Hardland family's expulsion from the capital, Mother asked again, and asked why she was thinking about this. It would be nice to be honest and ask for help. But these people loved her with all their hearts, like their own daughter. She can't say she wasn't from here all this time. Batman, she said, because she took lessons from the Archmage. There were some things she didn't understand. Since she was the only one in the capital, she decided she knew the answer. Mother asked her husband if he had heard it. She felt so pleased that Yule acknowledged her. Yusinil silently apologized for deceiving them. Mother said that, unfortunately, she could not tell her anything about other worlds. The little girl started asking why this was so, since she was from the fairy world. It was a secret. Unlike the fairies, who were born there and live there, the elves live in the human world, and due to restrictions, they are forbidden to tell any truth. It's a kind of contract, an agreement that maintains security and world order. The girl realized that this was like a contract with a god, and asked which deity had done this, since she had heard that 2 gods ruled the continent. Her mother doesn't know this. This upset the girl because it was a complete failure. Her mother was her last hope. The prince turned to Yusinil and remarked that it would be better to calm down a little. Yusinil was busy and upset because she had seen the book before, and now it was gone. But suddenly, she found it and saw that in the beginning there was the god of light, Lux, and the devil, the god of darkness. Lux built the continent and taught people to protect themselves from the temptations of the devil. When, after some time, the god disappeared, the continent was divided into 2 parts, those who believed in God and those who did not. This led to repeated wars. Yusinil was upset that this whole story was about a god. Further on, it is said that the Northern Empire, relegated to the Southern one after the appearance of the first emperor, began to win. Unlike the Southern Empire, the Northern one has no state religion. Therefore, theological research is absent here. Lately, much of the Northern Empire has begun to believe in Lux. She thought she'd get more information. Things weren't going as she thought. Tess lay down with her and told her that something was wrong with her today. Yusinil asked the boy if he was planning to return to the palace. The boy said he would stay with her for a while and then leave. Yusinil was surprised that he liked her so much. Tess said he really did like her, so he suggests they live together. His father said he could marry a good man. Yusinil asked him never to speak like that in front of others. But the boy didn't understand why. This is so because his mother constantly monitors this. She even holds regular meetings of the children in order to connect her son with the Marquis's daughter. She couldn't believe that this fool didn't notice it, or simply didn't want to notice it. The girl told him that marriage usually occurs after one reaches adulthood. Tess asked again if that age was 20. Besides, her taste is different. Tess was upset and said that he knew that someone who doesn't cry knows how to use magic and isn't arrogant, with hair and eyes as black as the night sky. Yusinil noted that this was exactly it, so she asks him not to say that. Tess said that he had blonde hair and blue eyes, and that's why he started crying. And he thought that perhaps she would change her taste for him. Yusinil turned to him and said that when he cried, he had already made a mistake. She also added that she wouldn't be able to change her taste. Tess was very upset because she still couldn't love him. He can, after all, allow her to take the books and classes she likes, the jewelry and dresses she wants, Yusunil told him again that she had already told him that it was not about money. She cannot change her preferences by force, so she called him to follow her, because she needed to return to the imperial palace. The boy said something, but the girl didn't hear it and asked again. He doesn't want to go back. He doesn't want to be far from her, so he said he would go if she took his hand. Yusunil is always kind to him, but that's not enough. He wants her to care for him and love him. So the boy constantly thought about how he could do just that. Tess was absolutely delighted when she watched Yusunil practice fencing. He said she was really cool. Count Guard, former commander of the Imperial Knights, currently a knight accompanying the Crown Prince. He suggested that Lady take a break. She has a good stance, so he assumes that she has already practiced fencing. Behind them, they noticed a boy who approached Yusunil and said that she had not come to fencing lessons, so he decided to go get her. This is Edel Bonaparte, 8 years old. He was surprised to see Count Guard there. Yusunil apologized and said she forgot to say she wasn't coming. He felt like she would still beat him again in sparring later, and he believed it was all because of the extra training with Count Guard. Yusunil said he was simply weaker than her. The Crown Prince, meanwhile, was very upset. Edel wanted to greet the Crown Prince, but he pounced on him and asked who allowed him to come here. And he shouted at the guy to get out quickly. Today she promised to spend time with him. The Count told His Highness he could suffer again. The boy told the Lord he wanted him to throw this man out right now. Yusunil thought she had explained everything to Tess that day, but he stood his ground. The girl approached her friend and asked if he was okay. He said he was fine. Tess turned to the girl and said that he was in pain too, and more pain than this guy. With the appearance of Edel, his sick addiction only intensified, and he tried to keep everyone away from her. At events, he said that the girl should play with him, and no one else. Because of this, she and her family became victims of gossip. There was constant talk of them using their daughter to steal the Crown Princess's position. Even His Majesty is concerned about the Hardland family. It seems His Highness has been brainwashed. However, she still didn't take Tess's affection seriously. It was just a child's possessive desire to keep his first friend. She told him not to worry, because whoever she met would always remain her friend. This is how she always calmed him down, and the boy was very grateful to her. He really liked her, and soon, he entered a period of early growth. Ciel noticed that she hadn't seen the Crown Prince in a while. Her husband said the boy had said it was difficult for him to come now because of growing pains. Mother was upset that he was in so much pain. After all, if he refused to let even Yule visit, he must be in a lot of pain. The mother thought that her daughter was sad because they didn't see each other. Yusunil noted that this was not the case. She was sad because she could not attend magic classes. Mother said that in that case, she could improve her fencing skills with Etel. Mother also noted that it would be good if they got engaged later. The Duke asked her what she was saying after dinner. Ciel said that if they got engaged, their daughter would be able to naturally distance herself from the Crown Prince. He thought it was because of rumors, but his wife said she didn't care. She just feels that Yusunil shouldn't be around the Crown Prince. It's elven intuition. Yusunil noticed that she hadn't been particularly fond of Tess lately. Getting engaged is not such a bad choice to solve these problems. If she has a fiancé, the Crown Prince will have no choice but to watch his behavior. And the increased attention to their family will also go away. And this is a completely reasonable choice. But the baby refused. Yusunil said she had no intention of getting close to anyone. She was the one who would one day return to her home. Therefore, she shouldn't be in a deep relationship with anyone. The girl said they shouldn't worry about her relationship with the Crown Prince. He is like a younger brother to her. She felt awkward about what her mother said. When she met Tess later, she noticed such a change in him. He remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yusunil was shocked by how much he had grown and bowed her head to him. But he got angry about this. You said that she shouldn't do this because they are alone here. She should not bow and show him her respect. If she treats him like a stranger, his heart will be broken. After that, the boy noticed that she blushed. Yusunil turned away and said it was noisy. It's all because she feels bad every time she visits the palace. And she's tired of paying attention to etiquette, people's glances, and close supervision. Tess told her not to worry about it. She didn't have to bow to him, and she could feel free throughout the empire. He's going to change everything. So the girl asked him how he wanted to change the law. But the boy said it was a secret. She just had to wait a little. Yusunil didn't remember exactly what the Crown Prince's face looked like then, but for the first time, she sensed elven intuition. Something was wrong. Today he was in the Imperial Palace all the time. And a monster appeared on the border, driving the entire empire crazy. So that ominous day was quickly forgotten, time passed, and Tess's 6th birthday arrived. It was the 35th day before the Hardland family's expulsion from the capital. There were so many people gathered in the banquet hall. This was the first official reception since the Crown Prince's recovery. All nobles from the rank of Viscount and above are invited. Each will try to make an excellent impression on the imperial family. Duke Hardland came with his wife and daughter. The little girl heard it said that the dress the lady was wearing was a gift from the emperor himself. And there were rumors that the prince was only getting better thanks to her. Yusunil wondered if they knew she could hear everything. Today's event was a good chance to curry favor with the Hardlands too. Yusunil is already eager to go home. Lady Lily June is also here. Rumor has it that she and the lady are vying to become His Highness's bride. They were still just kids, so many thought it was something creepy. The girl was shocked that they weren't tired of gossiping yet. They ordered everyone to be quiet because the Emperor and the Empress had come out. The Crown Prince was also with them. Everyone began to greet His Highness, and he announced that they could raise their heads. The Emperor kissed his wife and remarked that it was a very delightful celebration, and that his wife had done a wonderful job. His Highness is very sensitive to his wife. If you forget about everything else, of course. Today is the first time she's seen Tess since that day in the library. His face is so pale, it looks like he's still sick, and now their eyes met. So the boy immediately became happy and wanted to run to her. Mother restrained him and asked the Crown Prince to behave with dignity. Everyone was looking at him. Tess said he didn't care and wanted to talk to Yusinil. Everyone was shocked, like you, that he wanted to have another conversation with her, and noticed that he wasn't even trying to hide the fact that she was his favorite. Surely the Hardlands are as eager as anyone to become related to the imperial family. They didn't think they were that evil, so they were disappointed. Everyone was curious how he managed to attract the Crown Prince's attention. All of His Majesty's close associates had gathered here, and this gossip had already cast a shadow on her family. Ciel told her daughter to ignore it. Yusinil doesn't want their reputation to suffer any further. Yusinil turned to His Highness and apologized for being late. She asked permission to congratulate him on his birthday. The boy didn't understand the point of all these formalities. Yusinil knows that Tessa doesn't like this kind of treatment. He asked why she speaks to him like that. But still, the girl had to draw a clear line between them. The girl was delighted. Once again, all the guests had finally switched their attention to the banquet. It was very good that the Emperor intervened and said that she had very wonderful manners, and remarked that she was simply a model of politeness. They were eager to visit and were waiting, so the exchange of pleasantries can end here. They decided to start celebrating. From now on, Tess would also observe decorum. They would have to keep their distance at events like this, but she didn't think it would upset him so much. Most likely he feels abandoned. Suddenly, someone approached her. It was Edel. The boy asked her why she was standing there alone, after which she noticed that the guys wanted to talk to her, so he called her to follow him. But she doesn't want to talk to anyone, so she stands to the side so he can talk to them himself. The boy noted that he could not allow her to be left here alone. True friends did not do that, Yusinil asked. So Leon traded their joint fencing lessons for a meeting with the Knights of the Imperial Guard. Edel noted that she knew that he dreamed of taking the place of captain of the Imperial Guard, so he could not miss such a chance. There would not be a second such opportunity. Unlike other knights, warriors from the Imperial Guard obey the Emperor himself. Those wishing to join their ranks undergo a rigorous selection process. Yusinil would have asked how he managed to obtain the invitation letter. It was all thanks to His Highness. The girl couldn't believe it, because the Crown Prince had done all this. Etel remarked that he had heard that he himself had asked his father for the favor, and he thinks he's recognized the boy's incredible talent. But Tess dislikes Ethel, so she wonders why he'd help him. It seems he's still not fully recovered. He took some imported potion, but even that didn't help. The guy told her to be quiet because she started talking about it very loudly. She was shocked that everything was so bad. The little girl said that she thought it was all because of her growth. Edel doesn't know the details. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was watching all of this. The girl clearly remembers that day. Suddenly, a terrible storm broke out outside the palace. A monstrous thunderstorm knocked out the windows, and Tess lost consciousness. The Emperor was horrified when he saw what had happened to his son and ordered the court physician to be quickly summoned. Yusinil stood there. I didn't understand what was happening. Everyone was panicking, and that's why His Highness fainted. The frightened aristocrats rushed in panic in all directions and thought that it was a demon, so they decided to flee. Her family was no exception. So her father grabbed the girl in his arms and said that it was time for them to leave too. She tried to say something, but father said the healer had arrived, so His Highness would be fine. They would definitely see each other later, but Dad was wrong. That was the last time she saw the Tess she knew. And then, they were exiled. And 14 years later, he appeared before her as a completely different person. Edel asked what his friend was thinking about, and Yusinil simply said that she was reminiscing about the past. She was simply trying to understand how she had ended up like this. She's now 20 years old. Ethel asked what exactly she remembered. He was curious, but Lady Oren nudged him. He asked why she did it. The lady replied that he was too curious. Or perhaps soldiers aren't exactly familiar with feelings. Edel added that it was only verbal, considering she'd invited herself over for tea. The lady said that Yusinil was actually her friend. The guy said he knew her much better. Yusinil was shocked with you that they managed to quarrel even in her presence. Ethel noticed that this somehow didn't fit, so he was interested in how they became friends with Lady Oren. They had been at odds for a long time because of this whole thing with the prince. When their family was sent into exile, Oren began writing her a letter saying that she would like to continue their correspondence, if she did not mind. Yusinil believes that's how their friendship began. Thanks to her, she learned about everything that was happening in the capital, and her friend hadn't forgotten about her, unlike some others. The guy was simply horrified by such words. She didn't understand how this could be, because he wrote to her every free minute, and he swears by it. She doesn't even know how he worried when she suddenly stopped answering him. He was crushed when he found out that she had been corresponding with Lady Oren all this time. A little later, after Yusinil stopped writing to Edel, Oren said she, too, was corresponding with Lady Yule. The boy couldn't understand why she called her that. Ever since, whenever he wanted to know how she was doing, he'd had to ask Oren. And Yusinil couldn't imagine how awkward that was. After this, the lady wondered where all his letters had gone. Oren also noted that they had never been enemies with Yusinil. Neither of them was chasing the title of crown princess. And besides, her heart was already taken. She never thought her little sister would notice. People also apologized for what happened at the academy, because she heard that Lily behaved disgustingly. So she asks permission to apologize for her. Yusinil said everything was fine and it wasn't her fault. The girl sighed and said that her father doted on Lily because she was the youngest. But she didn't think that he spoiled her so much. And, to be honest, he and his younger brother don't communicate with her. I remember her younger brother was so shy that the blush almost never left his face. However, Lily was locked in an underground dungeon, and her father was ready to beg on his knees to get her out. Yusinil was surprised by this and said she didn't have that kind of power. The lady remarked that perhaps the emperor would listen to her. It's been 14 years since they last met, so he highly doubts it. The girl was surprised by this and noted that they were very close in childhood, and everyone thinks that they are still on good terms. She thinks Lily will learn from this incident. Yusinil forgave her because she's Oren's sister. But next time, she won't be so forgiving. Oren noted that there were no problems, and she could do as she felt necessary. After all, she should at least learn something. When the girls sent the guests away, she unexpectedly appeared here again. Her parents planted this tree in honor of her birth, and she and Tess often played under it when they were little. She thought that this tree would die, because after their expulsion, there was no one to take care of it, and it grew very tall. After which the emperor appeared next to her again. She heard this and said that she had already told him to stay away from her. Tess said that he had no choice. She did not come to him, and he had to look for her himself. Yusinil said she would ask him not to come to their estate anymore. The boy didn't understand why, since he had been there often before. He couldn't believe that she actually hated him. He started crying again. Tess continued to ask for forgiveness and said that he was even ready to pardon Lily if she wished it. He only asks that she not do that to him. Yusinil said that she doesn't hate him at all, but now that he has inherited the throne, they can no longer be friends like before. Yusinil doesn't want nasty rumors to spread about her family again. The guy told her not to worry, because no one would dare to utter a word. He gave his word for it. Tess had promised to give her everything she wanted. He speaks the same words he spoke many years ago, as if nothing had changed. She couldn't believe that she was the only one who had changed, so she said that she would then address him as she was used to, but only in private, and he shouldn't come here again. Her parents will be embarrassed if they see him. Tess was very happy and began to hug her. She asked him to be easier because she could not breathe, and also noticed that he was sticking. Yes, over these long 14 years, we had to go through a lot. But now, everything is finally working out. She enrolled in Consium and was given access to the palace library, and can now devote her time to studying magic. Tess is fine, and her family has been allowed to return to the capital, so she can return to her world with a light heart. How glad she is that their relationship has remained the same. Tess asked if she had continued her fencing and magic training in Valen. The lady confirmed it. She was lucky to have these good teachers. Thanks to them, she did not fall behind her peers, and was able to quickly get used to Consium. Tess added that she was truly amazing. The girl asked about him and what he'd been doing all this time. The emperor smiled. After they were exiled to Valen, Yusinil had been resentful of Tess for a while. Their family was not guilty of anything, but suddenly lost all rights and privileges. Tess hadn't sent her any news, and she thought he was doing just fine without her. But when she found out what had happened to him, they say His Majesty has rarely let the crown prince out of the palace since his birthday. Only nobles below the rank of duke are allowed to enter the castle. The empress gave birth to her second son. The girl was trying something today about Tess having a younger brother, and her resentment turned to shock. After the birthday of another contender for the throne, he must have had a hard time. His parents were probably unhappy with how he had changed. Tess thought it was obvious he had been thinking only about her all this time. Yusinil asked if that was why it took him a year after ascending the throne to return them to the capital. He doesn't even know how long she's been waiting for this. Tess asked if she really wanted to see him again that much. He took her hand and said that it made him immensely happy. After that, they almost kissed. But the lady moved away from him and said that she did not want it. This is not true at all. She wanted her family to be allowed to return home. Tess said that he was filled with impatience for their meeting. Every night he managed, in his mind, to give him the gods a chance to see her face again. He missed her so much. After they looked into each other's faces, the lady began to blush, and the prince noticed it. He thought that perhaps she had a fever, but the girl said that it was him and that he was acting strange. Tess was surprised and asked again. He also noted that he had always been like this. Yusinil couldn't help but agree, but added that things were somehow different now. Come to think of it, Tess had touched her often before, so she didn't understand why his touch was so exciting to her now. Tess asked how exactly it could be different. The girl realized she needed to think clearly. She was probably embarrassed because she hadn't seen him in a while. She didn't understand what had happened or what had caused such a sudden change. The prince said that everything was fine and he would wait until she got used to it. Yusinil asked him to stop. Tess remarked that if he did, she'd have to come to him more often. The girl asked irritably if he thought she was burning with desire to see his face every day. She would be busy with research, so she wouldn't be able to visit him. Tess said no, and she would visit him. After that, he kissed her hand. Yusinil doesn't quite understand what's going on. She thought it was a bit of impudence when he said she'd be visiting him. Well, she was also curious about what exactly he meant. He left some ambiguous message and then disappeared, leaving her confused. She noticed that the light was on in the reception area and did not understand why it was on at such a late hour. When she went inside, she saw that the Marquis was there and he immediately rushed towards her. The Duke couldn't understand what Marquis Suen was doing. The girl was completely shocked when she saw him there. The Marquis simply begged for help. The girl realized that it had begun. Yusinil asked her father what was going on. The Marquis continued to question what had happened, asking her to save his daughter, Lily. His daughter has already spent several days in a cold dungeon, and she may die. Yusinil noted that she had no idea why she should listen to this. The Duke asked the Marquis where his manners were. Lily Juen was imprisoned for insulting her family. As the injured party, there is nothing she can do about it, and if he came to ask her for a favor, then maybe he should be more polite to her. Still, the Marquis agreed she was right about everything and apologized for his rudeness. He asked her once again to save his daughter. She was impolite, but she didn't deserve to die. Yusinil sighed and said that she didn't understand why he kept saying that. But even if the emperor had allowed her execution, the order alone wouldn't have been enough, since she was the Marquis's daughter. First, it must be approved by the aristocratic confederation, but not a single member will allow this. The Duke declared that the confederation no longer exists. The emperor abolished it, sending more than half of the active participants to the chopping block. Now she understood what Edel was talking about when he said that when His Majesty ascended the throne, a bloody wind arose in the empire, and therefore it was better for her not to get involved with him. While they were away from the capital, everything turned upside down. Finally, peace and quiet. At least the Marquis's son turned out to be a reasonable young man. If he hadn't taken it, the Duke would have had to call the guards. It's already good that the father was nearby. The son took his father home. The Marquis was indignant and told him that he was shocked with you, that he did not feel sorry for Lily at all. The Marquis's son also asked for forgiveness for his father's behavior in front of the lady. They will return to them for an official visit. And he apologizes again. Unlike her father, Nuss has control over himself and reminds her of Orin. She suggested to her father that they return to their previous conversation. The Confederation no longer exists. Its members were indeed sent to the scaffold. The Duke heard that some nobles were preparing a coup d'etat while they were in Valen. However, the rebel leader, Duke Rantia, died suddenly. And after the Imperial Knights swore allegiance to the Crown Prince, the conspiracy was forgotten. Now the lady understood why Tess had ordered the traitor's execution as soon as he inherited the throne. His number exposed the criminals and confiscated all their lands and property. Now their property belongs to the Empire. Having learned about this, he was even glad that they were not in the capital at that time. Otherwise, they could have fallen into hot water. They say the emperor has become much calmer since they returned from exile. But the atmosphere in the palace is still hardly friendly, so she must be careful. Yusinil said there was no need to worry. His Majesty would join them after the morning meeting, so she could wait for him here. Yusinil planned to stay away from the palace for a while, but learned that the aristocrats wanted to overthrow the crown prince. And now, she can't do anything about her anxiety. Everyone probably thinks the emperor is an inhuman tyrant, but they don't know what Tess is really like. She wants to make sure he's okay, and at the same time, ask him to release Lily Shuen. Afterwards, the emperor approached her and greeted her. He realized that, as she could see, he was right. He said she would visit him. He left with a smile and joy. She wondered why he was so strict with Lily Shuen. She didn't deserve such a harsh punishment. Tess pointed out that it was all because of this, that she had insulted her. And besides, she was not so worried that he wanted to feel even less sorry for her. Yusinil didn't understand what I was doing to her. She was just her friend's sister, and she didn't want anything to do with her friend's family. Tess said that in that case, she should kiss him, and then he would let the girl go. Just one kiss. Silence followed. After a few seconds, the guy became upset, because he almost succeeded. Tess thought she was going to kiss him after all. The girl blushed deeply and asked what else he wanted. Well, this time this will do. Her hand tastes good too. Yusinil said she had had enough. She knew she couldn't cook porridge with him. Tess, please, because it hurts him to drink. The lady said it was natural. He thought she was angry with him, but she wanted him to shut up already. The emperor promised to spare Lily. Yusinil shouted that she didn't care. He could do whatever he wanted. The girl was a little reluctant to believe that she really almost kissed him. She had to put him in his place. Tess asked her not to be angry with him. He apologized again. She decided not to put him in his place. After all, it was Tess, the crybaby who was afraid of everything, threw tantrums, and followed her around. She had to constantly look after him because he was very fragile and frail. He was like a little brother to her. At least, that's what she thought. Tess assumed she would accept his apology. Yusunil didn't understand at all why her heart began to beat faster. Yusunil sighed. She thought her heart would jump out. She had to summon all her self-control to keep her feelings from showing. It's a good thing she managed to escape. If Tess finds out about this, she will immediately lead her down the aisle. The girl's heart was beating very fast. She thought about how well the white suit suited him. After this, the girl became embarrassed again, because now she was only thinking about what? She decided to throw it out of her head, but she still couldn't push the Emperor away. Even his scent made her tremble. His every gesture beckons her. When he's near, her body becomes unbearably hot. He changed so much for her, and lost so much because of her. He invades her thoughts again and again, no matter how much she tries to forget about him. She seems to be as obsessed with him as he is with her. She needs to focus on returning to her world. But she's not sure she can simply turn a blind eye to how much he suffered for these past 14 years. The butler met his lady at home. She finally returned. So she asked what happened while she was gone. The butler announced that a guest had arrived and that he was waiting for her in the garden. Yusunil was surprised and asked again, after which she immediately went to the garden. The Marquis's son greeted her in the garden. Syllables announced that someone from the Shuen family had arrived. The lady thought they meant her friend Oren, but it turned out to be Lord Nuss. The gentleman would like to discuss a recent incident. Yusunil noted that she saw that this time he had requested a visit. It seemed he hadn't even realized this before. The gentleman said he was forced to apologize for this again. He apologizes for his father and Lily's rudeness. This was unexpected for the lady. She asked him to stand up and say that it was not he who needed to apologize. Yusunil didn't think he would start bowing to her. He was completely different from his father and younger sister. Nuss believed that it was his duty, and that his family had made a mistake, and, as its next head, he should bear responsibility for it. Yusunil added that she and Oren were very similar, and the gentleman noted that everyone thought so. The lady asked why Lillian was so different from them. Nuss believed that she knew that her sister was desperately trying to marry her off to His Majesty. At first, they wanted Oreen to become the next empress. But their plan failed. In truth, Lily was born to take her place, and she was perfectly happy with the prospect. That's why she was very nervous when she learned of her return to the capital. All because of her close relationship with His Majesty. Yusunil noted that this was not the case at all, and that they were mistaken in their assumptions. Nuss was surprised, and the lady said that she and the Emperor were just friends, and nothing more. This made the gentleman feel relieved. Yusunil was very surprised and asked again, but saw that the gentleman had flushed. The lady waited for his answer. The gentleman said that he was only apologizing for the behavior of his sister Lily. Yusunil said that in that case, she accepted the apology, and his sister would be fine, so there was no need to worry about it. Nuss was embarrassed and said that she remained the same fair and honest girl he admired. Yusunil couldn't believe he was flattering her and remarked that he shouldn't exaggerate. But the gentleman said he was telling the pure truth and wanted to repay her kindness. He heard that she had received several invitations to dinner parties and banquets, so he asked permission to accompany her. He noted that a lot had changed during her absence, and now it was necessary to come to such events with a partner. Since he was about to inherit the title of Marquis, he knew more about what was happening in the capital than anyone else. Yusunil couldn't help but agree that he was right. It would be nice to be aware of what was going on in high society. If Nuss Suin became her companion, it would be much easier for her to gather information. So she agreed to it, and said that she would inform him about the events she planned to attend. She was also very grateful for the very noble gesture. Nuss hoped that when they met again, she would call him simply by his first name. He asked to be treated as easily as others. A few days later, Sister asked Yusunil if the vine was ready, as the Lord's carriage was already downstairs. Gale was simply shocked, because her sister looks absolutely stunning. She didn't expect this. Gale really wanted to go with her. Yusunil remarked that she would still miss the times when she was too guilty to attend social events. The little sister added that her companion was probably tired of waiting. He's such a handsome man. When the gentleman noticed her looking at him, he immediately smiled and became embarrassed. Yusunil remembered him saying that he hoped she would just call him by his first name. She was curious about what he was thinking. Once in the carriage, the gentleman asked how she was doing. Yusunil was grateful he'd asked for this material, which was quite good. Nuss had heard she'd been offered a role in Consium's new magical project. It is very difficult to comprehend magic. Unless one is born a scientist, her intellect is truly astounding. Yusunil remarked that he seemed to know quite a lot about her. The Lord remained silent to this. He noted that she was still observing formalities. Yusunil said yes, because they weren't that close yet. He must understand that people around him might think that there is something between them if they call each other by their first names, considering that they are not even friends. The lady asked whether these rules had changed, and whether it was now permissible to address members of noble families by their first names. The gentleman laughed, but she didn't understand what was funny about it. Nuss said of course not, and everything is the same. She just always tried to keep a respectful distance from him. Even when they were little, she refused to call him by his first name. He asked if he could call her by her first name only, like Lord Ethel. The girl then said that their families would be embarrassed because of this, so it's not worth it. And then she became friends with his sister, Oren. Now the lady understood what they were talking about. Nuss admitted that he felt like there wouldn't be any problems now. Therefore, he asks her to consider him as her younger brother or close friend. Or perhaps there's another reason for her refusal. Since he's her friend's brother, she thinks she can call him by his first name. Although she had no idea why she insisted on it so much, he supposed he could treat her that way too. The lady said he could do as he wished. At the event, they greeted Oren and Edel. Yusinil couldn't believe her eyes, because she thought they had come together. The lady asked when they had become so close. Oren remarked that she had misunderstood. When she said that Lord Nuss would be her companion, he had no choice but to invite Oren. Oren was outraged and asked if this was how he'd chosen to thank her for the favor she'd rendered. He also remarked that he'd thought she didn't like formal receptions. It so happened that she could not afford to be ignorant of what was happening in high society, and Nuss, by the way, offered her his company. Nuss was very glad that she agreed, and called her by her shortened name, Yule. Yusinil realized that he had already settled in, not that she was uncomfortable. Edel was simply horrified, and asked since when he called her that. Nuss turned to the Lord and pointed out that he too used that nickname. Ethel had said he'd known her much longer. Oren said that the gentlemen should have fun themselves, but the ladies had a lot to discuss. Yusinil was very grateful to her friend, because she would finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Oren felt like she should be the one thanking her for helping bring Lily home safe and sound. His Majesty released her on the condition that their family would hand over their possessions in the south to the Empire. Yusinil was surprised and asked if they should give everything along with the diamond mines, which are the main source of income for their family. Oren thought it was better to lose them than Lily. Yusinil thought Tess would simply let her go and not demand anything. He used this opportunity to weaken the Shuen family and replenish the imperial treasury. He must be looking to gain more influence and power. The lady remarked that this crybaby had made an excellent strategic move. Oren added that he was no longer the same person she knew. He had eradicated all the corruption in the empire, so he no longer had anything to worry about. And because her family is still alive and well, it's a miracle. It seems he's handling his government duties much better than she thought. And perhaps she shouldn't have worried about that. Taurine added that, after all, 14 years have passed, which is quite a long time. There are some business matters we'd like to discuss with Lord Noose. And as for Edel, he's been rumored to be the strongest contender for the rank of captain and the Imperial Guard. During this time, everyone around her has made significant progress in their fields. It's time to catch up. Finally, the lady returned. Mother thought she had enjoyed the evening. Gale was also interested in how everything had gone. Yusinil asked them not to even start. She had been surrounded by a noisy crowd all night, and it was very tiring. Well, considering the fact that this is her first social event in a long time, she did an excellent job. Ciel asked who her daughter liked more, Nuss or Etil, the lady asked again. Mother said that if she couldn't throw it away now, she could flirt with two. At the same time, the Duke entered the room and was simply horrified that his daughter was dating two young men at once. Yusinil tried to tell her father that this was not so, but her mother said that she should marry one. Since she returned to high society, she has had more worries. The lady said that the magic formula they had derived did not match the calculations, so she asked them to look at it more closely. During the week, she was busy with the project at Contium, and on the weekends, she attended social events with Nuss. As a result, people finally stopped judging their relationship with the hereditary principal, although rumors about it had not died down since the incident that happened with Lily. The lady is already very tired. There's no end to this paperwork. Come to think of it, she hasn't seen Tess once in all this time due to her very busy schedule. She even spent the night in the laboratory because she didn't want to waste time traveling home and back. Although Tess didn't contact her either, he probably has his hands full too. He's the Emperor after all. The research she is doing will help her return to her world. She has a chance to find her way home, so she needs to focus. A year has almost flown by. Both the academic and calendar years mean it's time to prepare for the New Year's celebrations. The lady sighed and realized she was practically living on air as it was. And the New Year's Eve ball was just around the corner. Her vicious circle is diet and exercise, finding the right dress, and going out. Gail was surprised that they organized balls for the new year. My sister realized that this was her first New Year's in the capital, so she didn't know. Winters in the northern part of the empire are often harsh, and people often die of cold. Therefore, it's customary there to celebrate this holiday modestly, without any extravagance. In the capital, on the contrary, New Year's is celebrated in a grand manner. On the morning of the holiday, the imperial family distributes butter and bread to their subjects in remembrance of the dead, and in the evening, a grand celebration takes place in the palace, which lasts for several days. They were invited to it. Gael said that the opening wouldn't take place on her birthday anyway. That's why Yusinil doesn't like this hassle. On this day, he wants to sit in silence and relax, not go to balls. They always had a family celebratory dinner for her birthday, but apparently not this time, and she was too young to go with them. That's why my little sister felt abandoned. The capital is so beautiful and interesting, but she feels like a stranger here. She and her dad are always very busy, and she rarely sees them, but now she has so many words that she can't remember their names, and the room is terribly huge. Yusunil noted that she simply hadn't gotten used to it yet. For some time, they had been deprived of all these privileges, but she would quickly get used to them. Gail added that, besides, she wasn't going anywhere. Her sister smiled at her. Gail decided to stop being sad and said she'd help her pick out a holiday outfit. Yusunil thought that was very sweet of her. The little sister was thinking about what to put on and suddenly remembered something. She asked about that red brooch. Yusunil was immediately surprised. This is the one she got for her 18th birthday. She was saving it for a special occasion after all. Yusunil took out the box with it and assumed that her sister was talking about this decoration. The girl remarked that it was big and beautiful, and she said that her friend had given it to her. Yusunil said she wasn't sure about this experience, she thought, and so she decided to look for a dress that would suit her. Yusunil, remember, it snowed that day too. Winter, the year Yusunil turned 18. Yusunil was very tired, so she said that she still needed a break. The gentleman was surprised that she was already exhausted. In 10 years, she had never defeated him. The girl did not understand how she could defeat him because he was the dragon Bernard. The boy pointed out that she was an elf after all. Yusunil corrected him, saying that she was only half-elf and that didn't count. Instead of chatting idle, it's better to push the snow off your clothes. If Ciel saw her like this, he'd immediately raise a fuss. At that very moment, her mother came out. Mother said she shouldn't overexert herself on her own birthday and hoped she wasn't hurt. Yusunil told her everything was fine. Ciel turned to Bernard and asked if he was being too hard on her. Bernard said that she herself asked him to train her daughter and added that she was overprotective of the girl. Yusunil met Bernard 10 years ago on the main street of Valenne when she was helping an old woman who almost slipped. Then Bernard turned to her and remarked that she was quite nimble for a human. Then he met Ciel and asked what she was doing there. Yusunil was very surprised because he called her mother by her first name, so she wondered who he was. After she found out that Bernard knew her mother, he became her fencing teacher. Bernard said that at 18, children are already considered adults, but her mother said that she would remain a child even if she turned 100. At first, she found it difficult to accept the fact that they were sent into exile. Yusunil despaired at being unable to return to her world and blamed herself for her family's exile. These feelings weighed heavily on her shoulders. My sister called Yusunil because she and her father baked her a cake and added strawberry jam to it. Time passed, they started to smoke early, and they quickly went to the table. Memories of what happened in the capital gradually ceased to trouble her. And then she received this gift. They immediately began to congratulate her on her 18th birthday. The girl was very grateful to them all. Gael couldn't wait to open her gift. Yusunil turned to Bernard and asked if he had a present for her. He didn't understand why he suddenly had to give her a gift. Then he said he'd let her come to his place, and she could consider it her gift. She always comes when she's in a bad mood and drinks all his tea. Sometimes Ciel feels like Bernard is closer to her than they are. Yusunil said that they spend a lot of time together, and she feels comfortable with him, so her mother is even a little jealous. The girl noted that she herself wanted Bernard to teach her fencing. She kept insisting that she should train harder and more often. It was simply a prophecy. Yusunil was surprised and asked now, and the master said that she should be ready. Everyone was in complete shock and tension. Father didn't understand what was being said, but Ciel jumped up and told Bernard to watch his language. He apologized, though, because he was at fault. The girl hadn't seen her mother so angry since that audience with the emperor. She has no idea what they are talking about. It must be that this prophecy is somehow connected to her. The gentleman couldn't believe he was late. It was Book. He wished Yusunil a happy birthday. Bernard asked where his tea was, and the lady said she wouldn't refill it. The girl found this funny. Beach presented his gift. It was a book on fire magic, and he was sure she would find a use for it. Yusunil was very curious how he knew that she had problems mastering fire magic. He noted that she had had difficulty using it in the previous lesson. Yusunil remembered this and was confused. Book turned out to be the son of the elderly woman she'd been helping, and also the only mage in Valen. His mother has long since passed away, but he spends a lot of time with her family, teaching the girl magic. Yusunil said that, for some reason, pyromagic was the hardest thing for her. Book added that it was very difficult to create a horse when it was so cold outside. Mastering this magic isn't easy, but he'll show her a few tricks at the next lesson, so don't worry about it. The girl said he was simply the best mage she knew, and his explanations were much clearer than the lectures of the capital's professors. Book was embarrassed and said he wasn't that good. He didn't even have a rank. Mages of the Northern Empire regularly take exams in the Magic Tower, after which they are sorted into levels and assigned ranks. Sometimes she becomes very curious about who Book really is. He has the manners and skills of a high-class magician, but at the same time, he's very kind and cheerful, like everyone in Valen. Papa doesn't know him, so she assumes he's not of noble birth. After that, he gave her something else. This jewelry. Very beautiful. It shines so much that you can't even take your eyes off it. The girl had never seen anything like it, so she asked what kind of stone it was. It doesn't look like a ruby. Book said he didn't choose it, so he can't say. Yusunil was very surprised and asked who he was from. The man paused and said he only vaguely remembered. But he was just on his way to it when he bumped into a young man who asked him to give her this jewel. Then the gentleman stopped him and asked if he could do something for him. He ordered the stone to be given to Yusunil. The girl was very surprised. The gentleman continued to say that the stranger said this because he wanted to give it to her himself, but he couldn't, and so he asked someone to do it for him. Yusunil asked what he looked like. She assumed the young man was blonde and blue-eyed. It was very strange that he couldn't remember the man's face. He must have cast a spell of oblivion on him. It seems Book can be trusted, Yusunil asked again. Book remarked that they were also very strong. It might not be him, but she still decided to ask if he remembered anything. Well, the man decided to think about it and said that he was dressed too lightly. He himself seemed to be carved out of ice, and although a smile played on his lips, it turned out that he was about to cry. Yusunil said that she would be back soon, but Book didn't understand where she ran to because there was a snowstorm outside. A lot of time has passed since then. He is probably already far away. Only one person close to her calls her by her full name. Only he would come in such a blizzard, dressed inappropriately for the weather, and wait in the cold to give her a gift. Only he. She believed it must be Crown Prince Tess. She really wanted it to be him. The girl realized that, in the end, it was he. Book said that he had never seen such mysterious stones, which aroused her unusual curiosity. She even tried to study its composition in Consium. She still didn't find out anything. But she knows one thing for sure. Every time she looks at this bright red gem, her heart is ready to break into 1,000 pieces. It's as if he's begging her not to forget him. Judging by the size of the stone, it's probably quite expensive. She is very interested in what he was thinking when he asked Book to give this to her. Gail was absolutely delighted because the soup was simply amazing. Her parents told her to try something else, and there are so many things here. Father thought that something was wrong with Yule, or that she wasn't hungry. The girl said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about her. Lately, she had been spending the night in Consium quite often, so they assumed the workload was so great. There have been numerous mana surges in the Empire over the past 10 years. She needs to thoroughly study all the available information. If it weren't for tomorrow's New Year's ball, she would have spent the entire night reading. Her father was simply horrified and said that she had just transferred to this academy and there was no need to burden herself with such work. Father added that, moreover, it was incredibly difficult to combine participation in such a large-scale project with studies. Mother asked him to keep it down. Yusunil said she promised it wouldn't reflect on their family's reputation. She studied history and humanities with Bernard and Buck and was significantly ahead of the curve, so she won't have any problems with her academic performance. Her father was simply horrified and didn't understand what their family's reputation had to do with it. Her father doesn't worry about that. Mother sighed and said that, besides everything else, she attends social events every weekend and hardly gets any rest. Nuss said he would pick her up the following weekend, and the lady wished him a good journey. Yusunil immediately thought that as soon as she got to the room, she would immediately sit for the exam. The parents were very worried and said that they were just concerned about her health. The girl said that her father had been appointed minister and that she would be able to help him if she knew what was going on in high society. Then they will be able to avoid a repeat of what happened 14 years ago. But she doesn't need to shoulder this unbearable burden on her fragile shoulders. They ask her to share it with them because they are family after all. Indeed, they are family. That's why she wants to protect them. If she takes care of everything in advance, she will be able to leave them calmly when the time comes. Yusunil has become very accustomed to this world. So much so that she sometimes wonders if she really wants to go home. But she is still tormented by nightmares about what happened 20 years ago. Pain in the lower abdomen, and the way her mother begs her not to leave her alone. Yusunil can still hear her mother's voice and sobs. Ciel turned to her daughter and asked if she really continued to have nightmares. Her father was absolutely horrified and said they needed to call a doctor immediately. Gail asked her sister if it was true that she had nightmares. Yusunil stroked her head and said that no, she had forgotten about them since childhood and was sleeping like a baby. But, let it be so, he won't overexert himself anymore, so that they don't worry. Her father said that was great, and asked her to tell them if she needed help. Yusunil noticed that her mother was happy when she started attending dinner parties, so she asked why. Ciel said that she needs to meet a lot of men to find the one. To be honest, she was even worried that she would marry a lazybones like Bernard. His age is unknown, but father said that Bernard is too old for his daughter. Ciel said that she did the same for him, but that didn't stop them. And even though Bernard has a bad character, he's quite attractive. That can't be taken away. Your father was shocked with you that his darling was praising another man while sitting next to her. Gail said that her sister likes much more attractive and gallant young men. Her type is modest ones with unexpected smiles. Yusunil was simply horrified because she understood who they were thinking about now. The girl asked her sister why she had decided that. Gail asked if she remembered how they had gone grocery shopping last winter, and then she was helping a boy on the street. She asked if he was okay, after which the guy thanked her for her help. The lady made sure he wasn't hurt, and noted that he had hit it pretty hard. The gentleman laughed and said that, thanks to her, he was back on his feet again. Yuseniel thought that it was the crown prince, but he immediately said that his name was Miel, and he asked to be allowed to treat her to tea in gratitude for her kindness. The girl thought she was acting as if she'd fallen, not the crown prince. She apologized and said she was in a hurry. Miel said that it was a great pity, but if they met again, he would definitely return the favor. Gail said that she couldn't take her eyes off him, so that's what her sister thought. It was because he looked very much like the crown prince. That's why she was staring. Mother asked again if she was saying his name was Miel. She said that since his name ended in L, perhaps he was an elf too. Elven names ending in L. Gail was absolutely delighted, as she had never met other elves. The elven youths are wonderfully handsome, simply stunning. Gail asked if they were truly even more handsome than their father. Ciel promised to tell her when there were no prying ears around me. The lady said that she was joking, so she asked her husband not to be angry. Yuseniel wants to return home as soon as possible, not only because of the nightmares. The more time she spends with them, the less confident she is that she can easily part with them. Ciel turned to her husband and did not understand why he was so sad. His wife thought something was bothering him. He hadn't said a word since dinner. The master said it was nothing. Ciel decided to say that what she said at dinner was just a joke, and Mylene is the only one for her. After that, she kissed him on the forehead. The gentleman said that he knew about it. He just remembered the nightmares that tormented their little girl as a child. He remembered how they ran because the baby was screaming in her sleep. She was in a lot of pain, she asked for help, and drove everyone away from her. She called for her mother. Ciel said that she was nearby. Her father called for doctors. The lady tried to calm her daughter down, but she said that she didn't want to die. Mylene noted that she remembers how bad things were for their daughter. Ciel didn't understand how she could forget, but even though the baby was suffering, the first thing she did when she woke up was calm them down. She didn't want them to worry about her, and that makes her worry even more. They have no idea how she truly feels. Ciel asked if he remembered that for a while, Yuseniel had been sulking at the crown prince for returning them to the capital immediately after his accession to the throne. The father confirmed this and noted that Bernard had told them about it. He had said that she was disappointed. A dubious cause for joy. The lady was happy to hear this, because her daughter had always hidden her feelings, and at that moment, she thought she was ready to open up to them again. She thought Yuseniel had finally felt free, but she closed herself off from them again as soon as they returned to the capital. It's as if she's running from something. It would be better if they stayed in Valen. Ciel told her husband that they must protect their daughter from the imperial family at any cost. To endure what is coming, Yuseniel needs someone more reliable. Not a powerful ruler, but someone who will do anything for her. She wishes she could fall in love with someone sooner, but she doesn't seem to want to rush things. Milan told his wife not to worry, because he knows that he is human, and therefore cannot fully understand what she feels. But lately, the emperor hasn't been looking for anything other than their daughter, and she herself isn't eager to be with him. So everything will be fine. It's the day of the New Year's Eve ball. A huge crowd has gathered, all dressed to the nines and filled with festive anticipation. But, of course, none of them can outshine the main star of the evening, her daughter, Yuseniel. The girl didn't understand why she was a star. Her mother said it was her birthday. Yuseniel noted that her sister had done a great job choosing her outfit. She's waiting for them at home, so they need to get back as soon as possible. She's sad there, and before they go, she asked them to have some fun for her. Mother remarked that she was a wonderful little sister, and was very pleased, because her girls were very friendly. Yuseniel wanted Mother to stop this. By the way, Mother looks especially elegant today. Ciel said her father promised to arrive at the ball as soon as he finished work at the palace, but he never liked such events, so she doesn't understand why this is so. After these words, the father immediately showed up and said that he had been waiting for them for a long time. I sent him such a beautiful wife and daughter. Ciel said he looked stunning too. Yuseniel added that they were well suited to each other. Their father said this was their first public appearance since returning to the capital, so they needed to look the part. Everyone thought they were a stunning couple, and their daughter remarked that they were perfect. Ciel said that if she was jealous, she should get married soon. She also added that she already has 2 worthy candidates for the role of groom. Or maybe they're good enough for me. She's quite demanding of men. My wife also suggested we go inside. The high level of her standards can only be blamed on their unattainable ideal. The woman noted that over these 14 years, the lady had not aged a bit. The Duchess was beautiful. Yuseniel was surprised, as there was a whole line of people waiting to see them. The lady had said she was an elf. Mother was making a great effort to maintain her composure. She was probably unaccustomed to socializing. If she had her way, she would have simply ignored everyone. The lady decided to go for a walk. It had been a long time since she had been in this banquet hall. It had not changed at all since that day. There she noticed a painting and wondered if it had always hung there. She wondered what was under that blanket. She'd only heard about this painting before. It was a creation of the empire, painted by Rose Lanchin. The first emperor made a deal with a deity. I received all the knowledge of the world and became a magical swordsman, and then founded the Northern Empire. It is this historical moment that is shown in the painting, but Lux is usually painted in white. For some reason here, he is depicted in black. The legend of the first emperor who founded the Northern Empire is passed down by word of mouth. But despite the fact that their country came into being through divine blessing, it has no state religion, although there is such a thing in the Southern Empire, and she always found this fact interesting. However, this picture depicts someone else. She hadn't seen him mentioned in any book. For some reason, she had a bad feeling about this. Yusunil don't think that there is any other side than luxury. Suddenly, Edel called her and asked why the birthday girl was standing alone and bored. He wished her a happy birthday and assumed she was tired of social upstarts. That was exactly it. He thought she was alone here. Yusunil said her parents were in the main hall, after which she asked why he was asking. Edel simply didn't notice anyone he knew nearby. Suddenly, a red-haired girl stood between them and addressed the Lord. Oren said she'd almost forgotten, so she immediately began congratulating her. The lady was very grateful. Edel was outraged because the lady had frightened him. The girl had said that the New Year's celebrations were about to begin, and they were somewhere chilling. Edel said that he knew. She doesn't understand why he was scaring her. Oren said she was exhausted trying to find them, and she didn't see any gratitude. Yusunil sighed, because those two were at it again. They were incorrigible. They were behaving like children, so she told them to hurry up because everyone was waiting for them. Edel told them not to push. He also noted that she was quite strong. Yusunil didn't want to attract unnecessary attention this evening, but her father came up to her and said that the first dance is supposed to be with her father, so he assumes that she remembers this. Edel thought it was a bit too old-fashioned. Nuss added that if she danced with her father, her holiday would be hopelessly ruined. But father said that their family had been deprived of the pleasure of attending this ball for many years, so they needed to make up for lost time. Apparently, that's impossible. Yusunil said that she had to decide something like that, but they don't even listen to her and continue to argue. Mother remarked that she was in great demand. This whole argument erupted because of Mother, but the lady pretended not to understand what she was talking about. They had all met together a few minutes ago. There is a popular belief that the person to whom a girl who has reached adulthood gives her first dance at a New Year's ball will end up with her betrothed. Yusunil told her mother it was a complete feeling. Ciel said that sometimes such things happen in the world that you're amazed. The boys heard this, and the father was the first to approach her and asked if she would do this honor to him. That's how it all started. My father said that, according to the rules of good manners, a daughter should dance her first dance with her father. The boys thought it was utter nonsense. 1 against 2, and the father was outnumbered. They told him that women have the right to choose who they dance with, and asked for the young couple to take the lead. It seems he was in a difficult situation, so he asked his darling to save him. Yusunil turned to her father and said that her mother wanted her to get married quickly, and that she was unlikely to listen to him. Ciel said that if that was the case, then she could dance with her father. The guys were very upset. But the woman said her decision was irrevocable, so they shouldn't even try to convince her otherwise. Yusunil asked her mother what was wrong. She thought she would ask Nuss or Etel to dance. For some strange reason, the air in the palace thickened so much that it became difficult to breathe. In a sense, it was always stuffy here, but not to this extent. Yusunil believed something was wrong with her mother. She couldn't understand why her mother wasn't answering her. The lady suggested returning home early. The girl was surprised, and her father began to suspect something had happened. It wasn't air, it was aura, and it was creeping up on Yusunil. It was about to swallow her whole, but it was completely unclear where she came from. And then they announced that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. Yusunil wondered what was going on, that she hadn't seen him for a long time. He seemed to have lost weight, but otherwise, he remained the same. Mother turned to her and told her to stay close to her and her father. Yusunil did not understand why this was so, and her mother asked her to promise that she would not leave her side for a single step. Everyone immediately began greeting the emperor. Yusunil didn't quite understand what was going on. She told her mother that they should bow. The emperor said he had had enough and ordered everyone to raise their heads. He has been very busy lately and therefore has not had the opportunity to see them. The emperor was very pleased to see their entire family here. Ciel asked her daughter to step aside. The girl didn't quite understand what had caused this sudden change. She couldn't believe it was all because of His Majesty's appearance. Everyone immediately began to look at that jet black hair and majestic posture. Tessa's hair was raven black, perfectly styled, immediately catching the eye. This color was a clear sign of his imperial lineage, the symbol of a true heir. This shade wasn't just beautiful, it was sacred. Ciel believed they had all been brainwashed at some point into believing these traditions and attributes were immutable. Despite all her doubts, she couldn't understand how this was possible. Tespalun, standing before her, calmly said that their empire's anniversary had arrived, meaning it was time for celebration. He invited everyone to celebrate this momentous occasion, hoping that the coming year would bring them even more success and stability. It felt like his confidence in the future was unshakable, no matter how difficult things were for him. He asked everyone to have fun, forgetting all their troubles. Flower petals began to fall, disappearing as soon as they touched his palm, dissolving into thin air like a mirage, leaving behind only the ephemeral quality of the moment. The spectacle created an atmosphere of a vanishing past, and from it, Yusinil felt as if the Tess she once knew was vanishing, giving way to a new, incomprehensible, and much colder emperor. In an attempt to distract herself from her obsessive thoughts, Yusinil suggested to her father that they go dancing on the sidelines and return home immediately, lest they lose their inner harmony. But her plan was soon thwarted by the emperor himself. The emperor remarked that he remembered who was celebrating their birthday today. He expressed the hope that everyone present would happily join in the congratulations, not expecting his attention to be drawn to another, far more important goal. Tess, in turn, invited His Highness to accept his congratulations, but the lady, realizing that ballroom etiquette must be observed, reminded him that she had promised her father this first dance, and, unfortunately, she would not be able to communicate with the emperor now. The emperor, shocked by her refusal, couldn't believe the people wouldn't let him steal her first dance, that this gesture was so important to her. He boldly invited her to dance in front of all the guests, putting her in an awkward position. Tess, not expecting him to use his anger against her family, still knew that if she refused, the rumors would start again. So she was almost ready to agree. But then her father, hearing her request, shouted, "No!" The Duke, seeing the situation growing tense, asked the emperor to allow them to spend this moment together. But in response, he only shrugged, expressing his concern. Ciel, not wanting to make a big deal out of it, asked her daughter to come closer. Her father proudly remarked that he had long dreamed of dancing with his daughter at this particular ball, and that she was truly important to him. Tess turned to Duke Hardland and remarked that traditionally, young girls were expected to dance with their peers. This wasn't disrespectful, but rather an old imperial tradition, and dancing with the emperor would enhance her social standing. Yusinil wondered when Tess had learned to express her thoughts so clearly and reasonably. The mistress felt how her indecision sometimes affected her decisions. This wasn't just a question about the dance, but about her position. She thanked Tess for the offer, but explained that her daughter had already promised this first dance to her father, a promise she could not break. She could only hope the emperor would understand. The emperor contained his disappointment, but did not insist, adding that he would not interfere with her if she nevertheless decided to keep her word and give the dance to her father. In the end, he suggested that Lady Yusinil herself make this difficult choice, for it was her day, her first dance. The thought hung in the air, and all eyes froze for a moment. Yusinil sensed the emperor was being cunning. However, she firmly stated that she would dance with her father, as she had promised. There was not the slightest hesitation in her voice, though she sensed that her decision concealed her personal feelings. The emperor seemed resigned to this decision, though he didn't hide his slight disappointment. But then, unexpectedly, he grabbed her hand and whispered her name. Yusinil almost thought he was about to kiss her right there in front of everyone. However, he merely noted that she was wearing the very brooch that suited her so well. The lady didn't understand what exactly the emperor meant, but something in his voice made her wary. Tess asked if she was curious about the stone. He promised to tell her about it, but demanded her first dance in exchange. Then, smiling, he asked what she would say to his proposal. Yusinil considered this. It was obvious Tess was unwilling to back down. But she decided to agree anyway, offering her hand to the emperor, intending to fulfill his condition. It was a compromise she could accept. Ciel, watching this, didn't agree at all. Concern flashed in her eyes, and she hastened to tell her daughter to return immediately. She understood that the situation was getting out of control. Tess looked at the Duchess in surprise, noting that her words clearly contradicted established rules. He asked if she truly believed that two young people had no right to dance together, especially on such an important occasion. He reminded her that this was one of the oldest rules of ballroom etiquette in their empire, and if she thought otherwise, perhaps she was acting this way because she feared he might harm her beloved daughter. But Tess hastened to reassure her, assuring her that Lady Yusinil's safety was his top priority. He gave her his word that not a single hair would fall from her head, and that he dared ask for no more. He added that, of course, only if Yusinil herself didn't want it. And so, when everything became clearer, he suggested they go to the dance floor, assuring them that no one would interfere. When they walked away, Yusinil, still tense, told him that he knew perfectly well she would never even consider consenting to his advances. Tess, in turn, asked if she was truly so sure of that. During the dance, the emperor began to notice something was wrong with the girl. She didn't look as happy as she should have. He couldn't figure out what was bothering her. Her face reflected only anxiety, and her movements were constrained. At one point, the girl stepped on his foot, and Tess began to think she was angry. He couldn't be sure, of course, but her behavior clearly didn't match the positive emotions he expected. Yusinil explained guardedly that it wasn't that. She simply felt uncomfortable in his arms, and it was difficult to dance under such tension. Tess, chuckling, began to wonder if perhaps he wasn't leading her well. Yusinil was very embarrassed and said she didn't think she danced very well. It wasn't so much a confession as an attempt to ease the tension they both felt. The gentleman reassured her. The emperor, trying to lighten the mood, said there was nothing wrong with that. She could simply follow him and the dance would be over. There was kindness in his eyes, and he wanted to help her feel confident. When Tess looked at her, he couldn't help but think she was a true goddess. Her every gesture, every movement radiated such beauty that he felt it was a crime to be so charming. Yusinil, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, began to get angry. She asked if he was going to hold her for the entire dance, as she was tired of all the attention and pressure. She asked him to let her go, to regain at least some personal space. She noted that all their guests could hear their conversation, but fortunately, they couldn't fully see their interaction. The emperor, noticing her confusion, wondered how to resolve this awkward situation. He made up his mind, and again, with a slight movement of his hand, the petals began to fall. This gesture distracted the guests, and now no one could focus on what was happening between him and Yusinil. Tess felt he'd managed to divert everyone's attention from their dance, and now everyone was focused on the falling petals. At that moment, the mistress, seeing all eyes on them, asked him to stop fooling around. She adopted a more formal tone and began addressing him as you, knowing how much he disliked her formality. It was her way of cooling his ardor and returning to a calmer atmosphere. Tess, a little disappointed by her approach, called her a pest, but the mistress replied that he shouldn't call her that. She asked him to stop using magic, lest his frivolous tricks end badly. He'd expended too much energy trying to distract people, and she'd never seen him use such charms to bewitch people. She realized his actions might have been overly theatrical, but she was surprised he'd needed no preparation. Tess was shocked that she thought it was frivolous, because for him, it was a way to make her day special. He just wanted her to feel important, not something overdone. He said that if she was worried about what others thought, he would simply erase their memory of what happened, and she shouldn't worry about how they would perceive her actions. This would require a little more effort, of course, but it would be worth it. He assured her that now she should think only of him, and everything else would be left in the past. Tess assured her he could give her anything she desired, but his words burned her skin, and she couldn't help but feel that his antics would one day come back to haunt her, because nothing he did was simple. Yusinil paused and said that if he truly wanted to please her, he should tell her about the stone in the brooch. She tried to understand what exactly was hidden in this gift he might have offered her. She conducted extensive research herself, but still couldn't figure out exactly what stone the brooch was made of. The stone remained a mystery to her, and she was determined to unravel the secret. Tess noticed her curiosity and replied with a slight smile that if she truly wanted to know more about the stone, he was willing to tell her. However, in exchange for her first dance, he was sure this small compromise would be of interest to her. Yusinil hesitated briefly, wondering whether to agree, but in the end, she offered her hand to the emperor, deciding the exchange was entirely reasonable. She wanted to know more, and especially, she was curious to discover the secret of the brooch. Tess, feeling like she'd given in, nodded with satisfaction. He'd said the stone wasn't just jewelry. It was rare and could tell a lot about the wearer. It wasn't just a gift, but a sign. Yusinil, looking more closely at the stone, sensed that some special power lurked behind it. The stone was dark, almost black, with deep shades of blue. It shimmered like stars in the night sky and seemed almost alive. Tess continued to explain that the stone was part of an ancient artifact passed down through the imperial family. This stone was a symbol of power and strength. It contained magical energy used in the most important rituals. Yusinil felt her interest heighten. The stone was truly something special, and she wondered if all this might be more important than she'd imagined. But she wasn't in a rush to make a decision and decided it would be worthwhile to talk to him later. Tess approached again and said that if she really wanted to know everything he had to say, she would have to dance with him. He was sure it wasn't just a dance. It was an opportunity to learn more about her own destiny and future. Yusinil replied with a smile that she could promise him a dance, but she was in no hurry to reveal all her thoughts. She understood that life was full of mysteries, and this was only one of them. The dance, like so many other things in their lives, was just part of the game. So she wants to know what it is. Yusinil demanded an explanation from Tess, insisting he explain what this heart was that was troubling him so much. Tess felt her insistence fill the space between them, and he didn't know how to explain exactly what was bothering him. Yusinil grew increasingly puzzled and began asking questions. Tess looked at her and, sighing, said that it was literally his heart. He said it wasn't a metaphor, but truly his heart, which made him suffer and ache. He began to say that her appearance in his life had played a huge role. He felt that her light could somehow help him understand this painful state. Thinking back to his childhood, Tess felt only pain and loneliness. He was alienated from everyone, unsure how to relate to those around him, and unsure what exactly was making his heart ache so much. The maids ran frantically around the palace, trying to find His Highness. Tess was always disappearing, and they couldn't figure out where he could have gone. But finally, they found him in one of the palace's secluded corners. Last time he hid in the pantry, and this time he was hiding again in a dark corner. And then they found him. The maids rushed to his side, ready to help, but Tess refused. They hastened to report their discovery to His Majesty. But despite this, they could see that something was wrong with the boy. He looked very weak and anxious, almost exhausted. The maids couldn't understand why he was shaking so much and asked if he could hear them, but the boy simply remained silent, unwilling to explain. He felt his body aching with pain and didn't want to look at anyone. Tess saw them as black, as if their souls were hidden from his sight, as if their auras were clots of fog that obscured all their true feelings. He himself suffered from this. The boy couldn't contain himself any longer and hit one of the maids to keep them from getting so close. The others started asking if she was hurt, but he didn't want to answer. For a moment, the maid actually felt pain, but she was fine. However, Tess felt anxiety and anger wash over him again, and a fire flared in his heart once more. He screamed at them to leave him alone, to stay away because he didn't want them to touch him. Every gesture they made caused him pain, and he felt as if he were being burned. The maids, unable to understand what was happening to the boy, tried to calm him, but he was obsessed with his perception of other people's souls and could not escape the pain their presence caused him. There was unbearable pain in his eyes, and Tess couldn't hide it. He cried all the time because he felt the pain growing stronger and didn't know how to get rid of this excruciating feeling. Tess was an unusual child, possessing an ability he couldn't explain, the ability to see the souls of others. The aura of each soul was like a veil that concealed a person's identity from the eyes of others. The boy never understood the emotions of those around him because he couldn't see their faces. For him, souls were everything, and he couldn't discern them from the outside. This created even greater isolation and misunderstanding. He felt like the human soul was covering everything around him like a veil, preventing him from connecting with others. Tess thought his mother was upset again, and this tormented him. The boy asked his mother if she was angry with him, but she replied that she wasn't at all. However, her disappointment was understandable, as he had skipped classes again and even hit the maid. Tess knew she didn't understand him. She thought he was just a spoiled child, but he couldn't explain what was tormenting him. The souls of people were so uneasily intertwined that it seemed unbearable. Tess told his mother he simply didn't like people. He felt their greed and selfishness constantly surrounding him, and it was excruciating. He felt as if they were ready to swallow him whole. His mother, hearing this, couldn't believe it. She couldn't understand why her son was so against the world. She said such thoughts shouldn't occupy his mind. She didn't want to hear his excuses. He repeated the same thing again, just like before. And so, they had to find new maids again, because his behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. Tess's mother couldn't understand why he couldn't just be like all the other children. In her eyes, he was just a capricious prince, and she couldn't understand why he was so preoccupied with the souls of others. But Tess knew that only he could see the souls of others. Each person had their own unique aura, their own color, and this created a constant pain in his world. His eyes suffered from this constant sight. His eyes ached because they saw too much, because they were confronted with a reality others couldn't comprehend. He was alone in this, and it felt like a real punishment. The mother sighed, looking at her son, and said she believed him. She knew that if she wasn't there for him, no one else would. She promised to support him, even though she didn't understand what he was going through. Tess felt a sense of relief at these words. He believed his mother was finally beginning to understand him, and this lifted his spirits. He was grateful for her support, even though he still felt alone in his pain. Tess's mother thought he was still a child after all, and that at his age, such tantrums were normal. Children often go through hard times, and perhaps with time he would outgrow this oddity. She hoped he would gradually learn to control his emotions. Perhaps, if she played along with him a little, he would soon calm his fears and begin to think like an adult. But her plans for the future were even grander. When Tess grew up and was ready to inherit the throne, she planned to arrange a marriage for him with Duke Xuan's daughter. This would be the right step to strengthen imperial power and ensure stability. The boy, having listened to all these reflections from his mother, felt as if his life had once again been placed at someone else's mercy. He felt how far this all fell short of what he himself would have wanted, and he decided he couldn't come to terms with it. He said she was a liar. The mother was shocked to hear such words from her son, and began asking him what he was even talking about. She couldn't understand how this could happen, since she had always been there, trying to support him. But Tess continued that she was only pretending to believe his words and feelings. He saw right through her, and knew she was only interested in her goals, not him as a person. This upset him, but he couldn't remain silent. The mother was stunned and furious, asking how he dared speak so insolently to her, his own mother. She couldn't believe her own son was accusing her of dishonesty, and it was a huge blow to her. In response, she stated that it seemed he could use a few lessons in manners. She believed that Tess simply didn't understand how to behave with people, and it was unlikely that at his age, he could fully comprehend all his actions. That evening, as the day drew to a close, she approached her husband, the Emperor. She expressed her concern that Tess needed more attention, and that perhaps he would benefit from having a younger brother. The Emperor laughed at first, not taking her proposal seriously. He believed Tess was still too young to worry about such things. In his view, the child still needed to grow, and any problems with him were temporary. His mother, on the other hand, was worried. She explained that Tess needed someone to look up to. She was also concerned about his health. He continued to have seizures, which was troubling her. The Emperor, seeing her uneasiness, disagreed, believing it was just another whim. However, his mother insisted that perhaps it would be better if Tess made a new friend so he wouldn't feel lonely. She suggested that the Duke of Xuan's daughter, a young woman, might be a suitable role. Perhaps if they met, Tess would change for the better and begin to see life differently. Tess couldn't even imagine revealing his feelings and thoughts to anyone. His world was too dark and sick to allow anyone into his life, and everything changed only after meeting her. Having the ability to see other people's souls is not as great as it might seem at first glance. The maid played with him and told him not to be afraid, because this rabbit was his friend. She greeted him. The boy was surprised and asked again if he really was his friend. The maid said she and the bunny really wanted to make friends with him, which turned out to be much easier than she thought. Earlier, the Empress said that whichever of them could entertain the crown prince would receive a generous reward. Although the Empress's offer was generous, she was reluctant to accept it because all the maids who had ever interacted with the crown prince had lost their jobs. If she decided to try to get along with the crybaby prince, she had plenty of courage. She believed he was still a child, albeit a capricious one. She would simply play with him and receive a good reward. Tantrums and hysterics are one thing, but she hasn't seen this boy's eyes. Her gaze sends shivers down her spine. Tess asked her if she really wanted to be friends with him. The maid didn't understand why he frightened them so much, since she thought he was a completely ordinary child. That's why she said that she would always be on his side and that he could trust her. The boy said she was a liar. The woman was shocked, and the boy said she was lying to him. Tess knew this for sure. The woman immediately apologized and begged him to forgive her. She ran away from there. The boy noticed that she didn't last long. He's really fed up with all this. That's why he wants to be alone. Since he refused to communicate with anyone except his family, his father decided to help him make friends. The father asked him to be polite and courteous when he met the young Duchess. Duke Hardland is loyal to the imperial crown, and his family may provide him with great support in the future upon his ascension to the throne. Besides, he'd heard that he and his daughter had a lot in common. Tess couldn't believe it. It seems this is the girl the maids were gossiping about the other day. They said the lady had never cried since birth, and they thought it odd. Oh, these children. While one cries endlessly, the other does not cry at all. But they are so different that it seems that they were made for each other, to balance each other out. The boy wondered what was so interesting about her that people were talking about her so much. He couldn't understand what attracted people to this girl and what she meant to everyone. But he still had to go to this reception, despite his inner resistance. Tess didn't understand the point, since to him, all people were the same, and he didn't understand why he needed to draw attention to himself. He asked his father if this was really necessary, because his eyes were starting to hurt from looking at other people, at their hypocrisy and emptiness. The Emperor, addressing the Crown Prince, said that he was still too young and did not understand many things, so for now he turned a blind eye to his whims. But this did not mean that he would be allowed to do whatever he wanted. He warned him that he would no longer tolerate his displeasure, and would not allow him to upset his mother. The boy paused, unsure of what was being discussed or what exactly he should do. Tess didn't understand what he expected from him. His father continued to insist that he behave properly, which only irritated him further, as it all seemed like empty words. He didn't understand why everyone always cared so much about how he felt, while his own feelings seemed so insignificant. Gritting his teeth, the boy smiled and promised to be polite. The gentleman praised him, calling him a good boy, but Tessa was already sick of this hypocrisy, of false words that had no meaning. The palace was full of people with selfish motives and filthy desires, and even his mother was obsessed with achieving her own goals, albeit the loftiest ones. Tess couldn't understand how anyone could love her, and all this time, his father loved such a woman. The boy's eyes ached from this world, and he no longer wanted to look at other people's souls, full of filth and hypocrisy. Who could have known how exhausted this had made him? His thoughts were interrupted when servants announced that the Duke had arrived with his wife and daughter. The boy hadn't even known it would be an important meeting. When he first saw her, he was blinded by her radiance. For the first time in his life, he was able to see someone so clearly, unveiled. It was something different, something extraordinary. Tess couldn't see into her soul the way he was used to with other people, but with her, it was different. Her inner world was like clear glass, and that caught his attention. From the moment they met, Tess wanted to never be separated from her. His heart was overflowing with emotion, and he couldn't shake the thought of her. He knew that perhaps she would consider his feelings ridiculous and naive, but he could not control what was happening in his soul. In his tiny world, full of pain and suffering, she became the only source of light that dispelled the darkness. She became the spark that could melt his isolation. Yusinil was the only person who saw him as more than just the crown prince, but a true friend. This was perhaps what Tess had been missing in his life. She noticed his nose was bleeding and quickly told him to keep his head down, but he confidently said he was fine. She didn't believe him and immediately insisted he accept her help. Yusinil noticed that he was often sick, and the boy was surprised, not realizing that she could notice this. He realized it was true. If he thought about it, no one in his family had ever been sick, and that was unusual for him. She also added that he should remember to keep his head down and that she would pinch his nose to stop the bleeding, warning him to tell her if it hurt. The boy, however, didn't consider it anything important and allowed her to do whatever she saw fit. He felt she could be trusted and that her concern was genuine. Over time, the more time they spent together, the less he cared about anything else. Yusinil became more important to him than any palace intrigues or court games. The boy felt like Yusinil was beginning to like him, and he hoped that one day she would love him too. He dreamed of them getting married and living happily despite all the difficulties. But every time he tried to get closer, she repeated that he wasn't her type, that he wasn't her ideal. These words made him doubt himself and feel disappointed. He thought about how to change his appearance because he knew that she liked brunettes with black eyes, and he thought that if he could become like that, she would notice him. This was the last straw. He lost his composure as he couldn't understand why she couldn't love him for who he was. Yusinil said she didn't want to attend another social event because she didn't like the extra attention. It irritated her, and she preferred simplicity. She never liked ostentatious things, neither luxurious dresses nor jewelry. She knew what she liked and what she didn't, and she didn't try to pander to fashion trends. She also never worried about what others thought of her. All that mattered to her was what was going on inside, what she felt. All that mattered to her was her studies and her pursuit of knowledge. Sometimes she said things so complex that Tess couldn't understand a word. She was a mystery to him. Yusinil wondered if there was a way to travel between worlds, but unfortunately, if there was such a way, they didn't know about it. It pained Tess to see her in despair, so he decided he would give her whatever she wanted. This was a natural decision for him, as he couldn't stand by while she was sad. If anyone asks why he does this, he'll give a simple answer: because he loves Yusinil. And for him, that's enough to make any decision. Yusinil was very kind, because even when he was bored, she always found time to play with him, to show that he was important to her. She didn't like being fed, and was always attentive to his requests. She played with him, read books, and this brought him joy. The boy was delighted by her attention. Yusinil noticed his eyes were red, and worriedly said that he was probably sick again. She always noticed the slightest changes in him. Even the most insignificant things couldn't escape her gaze. The way she looked at him and spoke to him made his heart flutter. While she was reading the book, Tess began to yawn, so the girl assumed that he hadn't gotten enough sleep. The boy told her that this was not so, but he himself remembered that he had had another attack the previous night. Yusinil told him he could rest his head on her shoulder and take a short nap. She would wake him as soon as she finished reading. Yusinil was such a warm Kama and so sweet. He wanted this moment to last forever. He really wanted her to love him too. He wanted to be with her forever. Tess didn't know what to do with him, because she only liked dark-eyed brunettes. He wasn't the type she needed. Tess is becoming increasingly worried about this, and he wonders what will happen if she falls in love with someone. Yusinil is always surrounded by attractive young men, so perhaps she might choose one of them, and then he will be left alone. When a person becomes unnecessary, people simply erase them from their lives. Such are the rules of this cruel world. The boy remembered the Empress telling her husband that she would like to give the populated prince a younger brother. If he wanted to stay with Yusinil, he would have to win her heart. But he doesn't understand how to do this, because he can't change his appearance at will. It would be easier if she were as mercantile and greedy as the others. At least then she could be attracted by wealth and power. At that moment, his greatest fear was being abandoned. It hadn't bothered him before, because he was already lonely. But now that Yusinil is in his life, he can no longer refuse her sweetness. So the boy decided he needed to find a way to change his appearance. He would give anything for it. And when he was about to lose his mind, he appeared. The voice asked if he wanted to get her. If so, then he could help him. He simply had to let him into his mind and soul. He seemed strange to him, but at the same time, very familiar. Tess asked him who he was. This caused conflicting feelings. He is a deity that people have forgotten. If the boy makes a deal with him, he will fulfill any of his wishes, no matter whether he wants to conquer the entire continent or bathe in gold and precious stones. He could even make Yusinil love him, the boy thought. But then he realized that he couldn't do that. She wouldn't like it. And besides, he wasn't sure if he could be trusted. The voice asked him if he knew whether he was worthy of his trust. He seems to be able to read minds. God considered him a foolish child and said he would give him a gift and leave him for a while. He bets that the boy will soon be very eager to meet him again. After that day, he began to grow rapidly, but the anxiety did not go away. And a series of events only confirmed his fears. He decided that this freak would simply take Yusinil away from him. He even had black hair. It seemed that this meant that she would prefer him. The boy decided that this would not happen. Tess would never agree to this. The deity came to him again and said that if they made a deal, he would take care of everything. So the crown prince agreed. The deity decided to tell him a story about the lies that more than one generation of his ancestors grew up on. The god with whom the founder of the Northern Empire made a contract only pretended to be a deity. In fact, he was a devil. However, the first emperor guessed about this, but this did not stop him from concluding the fatal deal. As a result, he received an unlimited supply of mana and access to all the knowledge of the world. This allowed him to put an end to the troubled times and found a new state. And everyone already knows what happened next. He asked the boy what he thought the devil demanded of the emperor in exchange for his services. He set a surprisingly simple condition. He simply wished to mix his own blood with the emperor's. That's all. From that moment on, his blood flowed in every heir of the empire. This is the devil's blood. However, the demonic essence brought them all together, devoured them from the inside, and, in the end, the sad fate of disappearing into the darkness awaited them all. Although time had diluted the bad blood and significantly weakened the influence of evil forces, very soon its concentration increased again, as new emperors made new deals. That's why two of them were known as madmen and tyrants. During periods of correction, the number of demons in the empire's domains increased exponentially. God was not pleased with this, and so he gave earthly man a blessing and strength to fight the Prince of Darkness and his minions. This man later founded the Southern Empire. Darkness in the north and light in the south fought each other day and night, maintaining the balance of the world. All he needs to do is ascend to the throne and tip the scales in their favor. If necessary, he can get rid of anyone who dares to interfere with him. I must spare no one. Yusinil and her parents were exiled from the capital because of him. She wrote him a letter saying that their family was forced to leave the capital in a hurry, and she heard that right after his birthday he became very ill, so she asks him to take care of himself. She didn't understand why they had to leave, but she thinks it had something to do with him. But he himself had nothing to do with it. This wasn't what Tess wanted, so he started crying for his friend. He felt very sorry, and the deity said that he had to become stronger to get what he wanted. And if they merge into one, it will give him as much power as he wishes. Tess said that if he had only known that he would have to wait so long to meet her, he would never have made the deal. Yusinil asked him again what he said, because she hadn't heard him because the music was too loud. The gentleman said that nothing like that happened, and added that he simply missed her very much. He missed his precious Yusinil terribly. She asked him to stop, because he's too close, there are too many people around. But they're so enchanted by the falling petals that they don't care at all. Yusinil said that he forgot about her parents, because his mother put up a magical barrier. Tess said he hadn't thought about them. She asked him to move away a little in that case. Incidentally, he never gave her a direct answer to her question about what exactly he meant when he said he gave her his heart. The words seemed to remain a mystery, while Yusinil couldn't understand the meaning behind them. Tess replied that he meant exactly what he said, but his words did not reassure Yusinil, as she still did not understand what lay behind this revelation. And if he had already come such a long way to get to Valen, then it was completely incomprehensible to her why he had not decided to give her his heart personally, leaving no doubt. Yusinil noticed that he kept repeating how much he missed her, but his words were vastly at odds with his actions. Tess, it seemed to her, was only trying to avoid her getting hurt. During her absence, there had been several attempts to kill Tess, and now Yusinil decided that she needed to clarify what he was talking about and what had actually happened during all this time. Tess explained that she had probably already heard that they had tried to frame him when his appearance had changed dramatically, and that this had led to several unsuccessful attempts on his life. From the moment his younger brother was born, many began to wish for his death, as no one wanted him to inherit the throne. The opposition within the court became increasingly pronounced. He remembered how he'd once almost escaped death when he was a year old. His mother had conspired with the Duke, the head of an aristocratic confederation, and they'd sent cutthroats after him. Yusinil was shocked to learn that Tess had miraculously survived. His experiences had been so intense that he now feared for his life and felt he needed to become stronger to protect not only himself, but also those he cared about. Therefore, he firmly decided to become stronger, delved deeper into the study of magic, began to train more, and even began to take politics seriously, realizing that in order to protect, one must be prepared for anything. Unfortunately, however, soon afterward, his father became seriously ill and died shortly thereafter. This forced Tess to take on the responsibility and fill his shoes. The nobles continued their intrigues right up until Tess's coronation, spreading vile rumors about his family and opposing their return to the capital. Had Tess not exposed these traitors, his life would have been in grave danger. If he failed, his family would never be able to return home. Tess realized that only strong leadership could ensure his family's safety and future. Now, Yusinil began to understand why he had executed all the conspirators and abolished the aristocratic confederation. It was necessary to eliminate the threat. Tess added that the conspirators weren't just trying to destroy his power, they were aiming for his death. It was a true coup, and he was prepared to fight to the end. He apologized again for leaving Valen without a word. He explained that he simply didn't know what was best to do and didn't want to worry her. But he missed her so much that he decided to leave his heart to her, not hoping for an answer, but fearing that she would hate him for it. Yusinil replied that wasn't true. Her curiosity was the driving force, and she simply wanted to understand what was behind his changes. It wasn't driven by mistrust or judgment. If the question hurt him, she promised not to ask again. However, Tess said he would be happy to answer all her questions if she wanted. Suddenly, a divine voice spoke from behind him, claiming that Tess's words were false and that he was a liar. This caught Yusinil's attention. The deity declared that Tess, despite all his worries, was in fact deceiving her. He had become much stronger and was no longer the vulnerable man who once needed saving. This all happened thanks to the intervention of a deity, which helped him attain incredible power. Yusinil couldn't understand why Tess suddenly froze, as if something had changed in his mood. Tess apologized for his words, and the deity continued mockingly, claiming that here she was, his precious Yusinil, right in front of him, and she was too good for him to lose. The deity continued to say that if Tess continued to do her thing, he would lose her again, just as he had lost her once. Yusinil, noticing that Tess had turned pale, asked worriedly if he was all right. He looked clearly out of sorts, which made her worry about his condition. The deity's voice continued to insist that Tess hurry and retrieve her before it was too late. This only increased Yusinil's anxiety. Tess shouted that he'd had enough, and Yusinil, frightened, said he'd scared her. He suddenly broke into a scream, not understanding why he was acting this way. He apologized and said that his head hurt, but the musicians, not understanding what was happening, decided that he should stop the music, believing that this was his request. The lady noticed that Tess looked unwell and suggested taking his temperature to see if there was cause for concern. Yusinil sensed he had a fever and asked if he was completely okay. He looked tired and weak, as if he lacked energy. The voice kept repeating that Tess should take her and possess her, which made Yusinil even more worried. Yusinil continued to complain that Tess was acting strange, but he reassured her that he was fine. However, his condition increasingly resembled extreme exhaustion. Tess reported that his headache was not going away and decided it was best to leave before his condition worsened further. Yusinil tried to stop him, but he had already turned and walked away, leaving her completely bewildered. He looked like he wasn't himself. Her father approached, alarmed, and asked what was wrong, as he had heard her scream. Yusinil explained that Tess had become ill, and she didn't know what was happening to him. She admitted that she had noticed strange behavior in him before, and now that he was gone, her anxiety only increased. She couldn't understand what was going on. Yusinil tried to figure out what was wrong with him, while Tess continued to struggle with his serious condition. She was tormented by the thought that something serious was wrong with him. After the New Year's ball, the bustle finally died down, and a long-awaited moment of peace arrived. But many unanswered questions remained in her soul. Gael, noticing the change in her mood, asked her sister to look at the beautiful Mimlock tree to distract her from her thoughts at least a little. Fruit picking turned out to be much more fun than she thought. It was just a shame that Valen didn't have such fruitful trees as here. Yusinil savored every moment, remembering her home. The fruit was not only beautiful, but also incredibly delicious. Yusinil warned her not to eat too much, otherwise she risked ruining her appetite and not having time to enjoy the main course. Once upon a time, this tree was so small that even a cat could barely reach its branches. Now it had already produced a full harvest, and they happily gathered the fruit, watching everything around them grow. Time flew by. Gael noticed that she worked too much and didn't notice how quickly the days passed. It seemed that was why she stopped finding time for simple pleasures. The New Year's Eve ball was long gone, but Yusinil still had worries. They grew more numerous with each passing day. Even the time to play with her sister had almost disappeared, which upset them both. But recently, Gail had started coming home earlier. Research in the lab was progressing well, and there was no longer a need to stay late into the night, which of course pleased Yusinil. Gail said she'd soon be entering Consium, which meant they'd be able to see each other much more often. This was encouraging, as her sister had been looking forward to the time when they'd be together. Yusinil figured the academy and the lab were quite far apart, and she wasn't sure how often they would cross paths. But she didn't want to upset her sister and decided to remain silent. Gael was so glad she wouldn't have to be alone in the house anymore. This brought Yusinil relief. She finally felt like her life would be a little less lonely. The girl eagerly awaited the start of the school year, when life would once again sparkle with new colors. This was something important to her, and she was ready for new challenges, because change is always exciting. Gail said she wanted to take a fruit basket to her mom and dad, This decision surprised her greatly, as she hadn't shown much interest in household chores lately, focusing all her attention on herself. Gale had always been bright and cheerful, but her words now worried Yusinil. Things seemed off, as Gale had been finding herself alone a lot lately, and this was clearly not the norm. Yes, Gale often sat alone with her parents, as they were so overprotective of Yusinil. All their attention was focused on her, and Gale seemed forgotten. Maybe she should talk to them. Yusinil felt it was time to bring this to her parents' attention, as Gale was entering adolescence. She could have become more independent, but her overprotectiveness was seriously hindering her. Yusinil felt as if she'd only been born yesterday, and now her sister was already entering the academy. It was incredible how quickly time flies, and what could happen in such a short time. She felt full, as if she hadn't even had time to process what had happened, and now new mimlocks had already grown on this tree. It was a reminder of how quickly life passes, even when you don't notice. Time moved, and Yusinil couldn't help but notice how everything around her was changing. It was as if she were standing in one place, while the world around her continued to move endlessly, as if she couldn't follow it. Another year passed, but the questions didn't become less pressing. Yusinil wondered how much time had passed in her world, and how her mother and father were feeling with her so far away. She kept thinking about her future, about the nightmares that tormented her, and the questions that remained unanswered. Would she be able to return home? Or would that thought forever remain just a dream? And then she realized she was losing it again. Her thoughts had wandered, and she decided she needed to focus on something more important and tangible to keep herself in check. Yusinil remembered that she wanted to treat Tess to some of their fruits, and at the same time to visit him, because she hadn't heard from him for months. Meanwhile, Tess lay there, feeling very ill and in pain. He simply begged her to come quickly. The Duke informed His Majesty that suspicious activity had been noticed near the southern borders. He heard that the neighboring empire was amassing troops there, and therefore they should begin preparing for an emergency. Suddenly, a man from behind turned to Duke Hardland and asked if it had occurred to him when he was compiling this report that it would be a good idea to include some solid evidence to go along with such a serious statement. It was Duke Rantia. Duke Ritzel believed that his lordship was not afraid of the possible consequences because his daughter had been honored to dance with the emperor. Duke Bonaparte was simply horrified and couldn't understand what they were even allowing themselves to do. Milena said everything was fine. Rantia turned to Bonaparte and noted that he was always trying to start a fight with someone, and perhaps it would be better for him to mind his own business. Although Duke Rantia and Duke Ritzel hold the same social status, they hate their family because they support the emperor. They are said to have been the ones who fought harder than anyone else for their expulsion 14 years ago. They went quiet for a while, but then bared their fangs again after the ill-fated New Year's ball. The emperor ordered everyone to remain silent, then turned to the ducal Hardland and inquired how often the knights of the Southern Empire hung around their borders. Lately, they have been seen there more and more often, but it cannot be said that this happens with enviable regularity. Bonaparte thought they might be hunting demons. This is unlikely, as we're talking about an army that reports directly to the emperor. And this is also true. The personal detachment of the ruler of the state has completely different tasks. This army has only one purpose. It exists to maintain peace on the continent. They conduct training on their boundaries to keep him on a short leash. The emperor thought this was foolish. The deity asked if he was simply going to sit back and wait for them to attack. The emperor considered destroying them all, as he had more than enough power to do so. The thought haunted him, but he restrained himself. While the threat of war with the Southern Empire may be minimal, there's another problem. The borderlands are teeming with demons. Constantly being on guard has become routine for him. Over the past 10 years, the demons had become far more brutal than before. The emperor sighed deeply, feeling the weight of responsibility resting on his shoulders. The duke's gaze, reminiscent of Yusinil, evoked painful memories. However, Tespelun knew he had no right to lose control. If he gave in to his bloodlust, the devil would be able to take over his mind and soul. He couldn't allow that, especially now that Yusinil had returned. With her return to the capital, the risk of losing control became unacceptable. The emperor understood that her safety depended on his ability to maintain composure. Tespelun sighed and, looking at the assembled group, said, "This damn meeting has been going on forever." He was barely containing his irritation. Turning to Albert, the emperor asked how Yusinil was faring. For some reason, this information always worried him more than anything else. Albert reported that the lady regularly practiced swordsmanship and sparred with Lord Ethel every week. This news immediately sparked a burst of anger in Tessa. However, he ordered Albert to continue. The latter added that Lady Yusinil had recently been invited to a soiree at the Rantia estate, which would take place in 10 days. Albert noted that the lady did not yet have a companion, but most likely she would go to the event with Lord Nuss or with Lord Ethel, whom Tessa hated. Tess had hated Ethel since childhood. The tall, dark-haired man, a talented swordsman, and a potential rival for Yusinil's affections, All of this infuriated him. Recalling the past, the emperor thought about how he had put in a good word for Etel with his father, so that he would accept him into the guard. Even the intercepted letters that Etel sent to Yusinil during her exile could not sever his connection with the girl. The kind-hearted Yusinil, unable to refuse these suitors, became the target of their advances. The emperor knew he had to intervene. He thought irritably that it was his job to rid her of her persistent suitors. Apparently, the situation wouldn't change without his intervention. Albert soon reported that Yusinil had submitted a request for an audience and was going to visit the emperor this afternoon. Tess asked why it had become known so late. It turned out the letter had arrived yesterday, but he hadn't been in a good condition to read it in time. Yesterday, he ordered that no one disturb him unless they wanted to lose their heads. Emotions got the better of him, and he lost control of his powers. Now, having heard the news of her visit, he ordered everything to be prepared for her arrival, wanting to make the proper impression on her. Albert assured her that everything would be done. But as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Tess, who suddenly wanted to clarify the details. The emperor asked what he looked like, and Albert, not understanding what his master meant, sheepishly asked for forgiveness. It turned out that Tess had planned to appear before Yusinil as a sick and weak person in order to understand her true feelings. Yusinil, who had deliberately arrived at an inconspicuous time, brought the emperor a basket of fruit so as not to attract anyone's attention. She was surprised that half the palace greeted her as if it were an important visit. She was even more perplexed by the number of servants en route to her destination. When she was offered to accompany her, Yusinil, knowing the way to his office, refused the services of servants, considering it unnecessary. However, Albert reported that the emperor was not in the office, as he was resting in his chambers due to illness. Yusinil was concerned to hear about his condition. Albert, noticing her anxiety, hastened to reassure her that nothing serious had happened. Yusinil asked him to accept her apology. She always worries when someone is ill. Now Albert understood why the emperor had decided to feign illness. The lord said he would bring her to him immediately. Yusinil noticed that he had turned completely pale, so she assumed he was very ill. It seemed his majesty had fallen asleep. He asked the lady to wait a little, now he would leave them. The lady couldn't understand why he was sweating so profusely. If Albert's memory served him correctly, it was this very girl's name that his majesty had been repeating in his delirium. He thought she'd have a pretty hard time with him. Yusinil tried to wake Tess, after which the emperor grabbed her and dragged her to him. Yusinil didn't understand what it was. Tess said he was ticklish. The girl had no idea what he was doing. Yusinil was only 6 years old when she first met Tess. While she was much older at heart, he was still just a boy. And so, no matter what he did, she continued to see him as a child. But now, looking at his damp hair and clearly defined muscles, she understands that he is no longer a child. She needed to get off him before he woke up. Yusinil asked him to stop, not understanding why he was pulling her down. Yusinil was confused, because everything was the same as before. He was driving her crazy, but she still took him. Yusinil asked him not to press against her. His wet hair brushed against her bare skin. This was a very unusual sensation. Yusinil tried to pull herself together and push these thoughts away. It was time for her to get out of here. But in her sleep, the emperor asked her not to leave. Yusinil was overjoyed because he had finally deigned to wake up. So she asked him to let her go, but he also lay down on top of her. Yusinil asked him to stop and remarked that she felt like something like this had happened before. The girl decided she'd definitely blame him as soon as she opened her eyes. Incidentally, she hadn't noticed how strong he was. The girl couldn't help but move him a millimeter. It's even a little scary, by the way. His hands have also changed dramatically. When she returned to the capital, even the air between them became somehow different. For a long time, the image of little Tessa categorically did not want to disappear from her head. But now he was a grown man. She suddenly realized she'd never had a boyfriend. What can I say? She was so shy that she didn't even discuss other people's relationships with anyone. Yusinil thought that such close physical contact would make her uncomfortable. But she found that feeling the beating of something's heart was quite pleasant. It's calming, you can fall asleep like that. But she should not do that under any circumstances. If she spends another night here, her peaceful life will be over. Everyone will write that she spent the night in the imperial bedchamber. This confirms the rumors that she has been romantically involved with His Majesty since her youth. Her parents will be in despair, her father will faint, and her mother will give her a terrible blow. Therefore, she must not give in to a momentary impulse. She asked him to get up because she couldn't just throw him out of bed, after all. It would be indecent. She was either in front of her or with her, wondering what she should do. Give in to her desires and stay in the palace? Or push the insolent man off her back and go home? The gentleman casually remarked that he would prefer the first option, as he was unbearably bored without her. He said this with a slight smile, calling her hard-hearted. Then, as if to confirm his words, he tenderly kissed her hand. The gesture was both touching and insistent, making her feel a little uneasy. Yusinil tried to maintain her composure, but her irritation still broke through. She asked what in her actions he considered cruel, since she tolerated his antics. The emperor, with feigned surprise, reminded her that he was, after all, the ruler of the empire, and added that her tolerance towards him might even be excessive. Yusinil sighed and retorted that he should be grateful to still be alive after his bear hug, because even after that, he continued to be indignant. Tess merely smirked at this and asked how she would rate his hugs. The question was so mocking that Yusinil felt a slight irritation. Not wanting to continue this conversation, the girl threw the blanket over him, telling him to button up. But Tess took her words as impolite, since he was trying so hard for her. He pursed his lips and noted with resentment that her coldness might have hurt, if not for his iron patience. However, the girl paid no attention. Yusinil sternly asked him to stop walking around half-dressed, lest he catch a cold. But Tess realized his plan had worked as intended. He, noticing the blush on her face, wondered how she would react if he admitted that he dreamed of leaving a mark on her delicate neck. He had to remind himself to be patient. He believed that one day she would open her heart to him, and he would be able to completely possess her soul. Then, he thought, she would belong only to him. But now his attention was riveted on the mimlocks the girl had brought with her. Yusinil confirmed the fruit was meant for him. Tess smiled, noting that he'd momentarily doubted her intentions. He thought she was so cold and distant, but yet she was the one who always came to him when he needed support. Yusinil, in turn, assumed his behavior was due to resentment towards her. But Tess couldn't understand where she got such thoughts from. The girl just smiled and noted that as a child, he often threw tantrums if something didn't go his way, and now he behaves almost the same way. To end the conversation, she suddenly handed him a piece of fruit, and with a sharp movement put it into his mouth, causing the emperor to literally be taken aback. Slightly stunned, Tess didn't immediately realize it was fruit from her own garden. His surprise gave way to a touch of joy. Yusinil explained that the tree had borne fruit for the first time this year, and she wanted to share its joy with him. Her words sounded unexpectedly sincere. The emperor, approaching, asked if she had truly thought of him when she decided to treat him. The question was voiced with a slight hint of disbelief. Yusinil reminded him that it was he who had asked Sergard to care for this tree, and she simply thought it right to share the harvest. However, Tess noticed that her behavior had become surprisingly changeable. She would sometimes push him away, sometimes give him sweet moments like this. And although she avoids intimacy, he feels that there is an invisible connection between them that does not allow her to leave. He tried to get closer, but each time, Yusinil seemed to slip away, leaving him with the feeling that she would forever remain a mystery. Despite her coldness, Tess felt that every moment spent with her made him become more and more attached to this girl, but she remained out of his reach, like sand slipping through his fingers. He felt himself falling into her power, and it was unusual. When Yusinil sharply asked why he was staring like that, the emperor only chuckled, realizing that she had no idea about his feelings. He feigned nonchalance when he asked her to feed him. However, Yusinil, frowning, said he was perfectly capable of handling it himself. Tess, as if mockingly, then offered to pick him up, and his serious tone made her freeze in surprise. She couldn't understand how he could say such things with such sincerity, and she barely suppressed an irritated laugh in response. The emperor admitted he felt lonely. While she was enjoying balls, he spent his days here, in this chamber, in isolation and melancholy. It hurt him that she seemed to forget about him, and he admitted that for this moment, he was ready to endure any pain. Yusinil couldn't understand what was making him so clingy, but she gave in and allowed him to stay by her side. Tess, comfortably settled on her lap, remarked with a satisfied smile that he was now happy, because being next to her made him feel better. The girl looked at him reproachfully, remarking that it was strange to see the emperor sitting on the floor. The sight seemed to violate all propriety, but Tess calmly explained that she refused to share the bed, and the difference in their heights made his position even more uncomfortable. As if by chance, he again suggested moving to the bed, but Yusinil categorically rejected this idea, almost blushing with embarrassment. The emperor, looking into her eyes, suddenly asked how long she intended to pretend not to notice anything. The girl frowned, not understanding what was being discussed, and Tess, with a slight smile, told her mysteriously that, if she wanted, he would kneel before her. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but his words took Yusinil's breath away. She knew there was more behind the gesture. Tess added that simply being near her was enough for him, and as long as she didn't push him away, he felt completely happy. He admitted that these rare moments when they were alone made his world brighter, even if she considered it just a momentary weakness. Yusinil reminded him that she only agreed to this because he was sick, and asked him not to jump to conclusions. Tess nodded, but his gaze told a different story. For him, this wasn't just a moment. He was certain their connection ran deeper. The girl knew that her position did not bode well, but every time she looked at him, she felt something new being born inside her. She convinced herself that this was just a temporary phenomenon, but every day, she noticed that the thought about it was becoming more and more obsessive. Yusinil was afraid that if she gave in to these feelings, She would become captive to their power and would never be able to escape this turbulent cycle. She was determined to keep her composure while her research progressed and her dreams of returning became a reality. Recurring nightmares of her death reminded her that she was only a guest in this world. A guest who would one day have to leave, lest it upset its balance. Waking up once again from a disturbing dream, she was strengthened in her resolve to stay away from strong attachments. She couldn't allow her disappearance to cause anyone pain. And Yusinil herself understood that leaving would then be unbearable. Her resolve to remain calm and detached could not be shaken even by Tessa's presence, although sometimes she doubted whether she was strong enough. Having said goodbye to the Emperor, she wished him good night and left his chambers, trying not to look back. The next day, Yusinil encountered an unexpected scene. She heard loud voices coming from around the corner and rushed to investigate. Before her stood the Marquis's daughter, Lily, and Gale Hardland, who were clearly in the midst of a heated argument. Lily, flushed with anger, shouted that Gale should sit in her corner and keep her head down, as if she had no right to attention. Gale tried to justify herself, but Lily wouldn't let her get a word in edgewise, insisting that her existence was only an inconvenience to those around her. Yusinil frowned, came closer, and in a cold tone demanded to know what was going on here. Today, Yusinil finally found a moment to open a long-awaited letter from Noose. It had been languishing among other tasks for a long time, and she had almost forgotten about it. The bustle and endless worries of the past few days had completely consumed her life, pushing personal matters into the background. However, upon reading the first lines, she felt a strange uneasiness. Why had this letter arrived at precisely this moment, when time was so desperately short? Why now? Perhaps it would have been a good idea to call Edel for help, but Yusinil immediately doubted that decision. Edel was so busy that he even canceled his last training session, something he'd never done before. He'd said it was urgent. He'd been summoned to the palace and refusal was impossible. But Yusinil sensed there was more behind those words. He was clearly nervous, and she couldn't help but notice. If they were to try to involve him in solving the problem, Ethel would most likely ask Oren for help. It would be a logical step, but something about it also felt wrong. Yusinil noticed a strange coincidence. Nuss had suddenly been sent on a business trip, and Edel was overloaded with work. It was as if someone had deliberately isolated her from them. She briefly considered that Tess might be behind this, but she quickly dismissed the thought. He wasn't the kind of man to abuse his power out of jealousy. Or could he? After their dance at the New Year's ball, Yusinil became the object of intense attention from the aristocracy. Now her every move was discussed, and inviting someone to the evening became a real dilemma. She thought irritably, why should she even bother? Perhaps she was simply exaggerating the situation, attaching too much importance to it. But after her last meeting with Tess, she vowed to keep her distance from any emotional upheaval. She had to remain cool and independent. After all, she could go to the party alone. Her family's reputation was strong enough not to be damaged by such a minor infraction. Moreover, she increasingly felt it was better to stay away from these evenings, intrigues, and gossip altogether. All of this only got in the way. Her decision to distance herself from high society began to bear fruit. She felt calmer and freer. However, at some point, Yusinil realized that isolation had taken her too far. She began to be troubled by questions she had previously ignored. When she decided to discuss them with the professor, those around her were surprised. The lady now spent almost all her time in the lab, which was unusual for her position. Some even began whispering that her passion for research bordered on obsession. This didn't escape her notice, but she pretended not to care. Indeed, it seemed as if nothing but working on the project interested her anymore. Even communication with loved ones became a rarity. She had finally decided that she would not become attached to anyone. This was her firm decision, and she was confident that nothing would make her change her mind. But the moment her frightened sister appeared before her, Yusinil suddenly felt how her own indifference became hateful to her. She addressed Gael sternly, demanding to know what had happened. Her silence and confusion seemed suspicious, and Yusinil wanted to know the truth. The girl, with a gentle smile, assured that she was simply giving her sister some advice, adding that these were the usual instructions from an older student. Then she looked at those around her, as if seeking their support, and with feigned naivete, asked whether she was really to blame for this situation. Gail, to everyone's surprise, admitted her guilt. She bowed her head and calmly stated that she was the one who started this conflict. Yusinil was shocked. She suggested that her sister return home, assuring her that everything was fine and she had nothing to worry about. But a voice inside her whispered that Gail was frightened. The situation clearly went beyond the bounds of a simple conflict, and Yusinil sensed it. A thought flashed through her mind. Her sister was stepping on the same rake again. Why was she so stubbornly ignoring her past mistakes? She reminded herself that she had promised not to interfere. But the words she heard struck a chord. This time, she couldn't remain silent. After Gail left, Yusinil fell into thought. She had promised herself not to interfere, but she knew she wouldn't forgive herself if something happened. She walked her sister to the stagecoach, assuring her that everything would be fine. but her smile vanished as soon as Gail left. Her face turned serious. She remembered how Lily had repeatedly crossed boundaries, and she decided she wouldn't tolerate it. Lily tried to defend herself, claiming that she was just giving a few tips, but Yusinil silently slapped her across the face, stopping the flow of excuses. This caused a storm of indignation. Lily called her an impudent girl and was furious that anyone would dare raise a hand to her. Yusinil looked at her coldly, replying that next time she should choose her words more carefully, otherwise the consequences would be worse. She reminded him that without her intercession, Lily would have been imprisoned long ago. She was saved only by asking the Emperor for clemency. Lily was stunned. She couldn't believe anyone dared remind her of this, but Yusinil was adamant. After that, she turned around and walked away, leaving Lily with her thoughts and indignation, as if finally putting an end to their argument. She reminded him that if it weren't for her intervention, Lily would have rotted in prison long ago. And all thanks to the mercy she herself had asked the Emperor for. Lily, furious, couldn't believe that anyone dared to remind her of that moment. But Yusinil remained unperturbed and left. Earrings were shocked that Lady helped free Lily. The girl stood up and he shouted and asked what she was carrying. Yusinil told her to watch her tongue, as she was furious right now. The Marquis's daughter didn't see why she cared, since she was Lady Xuen. It seems Yusinil has already made it clear she won't tolerate this girl's vile yapping just because she's Orine's sister. She clearly has no intention of turning a blind eye to such behavior. Although the elf is naturally reluctant to display her full power, Yusinil is willing to make an exception for her. This situation clearly requires a different approach. She hopes this girl understands that Yusinil is leading her to a certain understanding of what's happening. She doesn't want to let her go so easily. She turns to the other girls standing nearby and asks for their names. The girls standing nearby did not know what to do in this situation and began to ask Lily how they should respond in this situation, what they should expect from what was happening. Despite their confusion, the girls introduced themselves. However, upon learning their names, the mistress asked them not to reveal the full truth about how everything had happened. Today, when the seniors were greeting the new students, Lady Ganyel was the first to greet Lily. It was completely unexpected, and Lily was slightly taken aback. Yusinil wondered if this was really a serious issue. She couldn't fathom how serious a conflict could be over such a trivial matter. She asked if the girls wanted to say that the Marquis's daughter had almost torn the Duke's daughter to pieces just because of some pathetic greeting, which sounded absolutely ridiculous. Yusinil noticed that the situation looked hopeless and grabbed the girl by the hem of her robe. She was ready to take decisive action, as the situation was clearly spiraling out of control. The Marquis's daughter cried out, demanding that Yusinil remove her hands, as she would complain to her father. She was certain he would not let this incident go unpunished. She reminded that the future empress of this country stood before her, and she would not allow herself to be treated this way, demanding respect and recognition. The lady momentarily forgot about raising her daughter, as her father surrounded her with love and care, hoping that she would become a future empress and the main pride of their family. Perhaps it was for this very reason that her father, in desperation, begged her to rescue his daughter from such a precarious situation. Lily quietly asked if it was true, unable to believe it. The lady, noticing the doubt in her voice, added that her dear daddy literally crawled to her on his knees, ready to kiss her feet so that she would not punish his daughter. So to this day, she is alive and well, solely because she managed to convince the Emperor not to execute her, despite all her mistakes. Lily indignantly declared that this was all a lie, to which the lady replied that she was irritated not only by Lily's behavior, but also by her unfounded confidence that the Emperor would ever marry her. She reminded Lily that the man she was clinging to so desperately had been hers long before Lily had even been born, so her attempts had been in vain. Lily couldn't understand how she could even speak like that, not realizing the gravity of the situation. Yusinil coldly declared that her life still depended on her. In other words, she could either beg Yusinil for forgiveness or say goodbye to her life and well-being. The choice was hers alone. After these words, the lady silently left the room, leaving Lily to ponder what she would do next. Everything was being decided too quickly, and she had no time to think. Gael was extremely worried, not knowing where her sister was and why she hadn't shown up for so long. She couldn't understand what could have happened and was on the verge of panic, unsure what to do. Gael didn't want to think about the possibility that something terrible could have happened and was very worried. Afraid that these girls could cause her sister pain or suffering, one of the servants asked to calm the lady down, but she couldn't understand what would happen if her sister actually suffered because of these women. It was unbearable for her. Gail was afraid her parents would be very upset if something happened to Yusinil. Her anxiety grew, as she didn't know how it would all end. But suddenly, unexpectedly, her sister came up to her from behind and asked who would suffer, as if not understanding the whole situation and her experiences. Gael threw herself into her sister's arms, asking where she had been for so long, because she was so worried and could not understand why her sister had not appeared earlier. Yusinil thought she was stupid and didn't understand why she was so worried, because nothing terrible had happened, and it could have been lived through calmly. Gail asked Yusinil not to call her that, to which the lady apologized with a smile, promising not to use such words towards her anymore. She suggested that Gail not worry and return home with the servants. She would be safe and no one would harm her, so there was no need to worry. The little girl was upset because she didn't want to be left alone at the academy all night. She had hoped things would be different. Yusinil, noticing her sadness, said that she did not understand why it upset her so much, because the academy was a place where she could learn a lot. She recalled how Gail herself said that the capital was so beautiful and interesting, but now it seemed that she felt like an outsider and out of place here. She also recalled Gail saying that her parents were always busy and rarely home, and how she missed spending time with her sister. Their elven mother often doesn't understand human customs, and their father is always busy at work and returns home well after midnight, so Gail feels lonely. Because of this, Gail could only count on her older sister, who was the only person she could rely on. Yusinil reassured her, promising that she would visit home more often to spend more time with her sister and support her in difficult times. She promised that they would spend much more time together, and that would now become her priority, despite all her other concerns. Yusinil knew that someday she would have to leave this place, but for now, her main goal was to ensure her sister's safety and peace of mind. She told Gail to go home and wait for her there. Yusinil needed to meet with several people urgently to take care of some important matters. The Emperor was delighted to see Yusinil, and it was a pleasant surprise for him, since he had not expected her visit at that moment. She finally arrived when he had just finished his business, and now they could talk about important matters. It was a good coincidence. He invited her into the drawing room, or perhaps the library. The mistress greeted him, and despite the formalities, Tess repeatedly said they could dispense with them. She had come a long way and was ready to discuss important matters concerning her plans and future. This was necessary for further action. Yusinil said that she wanted to ask him for a favor, and hoped that the Emperor would help her in solving an important issue. She explained that there was an important dinner party at the Ranchia estate this weekend, and she wanted the Emperor to be her companion at the event. To strengthen Gail's position in society, she asked him to help her just once, by supporting her at this important event. The fact that Lillian had mocked Ganyel in front of me left her confused. The Marquis's youngest daughter firmly believes she will one day become Empress, so she can understand her impudence. But how her friends from the families of the minor landed gentry dare to bully the young Duchess is completely incomprehensible. After some thought, she found the answer to this question. Children develop their own hierarchy. I know this very well. Parents organize something like a tea party for them or take them with them to various social events. In this way, they help him strengthen his status, get comfortable among his peers, and even make friends with them. This has long been a kind of tradition, but since their family was in exile for a long time, they were unable to observe it. So she asked him to be her companion. She would need the Emperor's help to make up for lost time as quickly as possible. They seemed to be listening intently to their conversation, and she thought they would let them be alone. But that wouldn't do. They definitely wouldn't be allowed to talk here. So she dragged the Emperor along with her. Yusinil suggested he look for a more secluded spot. Tess was simply shocked. He remembered when she was little and noticed that she hadn't changed at all. They found a place where no one would find them. Yusinil couldn't believe she'd sunk so low, suddenly jumping up and running through the palace as if scalded, and she had no idea what she was thinking. She also apologized for not even letting the Emperor open his mouth. She also grabbed him by the hand. Just like in childhood, he should let go before he thought of something unnecessary. Yusinil, I wanted others to eavesdrop because it concerned her sister. That's why she brought him here, and that's the only reason. Tess said he knew, so she decided to go back to where she started. But first, she asks him to just move away from her. Tess noted that she said that she wanted to use him, but he was not at all against it and was even glad. Yusinil noted that he didn't even really understand what she asked for. Tess asked her to just say it again. The lady didn't quite understand what he meant. He wanted her to ask him to be her companion again. Again. The lady was very embarrassed, and he asked her not to worry, as he always listened to her attentively. After that, he kissed her on the forehead. She once said that he wasn't allowed to kiss her on the lips without permission, or that was just what she wanted. The girl became frightened and asked him to move over. Tess noted that she probably wouldn't repeat it. Yusinil asked him to be her companion and hoped he was now satisfied. God didn't say he was completely satisfied, but the girl didn't understand why he insisted on it so much. Tess pointed out that even if he explained, she still wouldn't understand. But every time he hears it, it feels like his dream has come true. But he needs to know if she really wants the Emperor himself to accompany her to social events, since he thought she disliked being the center of attention. The Lord said that something had happened, and then she told him everything that had happened. Yusinil was afraid that he would get angry and make some rash decision, but she was struck by his calm. Tess remarked that she seemed to care about her little sister very much, even more than he could have imagined. When she shared how infuriated she was by the incident, he quickly drew the right conclusions. Yusinil is worried that her sister will not be accepted in high society, and therefore wants to show everyone that her older sister is close enough to the emperor to invite him to a dinner party as her partner. Yusunil noted that he had indeed understood everything correctly, and she also asked him for forgiveness. She was terribly sorry she had to treat him like this, but Tess said she didn't need to apologize because that was why he was so happy to inherit the throne. She knows that he is ready to fall on his knees before her if she wishes it. Tess prays that she can use it as much as her heart desires. He will do everything for her. He is just waiting for an order from her. Yusunil noticed that in this lighting, the eyes looked darker than the night sky. They are so deep that you can easily drown in them. Just one fleeting glance from his impossible eyes seems like a passionate declaration of love. Tess asked her to kiss him. He was too obedient a boy and deserved a reward. For some reason, because of him, she immediately loses the ability to think clearly. If you think about it, she has never dated anyone before, and in her past life, her father abandoned her sick mother and went to his mistress. And she had to take care of her alone, so there was no time for her own relationship. And then she was killed altogether. It's not surprising that she developed extensive trust issues. But thanks to her current parents, she realized that true love exists. However, she was certain that she was not destined to experience these feelings. Therefore, she does not understand the reason for all this reasoning. She was completely unaccustomed to such situations, because then she kissed him. She asked him to wait, but the emperor continued kissing her. Yusunil knows that she reached out for a kiss, but what she should do now is completely unclear. Yusunil decided this couldn't go on any longer. She needed to push him away quickly. Yusunil asked him to wait, but the emperor began to say that he liked her very much. So, there is no strength to restrain oneself, but there is no need to worry. He will not continue without her consent. This is a curse. She must stop it and put a stop to this chaos immediately. He understands perfectly well what this is fraught with, but Tess still asked if she really didn't like the kiss, because he likes it so much. When she looks into his eyes, it becomes so hot that her throat burns, and her thoughts literally evaporate. Even so, she still has to order him to stop, but her body is on fire and is moving towards him against her will. Yusunil agreed to just this once. That evening, the main character came home and told her mother that she had reported a mistake. CL reacted weakly, and the girl was surprised that this was all she would say, since she had no idea what exactly she had done. The mother thinks that everything is not so bad. Before this, she did very well in everything she took on, so she believes in her daughter. Yusunil became convinced that her mother thought too highly of her, so she asked where her younger sister was. Gail is outside playing with the maids. She could call her, but she shouldn't, because the girl doesn't want her to hear this conversation. It's because of this that we're going to talk about her. Yusunil accidentally witnessed other students bullying her, and he suspects that this has been going on since the day he was enrolled in the academy. The mother did not understand how this could happen. The girl asked her to listen to her calmly. After her story, Mother asked if everything she'd said was truly true. Yusunil remarked that there was no need to worry, as she had immediately intervened and sorted everything out. It's her fault. She didn't give her daughter the attention she deserved. But the little girl always smiled and was in high spirits, and she couldn't imagine anyone was bullying her. It's completely unclear why she didn't tell her or her father about it. Yusunil noted that this was because she and her father were completely focused on Yusunil. She knew they were very worried, but there was no need for that. Ciel felt a little angry and couldn't understand how she could say that. Yusunil added that the more attention they give her, the less attention Gail gets. Perhaps she and her father were worried because she constantly blamed herself for their expulsion and spent almost her entire childhood in the home library. But she's already an adult, so there's no need to worry about her so much. Ciel said that it wasn't just that. The reason she was going crazy with worry was because of her nightmares. It's hidden in that very prophecy. But she can't talk about it, so the lady fell silent. The girl asked what was wrong with her mother. Ciel just said that everything was fine and she was right, so she would try to pay more attention to her sister. She will also definitely tell her father about everything, and then they will think together about how to solve this problem. Yusunil was surprised, and then noted that, frankly speaking, she had already decided, but his mother would not like him. Yusunil said that overall, she has everything under control, so there is nothing to worry about. Ciel, you understand. She's at peace with that. Yusunil, thank heavens, she didn't want to know the details. Mother said that she would always pay more attention to her and worry about her more than about others, so she asks the girl to be more careful. Yusunil thought about how this was the first time her mother had so openly admitted that she was her favorite, and then she noticed that the door had not been opened before. After that unpleasant conversation with my mother, time flew by unnoticed, and the day of the ill-fated social event arrived. You will place the Duke. Tess said he turned her in because she was his precious Yusunil. The lady greeted them. Her younger sister was simply shocked, as it was her first time seeing a carriage adorned with the imperial family's coat of arms and an escort of knights. Tess seemed to have prepared meticulously for this event. He was overjoyed to be Yusunil's official companion. The gentleman noted that he should note that they had not seen each other since that day, so he asked if she had done what he had asked of her. Gale thought about it. She asked her sister what he was talking about. The emperor began to say that he was with her little sister, but his mistress began coughing rapidly and loudly. Gale didn't understand what was wrong with her or whether she was okay. The emperor said they were simply discussing matters of state, and the girl had grasped everything immediately. Yusinil was very confused and remarked that she thought Gale had forgotten something. The girl remembered and greeted. She was very glad to meet and introduced herself with her name. The emperor believed that she had probably rehearsed this greeting for a long time, and now she was a wife. What kind of a little sister was Yusinil? The girl thought the rumors were probably true, and she and her sister really were very close. Lord, the bicycle legs asked again. Gale admitted that the young ladies at the academy were talking about nothing else. Yusinil believed it was probably Lily's doing. The girl also apologized if she had made a mistake. The emperor noted that at least the girl hadn't lied about something. Tess said it was all true, and that she and her little sister were quite close. So he'd prepared a small gift for her. This knight will accompany her tonight. The man bowed and said he would be honored to serve her. Gale was overjoyed and immediately began talking to him. Yusinil was surprised that he even assigned her security. She asked me if he thought it was too much, since they were not members of the imperial family. Tess thought it didn't matter, and if it did, she might as well enter it as a bride. Yusinil began to deny it, and he pointed out that it was she who stole his innocence. After all, she herself had agreed to it, but the lady asked him to remain silent and covered his mouth. She was very embarrassed. Yusinil told them she'd only kissed him, and he should call a spade, otherwise people would misunderstand. Besides, they'd agreed to forget about it. He promised her this. And so, after that intoxicating kiss, they decided to pretend nothing had happened. Yusinil believed that she had become mentally unstable due to the stress she had experienced. She asked him to consider it payment for the service, of course, not the only thing he would get, but her body moved on its own. Yusinil understood that he would never let this phrase pass by. Listen. So she did not understand what she was thinking about then. She decided to screw it on, and her head was already spinning. If she started to worry about it even more, she would completely burst. The gentleman agreed, but in exchange, he wants her to think about why she was attracted to him. She doesn't have to rush into an answer. After all, the emperor knows how to wait. Yusinil repeated these words and asked if he remembered, but she was still grateful for his concern. It had been a long time since she'd seen Gale look so happy. Since she had obviously been out of sorts lately, she was afraid that she might have overheard her conversation with her mother. But perhaps she was imagining things too much. When they arrived, the girl was simply delighted because the Duke's estate was simply magnificent. Yusinil asked her not to run away because she had told her this back in the carriage. Gale noted that she said that although she and the emperor had known each other since childhood and communicated freely, she should not forget her manners. Yusinil asked where she was going in such a hurry. Tess remarked that she was being overly affectionate with her sister. It was her first time out, after all, and naturally, she was nervous. Her personal guard will be following her around all evening, so there is nothing to worry about. So instead, she can pay a little more attention to him, because he is her partner after all. Gale agreed with him and said she'd be fine. The lady said she saw they were getting along. They hadn't even gotten to the point of annoyance, and she was already tired. Yusinil was shocked that he even asked, because he had tired her out with his presence, and she had been listening to them the whole way. Gale said her sister was the sweetest, smartest, kindest, and strongest girl in the world. He agreed, saying she might seem cold at times, but that gave her a special charm. Gale said that they decorated the entrance very beautifully. It was simply a sight to behold. The emperor remarked that it still couldn't compare to the opulent decoration of the imperial palace. The hallway was decorated with diamond and gold statues. Tess said that if she wanted to see it, she could come to him, but she had to take her sister with her. Gale promised to visit him tomorrow. Yusinil wouldn't agree. They were at odds. Gael really wanted this, so she started looking at her sister with a pitiful face, so she agreed. Yusinil said she would make time for the week, provided that she was polite to everyone today and made friends with someone. Since this is not an official reception, I will not have any difficulties, and besides, His Majesty is with them. Gale asked if she thought Lady Lillian would come. Yusinil said she doubted she'd have the courage to show up here with a swollen cheek. She'll most likely be left alone at home. The girl asked why the emperor was laughing. Tess asked permission to give her advice. She shouldn't cut the weeds, otherwise she would never get rid of them. They need to be pulled out by the roots before they scatter all over the garden. Yusinil asked what he was getting at, since I had to get so close to her. She asked him to confess because she thought he was making something up. Tess remarked that she would soon see for herself. Lily was at the reception after all. She introduced herself to the emperor. It was supposed to be a modest celebration, similar to those she had attended up until now. In other words, it was supposed to be an ordinary dinner party, arranged so that nobles could introduce their offspring into society and help them settle into high society. Everyone immediately began greeting the Duchess and His Highness in her company. The lady thought that all the guests were probably confused and feeling awkward. Tess said she was here today solely as ladies' partner, so they could all hold their heads up. Yusunil thought that there would be a regular dinner here, and she doesn't understand why there are so many people here. Even the heads of noble families are present. It looks more like a royal reception. She assumed it was the Emperor's doing, since she'd asked not to shock the public. Tess insisted that wasn't the case. He only mentioned in passing that he was going to attend this social event. It was at a meeting, and then everyone heard that the Emperor was going to go there with his partner. Tess said he was just thinking out loud, and they were happy to try. It wasn't his fault. But now he realized what he had done. Yusunil sighed and remarked that it was good that he hadn't announced it to everyone. The ladies approached Gale and introduced her daughter, and the girl was very happy to meet them all. She was very happy to communicate with new friends, many of whom were older than her. Not only girls, but also boys met her, so her older sister was very happy about this. Yusunil noted that it seemed like she had finally found friends, and was feeling more comfortable. Everyone was being open and friendly, and she beamed with joy again. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, and that was such a relief. The Emperor thought she was pleased. So he offered to play with him because he was really bored right now. The lady asked him to stop, as someone might see. Tess said she couldn't take her eyes off her little sister. This even made him feel a little offended, but the girl didn't understand what was happening. When she looked at him, she was simply horrified by how cute he was. It seems like she has disappeared. Since that day, she thinks only about him. Yusunil wanted me to think that she really fell in love with him. The gentleman asked what was wrong with her. She said that she was in a hurry to pay her respects. The Marquis came up from behind and greeted the gentleman and lady, with his daughter next to him. Yusunil did not understand what was happening and realized that the person in front of her was Marquis Juen. She couldn't believe that she had almost confessed her feelings to the Emperor. She must have completely lost her mind. Fortunately, Lillian's appearance brought her back down to earth. Temperature believed this meant she was the young lady who fancied herself the future empress. Lily froze in place when she heard the Emperor's voice, which said that she seemed to imagine herself as an empress. The Marquis was taken aback and declared that news had reached him that his foolish daughter had treated them unfairly, and he wished to offer his deepest apologies. Yusunil looked at them intently, but said nothing. At that very moment, the Emperor declared that this would not do, since the lady did not consider it necessary to greet those to whom she needed to apologize. He said that she seemed to be ignorant of etiquette, and he wanted to teach her a couple of lessons, at which point his knight drew his sword from its sheath. The Emperor looked at the Marquis and asked what he would say. The Marquis, in turn, trembled with fear. At that very moment, he bowed his daughter and told her to immediately beg for forgiveness. She was in shock and did not understand why her father treated her like that. He shouted that he didn't want to hear anything and she should apologize. The young lady approached her sister, as she didn't like the situation. Yusunil looked closely at her sister, who was scared. The young lady called her sister. But at that very moment, Yusunil, with a smile, told her sister that she didn't need to worry, as she would sort everything out. She quickly walked up to the Emperor and asked him to stop. Looking at the young lady, she stated that she did not need an apology. She said that this was her precious sister's first social evening, and she didn't want to spoil the impression. Yusunil looked at the young lady coldly and menacingly, as she hoped that she had already realized her mistake. She said that the young ice girl should no longer call herself the future empress, without having good reasons for doing so. The Emperor looked at the young lady with a smile, and remarked that he completely agreed with her. But he stated that if something like this happened, they would not escape punishment. Meanwhile, the young man stood quietly to the side, but he heard all the whispers of the aristocrats who were discussing this topic. They said that young Yusunil seemed to have become the Emperor's favorite. At that very moment, the young man turned his gaze to the young lady. He was curious about who she was, as he had heard many whispers about her, but today, he saw her. After some time, the young lady was walking slowly through the garden, as she found it difficult due to the huge crowd around the Emperor. Yusunil was puzzled, as she had hardly managed to slip away from there unnoticed. Some time ago, she quietly told the Emperor that she wanted a drink. He quickly replied that he would immediately bring her some water. A moment later, the young league was taken aback as she noticed the man, but at the same time, she was worried that she could be alone in this place. She knew that noble gentlemen rarely attended social events dressed like this. She wondered if he was also disgusted by the whole masquerade. Meanwhile, the young man was puzzled, wondering when the masquerade would end. She sighed because she understood him, but at that very moment the wind blew, and she saw his face sideways. The young lady was taken aback for a moment, but at that very moment she recognized the young man, and without wasting a minute, the young lady ran up to the stranger and asked if it was Dr. Worthing in front of her. Shine. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she really knew who he really was. Yusunil was shocked and could not believe that the doctor himself was standing in front of her. She was lucky to meet a scientist who became famous throughout the empire, because before his research, people did not perceive magic as a science at all. He was able to prove that there are many dimensions in the universe that are connected by an invisible, magical thread. He also convinced everyone that creatures like dragons and fairies were quite real, only they lived in other worlds. To her, he was a great man, but he rarely appeared in public, so she decided to ask him a few questions about his work. After some time, the young people were talking enthusiastically about science and magic. The young man looked at her intently as he saw a like-minded person, and she stated that she had read all of his works. They discussed these materials heatedly for some time. At that very moment, the maid passed by them and noticed that all the aristocrats were strange. Meanwhile, the young lady was hastily writing down everything she heard from him, and at the same time, she said that he was simply a genius. He looked at her with a smile and said that he had heard that the next leading figure in science was destined to write an article. He noticed that her hard work, perseverance, and unconventional approach were truly amazing. She was taken aback when he learned her name, which she did not say. A moment later, the young lady introduced herself and stated that she was in charge of a research project. He greeted her back with a smile. At the same time, he asked how she recognized him, since he was not one of those people who showed themselves in public, and few people knew about him. The young lady stated that there was a photograph of him under one article, and after some time, the young lady learned that he had come to the estate to be sad. He looked at her with a smile and asked her not to tell anyone about their meeting, while the lady assured him that he did not need to worry. Worthing glanced sideways into the distance and noticed that everyone was already looking for the young lady. At that moment, he said goodbye to her. But the young lady stopped him and asked if he would like to meet at a city cafe the following weekend. He was surprised by this, but she assured him that they could reserve a separate room and continue their discussion in a private setting. Yusunil said that she still had a lot of questions that she wanted to ask him. At that very moment, the young man said with a smile that he would gladly accept her proposal. The young lady was incredibly happy about this. Meanwhile, the emperor quietly watched them from afar. He saw how his beloved was happily talking with some young man. At the same time, he did not like this scene, since his beloved was giving her unique smile to another man. Sometime later, the reception ended, and the young people returned back. Yusunil was a little puzzled, as she saw that her companion was not in the mood. She knew something was wrong because he hadn't said a word during their trip. Her sister fell asleep and was taken away in another carriage, so the young people were left alone. She thought that he would stick to her like a bath leaf, but for some reason he sat down, on the contrary, further away from her. She understood that this was not like him at all. Yusunil, looking at her companion, timidly asked if he was angry with her. He looked at her intently, but at the same moment said that she should not say such nonsense. She was taken aback because she did not understand why he said such a thing. At the same moment, he asked how he could be angry with her. The emperor said that she was his greatest treasure, the one and only. He said with a smile that she, knowing this better than others, still said such cruel things. The young lady looked intently at her companion, for she recognized his look, and it made her freeze. And then she felt a burning cold and an indefinable desire, as if she were drowning in the pool of his eyes, without offering even a bit of resistance. He said he was afraid she would start liking her light hair more than her dark hair, and that someday she would give her dazzling smile to someone else. He said he was afraid because she could leave him at any moment, and he didn't know when it would happen. She didn't understand how he could love her so much. She did not understand how he could belong to only her in sociology. He said that she was his whole world, and at the same time, he showed her all his passion. The young lady wanted him to calm down a little, but he, in turn, kissed her back with even greater passion. She sighed heavily and asked him to give her some rest. He asked in surprise why she broke the kiss. He wanted her not to push him away, and for this reason, he begged her. Yusunil sighed heavily, as she realized that her companion was simply a fool. She pulled him closer to her and declared that he had gotten it all wrong again, and she pulled away not because she didn't like him, but simply because she couldn't breathe. He looked at her with tears in his eyes in a way he had not expected. Yusunil stated that he kissed her so fiercely that she had difficulty even breathing. He stated with bewilderment that she could just breathe through her nose. The young lady was shocked. She said that she tried. Looking away from him, she stated that this was her second kiss, and she did not understand how to do everything correctly. At that very moment, he declared with a grin that she couldn't do everything. She said that she had never kissed anyone before him, and there was nothing surprising about that. Tesfalun, with tears in his eyes but with a joyful smile, declared that he was very happy. He said that he could not understand whether she was crying or laughing, but he was glad that only he knew her from such sides, because she always gave the impression of an ideal and collected young lady. Tesfalun looked intently at his companion and asked her to be just as meek and gentle with him. She pulled away from him and asked him sheepishly if he could just wipe his tears and stop being childish. He said that she, on the contrary, behaved strictly like a ruler. He did not understand why this was happening, but he thought that love was to blame for everything. The young lady thought about his words for a moment. She saw him first cling to her and throw a tantrum, and then smile as if nothing had happened. She had no idea whether it was love or not, but at that moment, all her thoughts evaporated as the Emperor called her. She looked at him intently. As she thought his lips were sweet, without wasting a minute, she kissed him tenderly. Sometime later, she sat quietly, lost in her thoughts, as the Emperor declared that he was afraid of losing her because he loved her. She was afraid to reciprocate his feelings. She knew whether she loved him or not. Moments later, the young lady was taken aback as she heard her friend calling her. Oren looked at her intently and stated that she had come to her to share important news, but her friend was in the clouds. The young lady was taken aback and said with a smile that she was listening to her attentively. But at the same moment, she asked her friend about something she had talked about earlier. A moment later, she greeted her friend with a smile as the head of the family, and she did not forget to congratulate her on the joyful event. Orin told her friend that she had some credit for this, because she had previously said that her sister did not need to apologize, and her father was seriously scared. She sighed and stated that he most likely thought that this time his daughter would definitely lose her head. He spoke with the Emperor and decided to resign. She said that he gave her a choice, either to lead the family or to give up all privileges. She looked closely at her friend, as she saw that she did not look happy after all the news. Oren thought for a moment, not knowing what to answer. The young lady asked her friend if something was bothering her. At that moment, she sighed heavily and declared that it was all because of Lord Ethel. She told her friend that she probably noticed that she was not indifferent to him, but she understood that they would hardly be able to be together, since she had inherited the title, and he could inherit his from his father. She sighed and stated that her future husband would have to become a member of her family and renounce his own surname, so the young duke would not agree to this. Yusinil told her friend that she could give up her title in favor of her fiancé, but the young lady stated that she would simply find another groom. She didn't want to sacrifice everything for her lover, and on top of everything else, she didn't believe in love until her last breath. Yusinil was taken aback as she didn't expect to hear something like that. Oren sighed and asked her friend if she knew why her father loved her sister so much. She revealed that her sister was the daughter of his mistress, not the woman he was married to. She said her father tried to keep it a secret, but word spread quickly. She knew that her friend was doing well in her family, and for this reason, it was extremely difficult for her to believe in the existence of true love. Oren sighed as she told her friend that it might be hard for her to understand, but the young lady knew that it wasn't so at all. She understood perfectly well what her friend felt, because she was running away from love for the same reason. At that moment, she sighed heavily, as she realized that she truly loved the Emperor. But it was extremely difficult for her to open her heart to him. Meanwhile, the young lady was sleeping quietly in her room, but she was having a terrible nightmare. She burst into bitter tears and writhed in pain, as she was in unbearable pain. At that very moment, the Emperor hurried to her and called her. He asked in surprise what had happened, and she, no less surprised, called him. He gave in, surprised. Had she really had a nightmare? Yusinil asked in surprise what he was doing in her room. He said with a smile that he had always been there for her. She sighed because she knew it was true. He hugged her quietly for a while. A moment later, the young lady asked if he really loved her. Without hesitation, he replied that of course he loved her, and had always loved her with all his heart. She asked if he would always be by her side. But, unfortunately, there was no answer to her question. At that very moment, he said that it was impossible. She was surprised, but at the same time, he asked if she didn't understand. He said with a grin that in the end, she would leave him herself. He looked at her intently and declared that she was obsessed with her research and did not care about his feelings. He says that she only thinks about how to return to her world, without really knowing if it is possible. Looking away, she said that she is very worried about her mother, but at that very moment she saw his appearance, which insisted that she was only afraid of being deceived, and therefore she wanted to leave as soon as the gates between the worlds opened. They told her with a fierce grin that she was nothing but a coward. The young lady was taken aback by what she heard. She knew it was not so. She screamed that it was not true, but after some time, the young lady still woke up from her terrible nightmare, but with tears in her eyes. She sighed when she realized it was just a bad dream, and she was puzzled because she had been having nightmares for a long time. She didn't know what to do because it was difficult for her to keep everything to herself. Meanwhile, the young man sat quietly in the office, waiting for the guest. After some time, he heard some kind of drain door, and at that very moment, his expression changed, and he greeted the young lady with joy, as he had been waiting for her for a long time. She apologized for being late. At that very moment, she declared that she had to take a roundabout route, and that was the reason she was delayed. A moment later, the young lady asked him how long he had been waiting for her. He smiled and stated that he was not bothered by the wait, so she did not need to worry. Yusinil thanked him, but noticed that he was too kind. He said with a smile that he was not trying to be polite at all, but he said that after an interesting conversation, he was eager to see her again, because he couldn't even remember the last time he spoke to someone with such pleasure. She was surprised to hear something like that, but at the same time, she noticed that today he had combed his hair and was dressed to the nines. Yusinil looked at the doctor and asked if she could begin. At that very moment, he gave her the floor with a smile. After some time of their discussion, he looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant by that. Yusinil sighed and looked closely at the young man, as her formulas were incorrect. Worthing, looking at his companion, said that last time he had not dared to ask her a question. But now he asked why she was so interested in this research. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand the question. He stated that he was doing research to publish new articles, as this was his job and a way of self-realization. He said with a smile that it also brought him inexplicable joy. He thought they were similar in that way. But, according to his observations, she did not receive any particular satisfaction. On the contrary, she was in a hurry, as if someone was rushing her. Yusinil stated that she was much more attracted to the possibility of traveling between worlds using magic. She said that this was the reason she was studying mana surges, as it was believed that they often opened portals to other dimensions. But it was difficult for her to predict when and where the next magical storm would occur, so she was losing her patience. She felt as if she was losing her way and didn't know what to grab onto. Worthing said he heard about travel while he was working on one of his early works. He said that many of his colleagues were convinced that mana surges were caused by demons. But in fact, their appearance should be considered more of a consequence than a cause, since they were attracted by the activity of other magical creatures. She wondered if they could catch a magical storm if they found the demons. Worthing believed that was correct. However, evidence about their habitats is strictly classified. At that very moment, she handed him copies of the documents found in the palace library. Yusinil asked if traveling between worlds was possible. He stated that it was theoretically possible, but unfortunately, no one had yet been able to prove this. She understood that it was impossible to say for sure. She understood that although she had no guarantees, she had learned a lot from her conversation with the doctor, because he had helped her get closer to her goal. But at that very moment, she remembered the Emperor, and that he had tenderly spoken of his love for her. But now, she was not thinking about his love at all. She sighed heavily and stated that she also hoped that it would be possible to travel across the world. Deciding to escape responsibility, her father abandoned her. But he abandoned not only his daughter, he abandoned his wife, who was sick. Unfortunately, the young lady was caught between fires, putting her own life on hold. She saw her classmates whispering and introducing the wonderful life of teenagers. But, unfortunately, the young lady knew that such luxury was unaffordable for her, and therefore, the frivolity of those around her very quickly began to irritate her. She understood that no one but her could take care of her poor mother, so she wanted to return to her world, and her relationship with Tess had to end. She understood perfectly well that she had to do something like this for the common good. At least, that would have been the right thing to do. But it was difficult for her. Meanwhile, Ganyel enjoyed the gifts with a joyful smile. She told the Emperor that she had never seen such bright toys, but at the same time, she wondered if all of this was really for her. Meanwhile, Yusinil looked at the young people with puzzlement, because they were going home. She did not know how they ended up in the palace. The Emperor looked at the girl with a smile, and declared that she could take as many toys as she wanted, because she was the sister of his precious Yusinil. He looked at his beloved with embarrassment. Yusinil turned her gaze away from him with lightning speed. The Emperor looked at his beloved with surprise and excitement, as he did not understand her sudden change. He stared at her for a while, not knowing why she had started acting cold again. Ganyel looked at her sister with embarrassment, and quoted the Emperor, who spoke of her as his precious one. Yusinil looked at her sister and asked why she decided to visit the imperial palace. The young lady smiled and stated that the Emperor had given her many toys. But before that, he sent her an invitation and said that a gift was waiting for her. Yusinil was surprised, as she knew that the sister should have warned her. She said that in that case, she would not have found herself in an awkward situation. The Emperor shuddered after her words. Some time ago, they were riding in a carriage, and the young lady was showing her sister an invitation, but Yusinil Latala was in her thoughts. Unfortunately, she ignored it all and found herself in an awkward position. Ganyel told her sister that she had been acting weird lately, and she wasn't listening to her at all. The Emperor watched them closely, and the young lady told her sister that after the celebration, she hardly slept, and was constantly flying in the clouds. At that very moment, the Emperor asked Yusinil to take a walk with him. Looking away, the young lady apologized, but stated that she had to look after her sister. He sighed and said that the maids could handle this matter. At that very moment, he said that he thought she wanted to tell him something. Yusinil looked away from him and said that it was not so. Sometime later, the young lady was walking with the Emperor in the garden, but at the same time she was immersed in her thoughts, and did not know why she had agreed to go for a walk at all. She was puzzled because she knew she had to put an end to their relationship, but she couldn't utter a word. At that very moment, Tesfalin called his companion, but she did not answer him. But she knew that he would not like all this. She expected him to cling to her with a death grip after the terrible words. She turned around, not knowing what to do. Tesfalin asked his companion what she was thinking so deeply about. Yusinil wondered if she had the courage to push him away. He said with a smile that she shouldn't make him worry. She knew she had found the thread that would help her get home, and so she pushed him away and asked what he was doing. The Emperor was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing, But at that very moment, she turned around and declared that she was going to draw a line between them. He asked her in surprise why she would do something like that, and at the same time he asked if it was all because of the gifts he had sent her sister. He said that it was her fault and asked for forgiveness. But the young lady did not know what to answer him. She did not know if he would believe her, who she was, and where she was from. She didn't know if he would believe it. She was very worried about her lonely mother. She was afraid that he wouldn't survive the fact that they were facing an inevitable separation. But at that very moment, Yusunil could not bear it any longer and, bursting into bitter tears, wondered what if she never returned to her native dimension. Sometimes it seemed to her that the nightmares tormented her because of an oppressive feeling of guilt towards her mother, for the fact that she was quite happy in the new world without her. Yusunil understood that the Emperor would not understand her anyway, and at the same time, she knew that no one in this world would understand her. She knew that all she could do was stick to her original plan. But at that very moment, the Emperor asked her not to leave. Yusunil knew that she couldn't stop halfway because she didn't know what would happen next. For this reason, she didn't want to take any risks. At that very moment, the Emperor asked if she had stopped liking him. She sighed and declared that it was so. At that very moment, the Emperor said that he loved her. Yusunil was puzzled and mentally asked him not to complicate things. She was scared and anxious at the very thought of the future. But she immediately forgot about it when she heard his voice. She knew that she was afraid of love. But next to him, she could overcome her fear. Meanwhile, the young scientist found one clue. He was surprised and pleased, because thanks to the lady's calculations, he was able to figure out that the next magical storm would happen on the mountain very soon. He understood that this news would certainly make her happy, but in the meantime, the young lady, unable to withstand the pressure of tenderness, kissed her lover. After a passionate kiss, the young man pulled away from his beloved and tremblingly called out to her. She stared at him for a moment, tears streaming down her face. After a moment, he couldn't stand it anymore and hugged her tighter. After that day, much changed. She took part in a meeting of noble families, and the entire aristocracy learned about her closeness with the Emperor. As a result, the arrogant noble offspring stopped picking on her sister. Recently, her sister found friends at the academy and successfully integrated into the student body. She happily left her friends and ran to her sister. She was glad to see her sister after a day of separation. Yusunil asked her sister with a smile why she came so often. Her sister said with a smile that she simply loved her. Meanwhile, her friend received an official title from the Emperor. He looked at her intently and said that he very much hoped that she would be wiser than her predecessors. Bowing, the young lady told the Emperor that he need not doubt it. Everyone was happy that she officially received the title of head of the family, and at the same time, everyone welcomed her. Yusunil looked at her friend with a smile, as she was, to say the least, happy for her. But at that very moment, the young Emperor noticed his beloved in the crowd. Their relationship had changed the most, and she was glad about it. But the young lady did not want to show her emotion in public, so she turned her gaze away from him. The Emperor froze in shock when he saw something like this. After some time, he told his beloved that she had suddenly turned away from him, and that it was cruel of her. Tesfalun puffed out his cheeks and said that it was offensive. She sighed and said that a lot of people were looking at them. She asked what he would do when people noticed him making eyes at her. Tesfalun sighed and said that he would just tell everyone that they were dating. She was shocked and screamed that it was impossible to say so directly. He smiled and said that she didn't need to worry because he wouldn't tell her anything, as he knew she didn't like being the center of attention. The Emperor said that he would not do what she did not like. At that very moment, the Emperor knelt before her and, tenderly taking her hand in his, declared that he was very happy. He said that he was happy because he could be with her. And at the same time, it was difficult for him to believe this. At that very moment, the young lady declared that she was also happy. He was taken aback, as he had not expected to hear such a thing. Tesfalun looked closely at his beloved, as she was embarrassed. He wanted to know if she was serious when she said these words. She asked sheepishly if he really thought she would lie to him. He said with a smile that he hadn't thought anything like that at all. Tesfalun, with a satisfied smile and embarrassment, stated that he was very glad to hear such a thing. At that very moment, he asked if he could kiss her, and she reciprocated. It just so happened that kisses not only helped to correctly express one's feelings, but also gave incomparable bliss. After some time, the young lady returned to her home. Entering the carriage, she asked her sister how long she had been waiting for her, as she had been kept in the library for a while. At that very moment, the young lady shouted to the coachman that he could go. A moment later, she asked her sister why she only had one toy in her hand, since she had previously taken several. Ganyel said with a smile that she had met a fairy in the garden and given her her toy. The young lady was surprised, but her sister stated that she saw a blue-eyed fairy. Yusunil wondered who it really was. She thought it might be a new maid or a friend, so she wanted to meet the Emperor and ask if he knew anything about it. After some time, they returned to the estate. The maid reached for the young lady's books, but at that moment, she shuddered. Yusinil declared that her books were from the forbidden section and should not be touched, as they were enchanted. The madam looked menacingly at her daughter and asked if she had really been in the palace. The young lady said with a smile that it was so, and she came in for a short while, as she needed some books. Yusinil, to her regret, knew that her mother did not really like the emperor, and yet her mother did not particularly encourage her close communication with the emperor. At that moment, Madame looked intently at her daughter and said that they needed to talk. The young lady was a little puzzled, but still agreed to talk to her mother. She did not know why her mother treated her lover this way. After some time, the young lady came to her mother's office. Madame turned and looked intently at her daughter, but at the same moment, she handed her a small envelope. She stated that she had collected information on all worthy young men from noble families, and they were free. Yusinil was shocked and did not understand why she needed this information. The madam looked menacingly at her daughter and declared that Anna was a marriageable girl. She said that she knew perfectly well that her studies were her first priority, but it was time for her to think about marriage. Yusinil was taken aback and immediately thanked her mother, but she noted that she was currently busy with her scientific work and did not have time for such things. Madame asked if this was true, and whether that was why she visited the imperial palace so often. The Duchess said that, as far as she remembered, the Consilium contained everything necessary for research. The lady asked her mother if she was worried that she might run into the emperor. Madame sighed and stated that she was. Yusinil smiled and told her mother that she didn't need to worry, and that no matter what happened, she could handle everything, because she was smart and strong. She said she had simply gone to the palace library to get some books that weren't in her research center. She asked her mother if she could just believe her. Madame did not answer her question, but a moment later, the madam said that her daughter was free to do whatever she wanted. The lady, with a smile, thanked her mother for her understanding. At that very moment, she smiled and wished her mother good night and left. Madame understood that if it weren't for the shackles, she would have told her daughter the whole truth. But unfortunately, she was held back by terrible shackles. Meanwhile, the young lady, taking a bath deeper and deeper, was immersed in her thoughts. She didn't like the fact that her mother didn't like the emperor. Although, when they were little, she treated him with warmth. But now, she avoided him, as if he had become a completely different person. At the same time, she wondered what the reason was for the tray. She reminded him of his childhood, so in her eyes, he remained the same as he had been many years ago. Yusinil understood that it was for the best that her mother did not know about their feelings for each other. But in turn, she was puzzled and did not know what to do with everything now. The next morning pleased her with lightness and peace. She saw how her mother looked after her with tenderness and a smile. This morning was so peaceful and quiet that she felt ridiculous for her disturbing thoughts. At that moment, she asked her sister if she had finished her homework. Her sister said with a smile that she had done everything. Meanwhile, the young lady was sitting in her classes, very immersed in her notes. But a moment later, she heard that an extremely outstanding person would be speaking with them today. Their professor stated that they had invited the young man to help them get their research off the ground. The young lady was shocked, because she did not expect anything like this. Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect to see the young man in person. Meanwhile, Yusinil looked at the professor with her mouth open, but at that very moment, he felt her gaze on him. And don't waste a minute! He looked at her with a smile and didn't forget to wink. She was surprised that he winked at her in a way she thought was out of his style, as she thought he was shy and timid, but it seemed she was wrong. At that very moment, the young man joyfully shouted to the professor that it was a great honor for him to meet him. Without wasting a minute, the students took turns bombarding the young professor with questions. Yusinil looked at the professor with a smile, as she understood that he had quickly gained popularity. After such a long lecture, the young man visited the garden, and while doing so, he thirstily drank water. After a moment, he sighed heavily, as he was tired. But in turn, he did not forget to thank the young savior who brought him water. She smiled and said that there was nothing to thank her for, and she also said that she was extremely surprised to see him. At that very moment, she noticed with a smile that he had now become a professor. He was taken aback and declared that it sounded even stranger coming from her. She smiled and said that he didn't need to be shy and that he should get used to it by now. As he rose, he said with a smile that he was very glad to meet her, as it saved him the trouble of writing her a letter. Worthing stated that some calculations based on her data and obtained a very curious result. At that very moment, he told her the name of the mountain on which new magical gates would open. A moment later, he threw her the key and declared that this was the key to his laboratory. Worthing said with a smile that he had taken the liberty of suggesting that she would want to become his assistant. The lady was shocked. He said with a smile that if that was what she wanted, he would be happy to welcome her in her new role. Worthing said with a smile that he very much hoped for a fruitful cooperation. Mount Guana. The place is shrouded in mystery. A vast part of the mountain range is completely covered by a thick fog of unnatural nature. Only those with a sufficiently large supply of mana can reach the summit, as even the most experienced mage can get lost in these dangerous lands. Now they knew that it was there that the next portal to another dimension would appear. She knew this fact, but she had no idea how to open that portal, and where exactly it would lead her, she also didn't know. In other words, she didn't even know if she would be able to return home. For some reason, this realization brought her relief. After all this time, she was desperately trying to find a way to return to her home world. After some time, the coachman smiled and said goodbye to the lady, and also said that he would pick her up later. She thanked him with a smile, but still, for a moment, she looked after him, puzzled. She was lost in her thoughts, as she knew that life in the new world had become much more important to her. After some time, the emperor greeted her with a joyful smile. The butler informed the emperor that he would certainly order that everything he asked for be brought. Tesfalin asked with a smile why she hadn't come for a long time, because he missed him to death. Ask for forgiveness, she said that she was too busy. He stated that he had written her many letters, but she had not written back. She said that she wanted to talk to him in person. Yusinil said that they got a new project, and now she has more to worry about. He looked at her intently, as if he knew that she was very busy. At that same hour, the emperor declared that he would like to spend at least one day with her. At that very moment, he came close to her and began to kiss her tenderly. A moment later, the butler announced that he had brought everything the emperor had ordered, and the emperor said that he would do the rest himself. The young lady looked after him with embarrassment, as she did not understand what he had prepared for her. But after a few minutes, she looked at all the preparations with surprise. He smiled and said that he knew that she loved sweets very much. She thanked him with a smile for this, and he immediately hastened to tell her that she should try everything. Yusinil, in turn, did not refuse desserts and began her meal. Meanwhile, the emperor really wanted to know what connected his beloved with that man. She praised the desserts with a smile and asked where he bought something like that. He said that he had simply hired a new pastry chef. He saw that she was very happy and therefore wanted to refrain from asking questions, because right now, her smile was more important to him. After some time, the young lady came to the professor. Worthing sighed heavily and greeted the young lady. But at that very moment, his expression changed, and he declared that she had come just in time. He quickly handed her the documents and stated that he needed her to sort the documents into categories. At the same time, he asked her to do this before the morning lecture. She was shocked, as there were a lot of documents. He smiled and apologized for the urgency, but stated that the dean had called him and he had to run. As he left, he thanked her with a smile and also said that he would help her when he returned. This is how her work as an assistant began. There was so much work to do that she was almost overwhelmed, but she still did everything she was told. A moment later, the young man raised his hand and declared that, unfortunately, he could not achieve the desired result. The young lady hurried to him because she wanted to correct a minor mistake. Worthing reflected for a moment on the convenience of having a competent assistant at his side. After some time, the young man was in his office. Picking up the documents, he noticed that the young lady was very diligent, as she had little time to complete the task, but she managed to do everything. A moment later, all his thoughts vanished as the lady entered and greeted him with a smile, and also informed him that someone had left a letter at his door. Worthing said they could become less formal and address each other by their first names. The lady was taken aback, as he was a professor, but after a few minutes of conversation, they nevertheless switched to a friendly manner. The lady then began to tell the professor about all the girls who were interested in him, but she said that she couldn't answer them and asked if he was dating anyone. He just laughed. But a moment later, he asked if she was dating anyone. He stated that she probably had a lot of admirers, so he asked if she had anyone in mind. She looked away from him, embarrassed, because she didn't know what to answer. The young man looked at her intently, as he did not hear an answer. But at the same time, he really hoped that she had no one. For a while, the young lady practiced fencing with her childhood friend. She dealt him blow after blow with ease. But a moment later, she asked him in surprise what had happened to him, as she had difficulty finding the schedule for the training. She was a little upset that he couldn't concentrate, and she said that if he didn't pull himself together, she would leave. Ethel sighed heavily and stated that it was all his fault, and also suggested that she finish training. He asked for forgiveness, but at that very moment, he saw his friend offer him her hand. She looked at him intently and said that something was clearly bothering him. Yusinil stated that she was as good a listener as she was a swordsman, so he could share his thoughts with her. After some time, the young people moved into the office and were silent for a while. The young man was puzzled that their friend had now become a marquise, because he knew that she would communicate with him less often. He said that it made him very sad. Yusinil looked at her friend in surprise. At the same moment, he announced that he had met her at the palace last week and came up to say hello. When he saw her, he ran up to her with a joyful smile and greeted her. At the same time, she looked at him coldly and greeted him in return. But, to his surprise, she called him formally. He shouted that she was cold only with him, since with other young people she behaved freely. He was shocked. because she behaved much more friendly with the other lord, and she even addressed him by name. He screamed that it had affected him so much that he could no longer think about anything else. Yusunil: why shouldn't he tell her about it directly? She said that the lady often came to visit him. She said that they were still friends, and she didn't see any problem, and he could also congratulate her on receiving the title. He sighed heavily, because he knew that everyone except him had already managed to congratulate her. Yusunil said that he could take the opportunity to ask what kind of man was accompanying her, since it was possible that the lord could be under the face, and he could win the heart of a lady for the sake of wealth and a solid status. Edel shouted to his friend that she was right, and as her friend, he could not allow this to happen. The young lady, in turn, looked away from her friend, as she knew that something more was involved. After some time, Yusunil returned home. Entering the room, she saw her sister, who greeted her with a smile. At that very moment, she rushed to her sister and hugged her tightly. Ganyel was in shock, as her sister smelled of alcohol. Ganyel asked her sister if she hadn't gone to training. The young lady looked at her sister with a smile and asked if she knew how much she loved her. Etel sighed heavily and asked his friend for forgiveness for everything. He sighed and declared that he and his father did not dare to object to the emperor, namely, when he made the decision to exile her family. So this story still troubled him. Ethel said in a loud voice that he was very sorry that everything had happened this way. She said with a smile that he was not to blame for anything, although she had to endure a lot in exile with her family. Now everything is fine. She said with a smile that the next time they saw each other, he should not forget to tell her how their mutual friend was doing. Edel was surprised by such words, but at the same time happy. After some time, the young lady returned to her room. She was puzzled, as she had no idea what was going on in her friend's soul. Now she understood that he felt guilt, self-flagellation, a heavy burden of responsibility. At the same time, all of this was familiar to her because it was all an integral part of her past life. A moment later, she turned around, not noticing how it had started to rain. She thought for a moment about her friends who loved each other, but she didn't know what happened between them, but she hoped that everything would work out. At the same time, the emperor was shouting angrily at his butler and telling him to leave immediately. He was furious, because his beloved had found time for a friendly duel and was drinking wine with him. He knew he had had enough, and at the same time, he wanted to get rid of him immediately, since he didn't want to let anyone near his precious beloved. After some time, the professor finished his lecture, but he also asked who would like to plant radiata radiata in their garden. Yusunil raised her hand, and the professor smiled and praised her, telling her that she should come into his office. Yusunil said with a smile that she would be very happy to come to him. After some time, the young lady held a beautiful flower in her hands. She thanked the professor with a smile and said that she would take care of her. She was happy because this flower was somewhat reminiscent of the weeping lily that she had liked very much in her past life. She was glad to see such a flower because it is extremely rare in their latitudes. The professor said with a smile that he was pleased to hear such a thing, and at the same time, he knew that the flower was in very good hands. Moments later, he asked the young lady to take the book to the temple, as the book in question should be kept in the church library, not theirs. After some time, the young lady slowly carried the book, knowing that she had read countless books, but had never seen anything like it. The Temple of Light was built in honor of the legendary god Lux. His shrines were numerous throughout the continent, but the largest was located in the capital of their empire. She wanted to know what the book was about, but she knew she wouldn't find out anything because it was written in an ancient language. But a moment later, the young lady froze in shock as she saw what was inside the book. Worthing, meanwhile, was collecting his thoughts, as he wanted to invite the lady to a dinner party. He wanted to know if she would refuse him if he asked her to accompany him, but he realized that all his questions were too straightforward. But a moment later, all his thoughts vanished as the young lady burst into his office like a whirlwind. He was surprised, as he assumed she was in class, but the lady stated that she had been let out early. A moment later, she told the professor with a smile that she would take one thing from him. She knew that with the help of an enchanted magnifying glass, she could decipher any text with ease. A moment later, she thanked him and rushed on about her business. Worthing tried to stop her, but to his regret, it was all in vain, as she quickly left, and he did not have time to tell her about the social reception. Yusunil, in turn, hurried to her home, as she wanted to find something important in the book. She knew she had to try to figure out what exactly was in the book. That same evening, she quickly examined the book with a magnifying glass, but did not understand what the problem was. She was puzzled, as she knew that text was supposed to appear on the pages. But to her regret, instead of a new text, she saw that all the letters had turned black. She raised the issue that if she was unable to read the book with the magnifying glass, she would have to return it to the temple. The next morning, the young lady went to the temple. She had no idea that she would wander aimlessly around the temple site in Togo just to hand over the book and go about her business. Unfortunately for her, everyone she met only showed her the way. Yusunil was puzzled, as she understood that she had been in the temple for a long time. But after a moment, she turned around, as she saw a large image of God. She stared at the image for a moment, not looking around. At that very moment, Kalesis approached the young lady and greeted her, and asked how he could help her. She smiled and said that she had brought a book. Khaleesi asked if she liked the painting. She said with a smile that it was so, and in this image, the side turned out incredibly beautiful, and she admired the picture and lost track of time. At the same moment, she was upset and said that this painting somehow reminded her of something else. It depicted the first emperor, who was extending his hand to some black figure, and to this day, she was at a loss to guess who it could be. He said with a smile that he understood her. He asked if she was really talking about that clot of darkness in the painting of the creation of the empire. He said that she would not find a single mention of this creature, even in the most ancient chronicles, since the Lux was usually depicted as white. He asked her what she thought the message of the color black was, and who the mysterious creature was. Khaleesi said that he hoped she would find the answer contained in the book he held in his hands. At that moment, he poured out sacred water that could help decipher the ancient text. Khaleesi stated that as long as she didn't evaporate, she would be able to read this. The young lady was shocked. Khaleesi asked with a smile if she would like to take a look. A tiny darkness covered the entire world, turning people to evil, once its continuation had neither a name nor even a specific form. But its power was all-encompassing, until one day, this pitch-black creature spoke to a mortal man. It told him that he would rule the world if he decided to taste its blood. Unable to resist the temptation, the man gave in to persuasion, and tasted the darkness itself. He then shed rivers of blood to found his own state, which was called the Northern Empire. It turned out that the newborn monarch had made a deal with the devil. From that very time, not only the right to the throne was passed down from generation to generation in the imperial family, but also terrible curses, as well as power capable of plunging into horror the very existence of people. Her descendants will never be able to free themselves from the shackles of evil spirits, and will forever remain under her total control. After reading this book, the young lady froze in shock. For some time afterward, she still wondered if everything she had read about was true. She knew that what she had been told was not a lie, so she wondered if her lover had also been touched by the curse. But in turn, she wondered who the man was who had given her the book. She wanted to know how he knew what she was talking about. Worthing approached the young lady and noticed that she was somewhat listless. He asked if she had caught a cold. She said with a smile that it was not that simple. She was just a little tired. Worthing sighed and said that she should go home early and rest. Yusinil asked if he really wanted to ask her something. Worthing timidly replied that he simply wanted to know if she would agree to accompany him to the Marquis's reception. He said that he must come with a companion, but found no one. But at the same moment he was taken aback, as the young lady said that she could go with him. Yusinil smiled and said that she would be happy to go, but he was puzzled by her condition. Yusinil said with a smile that she was fine, and that by the evening, she would be as good as new. That same evening, the young man stood quietly at the young lady's estate and waited for her. Yusinil approached him and said with a smile that it was very kind of the Duke to agree to lend him the carriage. He was taken aback when he saw the young, beautiful lady. Yusinil smiled and thanked him for picking her up. He said it was his duty as her escort. At that moment, Yusinil noticed that he looked different today than usual. He said with a smile that his cousin had made him dress up. After a moment of sweet conversation, they hurried to the carriage. But at that very moment, the young man shuddered, as a roar was heard behind him. He was puzzled and did not understand where the lightning came from on such a quiet evening. After some time, the young people entered the hall, and everyone froze in surprise, as they did not expect that the lady would be accompanied by such charming gentlemen. Everyone started whispering actively, as this was not the first time they had seen the young man. Worthing greeted everyone with a smile and introduced himself, stating that he was the Duke's brother. At the same moment, he stated that at the moment he was working as a professor at the academy. A moment later, the Marquis called the young man with a joyful smile. Worthing greeted the Marquis with a smile. The Marquis declared that he saw him, and memories came flooding back to him. Worthing told the young lady with a smile that the Marquis was very interested in their joint research work. At that very moment, Mark greeted the young lady with a smile and declared that he would not deny it, as he had heard about her. She said with a smile that it was a great honor for her, but he noticed that she was being modest, since she was famous throughout the empire for her intelligence and elegance. He said with a smile that it was not only he who thought so, but his son too. Moments later, he announced that it was time for him to go, but he wished everyone to enjoy a good evening. After some time, the young people finally left the noisy hall and went to the terrace. Worthing said he couldn't stand such events because they were noisy and everyone wanted to socialize. His companion said he was smart and single, which attracted women. Worthing asked if the ladies would lose interest in him if he started dating someone. She said that perhaps so. Worthing looked at the young lady at the same moment and called her. Worthing asked if she wanted to go out with him, but at that very moment, thunder rumbled and a terrible lightning bolt appeared next to them. The young lady did not hear his words and asked again what he said. The young man looked away from her, embarrassed, and said that he had not said anything. She sighed heavily as she saw that it had started to rain. Sometime later, the young lady visited the restricted section of the palace library. She searched for information, but unfortunately, all was unsuccessful. She was puzzled, as none of the books listed mentioned anything about the devil. Yusinil was puzzled, as she understood that this information was hidden so carefully that it was impossible to find a rain ban on the sections. Once the holy water evaporated from the pages of the book, they became illegible again. Then she decided to find the man who lent her the book. And then she went to the temple. But unfortunately, she was informed that the priest named Kalesis had never served in the temple. She was shocked and did not understand how this could be, because she saw him with her own eyes. The young lady was puzzled as she saw him vanish into thin air. Having barely managed to hand her the book, it seemed to her that he disappeared, as if he had been sent solely for this purpose. This worried her very much, and she didn't know what to do. But after some time, the young lady again began searching for information. She was taken aback when she saw the emperor in front of her, who had been calling her for some time. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing in such a place, as she knew he had a morning meeting. The emperor sighed and said that he was very sad. She looked at him in bewilderment, but he again stated that he was upset. She asked what had happened and why he was upset. The emperor stated that she had been spending time with another man, despite her busy schedule, and that she had even taken a day off to meet him. Yusinil said that Etel was her friend, and that he was in love with another. The emperor said that he was talking about the damned scientist. Yusinil asked in surprise if he was talking about the professor. Tesfalin was upset because she hid their relationship. He knew it because the young man asked her if she was in a relationship with someone or not. He said that she had many admirers, and at the same time, he wanted to know if she had anyone in mind. But Yusinil didn't answer then, and he knew perfectly well that other men would inevitably show interest in her. He knew that she could have turned him down, but she remained silent. Yusinil screamed that there was nothing between her and the professor. Tesfalin said that the professor was sure of the opposite. He had been following them for some time. Sitting quietly on a tree, he noticed a sweet picture. His beloved spoke to the professor with a smile, and then he saw the professor's funny expression. He was furious because he understood that this scoundrel liked his beloved. It drove him crazy that the young man asked her such a question. Yusinil looked at him intently and asked what exactly was troubling him. Yusinil said that even if the professor was in love with her, it didn't matter, because she didn't have any feelings for him. She approached her lover and stated that if he asked if she was considering him as a romantic partner, she was not. Yusinil told the emperor that he was the one and only for her. Yusinil said that from now on, she was not interested in other men, so she wanted him to believe her. At that very moment, she pulled away from him, waiting to see what would happen next. At that very moment, the emperor grabbed his beloved by the hand and pulled her towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he passionately kissed his beloved. The young lady was a little surprised, as she did not expect such a thing. In a moment of passionate kiss, he spun her around, and a moment later laid her on the table. She looked at her lover with embarrassment, but she tenderly called him by name. He couldn't resist, and at that very moment, he pounced on her with kisses. After a while, she wondered if it was normal that they were lying in the locked section of the palace library. She sighed and said that if anyone found them like this, they would be scared. Tesfalin smiled and said that she didn't need to worry, as he had locked all the doors so that no one would enter. She said with a smile that it was very thoughtful of him. Tesfalin stated that he could spend this time alone with her. For this reason, he did not want to see anyone else. At that very moment, she touched him tenderly and noticed that he had soft hair. He asked her if she liked his hair, and he also wanted to know what else she liked about him. She said that she liked his eyes, nose, lips. He asked with a smile what else she liked. Looking at her lover, she declared that she liked his face and voice. He wanted her to continue, but the young lady looked away from him in embarrassment, having already listed enough. Then he kissed her tenderly and, drawing back, declared that she was sweet. She did not understand why he spoke as I did, as she spoke to him seriously. At that very moment, his face changed, but his eyes also changed. He fought with himself because he wanted to eat her. At that very moment, he tenderly touched her body and quietly called out. Tesfalin wanted to possess her completely. He wanted all of her without a trace. Yielding to his instincts, he kissed and licked her neck. At that very moment, Yusinil came to her senses, looked menacingly at her lover, and asked if he wanted to tell her anything. Tesfalin was taken aback, as he had not expected anything like this, and so he asked what she meant. Yusinil glared at him, but said nothing. But moments later, she asked if he thought she would never know about it. The emperor, in turn, froze in place in a daze. She said she thought they were close, and therefore he should have told her everything. But she assumed he intended to take the secret to his grave. He was scared because he didn't know what exactly she had found out. He wondered if she had found out that he could see people's souls, or that he made a deal with the devil. Tesfalin was scared and didn't know what to do. But at that very moment, he came to his senses when his beloved touched him, and he shuddered in surprise. Yusinil said she heard he had postponed an important meeting due to feeling unwell. She said there had been a terrible thunderstorm the previous evening, so she wondered if he had gotten caught in the rain and caught a cold. He breathed a sigh of relief and stated that nothing could be hidden from her, but he did not say anything about it because he did not want her to worry. She asked him to take care of his health, He hugged her tightly and said with a smile that he would take care of her. Hugging her, he said that he would do whatever she said. After some time, the young lady returned back to the estate. She raised that only she knew for sure because he tried desperately to hide the truth from her. But in turn, she wondered why he had hidden the truth. She wanted to know if he really didn't trust her. Yusunil understood that he had no other choice because the cursed blood of the first emperor flowed through his veins. She understood that this would not change her feelings for him because she loved him much more than he thought. She loved him so much that she almost decided to give up trying to return to her home world. The young lady was taken aback as she felt a burning pain in her chest. She did not know what to do as the pain spread throughout her body. She didn't understand what was happening at all and why she felt this way, because as soon as she forgot about the pain, it immediately returned. Periodic attacks of pain seemed to warn her that there was no place for her in this world. A moment later, the coachman announced that they had arrived, and the young lady slowly stepped out of the carriage. The man asked if everything was okay with her. She asked with a smile what he was talking about. The man said that he thought she had fallen in the carriage. She smiled and said that it was not so. He said with bewilderment that he must have just misheard. Yusunil thanked him with a smile for giving her a ride. Entering the estate, she met her mother. The lady told her daughter with a smile that she already knew everything, as this news was a pleasant surprise for her. She asked in surprise what the mother was talking about. Madame stated that her daughter had been named at an evening with some scientist. She wanted her daughter to invite him over. Yusunil quickly stated that there was nothing between them, and she was just working with him. Madame sighed heavily, as she felt ashamed of the one who had misunderstood everything, but she wanted to know everything about him without exception. The young lady froze for a moment, but her mother said with a smile that they had fresh tea leaves and they could have some tea. She immediately announced that she would quickly organize everything. Yusunil, looking at her mother, said that she would like to ask her something. Yusunil told her mother that she had always shown a great deal of interest in her personal life and that she sincerely wanted her to find a worthy match. She knew that a mother always wanted the best for her child, but then she wondered why her mother had never considered the emperor as her husband. She said that she personally found it strange, since he had been her closest friend since childhood. Yusunil looked at her mother intently and stated that she needed to know the reason. She wanted to know what he had done to deserve her disapproval. After some time, the madam and her daughter were drinking tea. Yusunil, without wasting any time on conversation, asked why his mother didn't like the emperor so much. She stated that she thought it wasn't just that he had changed his appearance. Yusunil told her mother that she knew something else about him. She wanted her mother to tell her everything. Madame sighed heavily and declared to her precious daughter that all she wished for her was a happy and peaceful life. She stated that when her daughter was born, she learned of a prophecy associated with her. The young lady realized at that moment that the prophecy really did exist. She recalled how an old friend had brought up the topic of the prophecy. Madame stated that she simply wanted to protect her from what she would have to face. Madame continued speaking, but the young ladies did not hear her. She anxiously asked her mother if she had a sore throat, since her voice had simply disappeared. The madam sighed and told her daughter that she was strictly forbidden to talk about it. The madam told her daughter that although she was her daughter, she also had her father's human blood flowing through her, which is why she could not interfere in her life. Yusunil asked if the emperor should have any influence on her future, something she could not tell her. Madam stated that this was so and that he was a threat. She asked with a smile, what kind of mother would expose her child to danger? At that moment, the young lady was taken aback. She came closer to her daughter and stated that she had no right to forbid them from seeing each other, but she would not want that. After all, that's what they were told. The young lady asked in surprise if the elf had really been told that. The madam stated that this was so, and they could not be given any influence on other decisions, even if it was about their own child, because this had been the case since time immemorial. It sighed and stated that if any of them broke this rule, their soul would begin to crumble, and there would only be darkness from then on. At that very moment, Madame hugged her daughter tightly, who stood frozen in a daze. The Duchess sighed and asked her daughter to remember one thing, that her love for her was unchanging. The Duchess said she would support her no matter what choice she made. Yusunil sighed heavily and hugged her mother tighter. She thanked her mother for her understanding and support, but she didn't see that her mother's hands were already starting to turn black. After some time, the young lady visited her small office. She slowly took out the box, which contained a beautiful stone. Looking at the stone, she remembered her lover. At the same time, the emperor sat in his office quietly making notes on his documents. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, as he felt the warmth of his beloved in the depths of his heart. Her touch was subtle, but gentle. Tesfalin wondered in surprise if she had thought of him again that night. He knew that if she only asked, he would immediately rush to her. The next day, the young lady continued her work with the professor. She sighed heavily after collecting the books. The professor asked in surprise if something was bothering me, as she looked extremely puzzled. Yusunil looked away with a smile and asked if it was really that noticeable. She sighed heavily and stated that she was simply thinking about what a useless daughter she was. He looked at her in surprise and said that he would be happy if he had such a daughter, because she was beautiful, hardworking, and smart, and on top of everything else, strong. He noted with a smile that she was so strong that she even carried heavy boxes with their books. The young lady only laughed in response. He asked if she really considered herself a bad daughter because her views on life did not coincide with her parents'. She sighed and said that was true. She said with a sad smile that her mother did not approve of her choice. Worthing said it was now clear why she was so concerned. Worthing said that if he were in her place, he would try to convince her mother that she had made the right decision. He said that anime could be used as an example of his research, as many thought that he was setting goals that were impossible to achieve. But he didn't want to give up and wanted to insist on his own, and at the same time, go to the end, because it was all because he decided so. Worthing sighed and stated that the same applied to her situation. He said that she was not at all obliged to live up to her mother's expectations, and if she proved to her that he could achieve everything on his own, then her mother would accept her position. Meanwhile, the young lady reflected on her mentor's words and realized that he was right, but she did not want to lose her family. She understood that it did not matter at all what was in the prophecy, since her spirit was strong and her will was unshakable. After some time, she returned home, but at that very moment, she turned around, because she heard her sister's voice. She asked in surprise what her sister was doing. The young lady said with a smile that she had been waiting for her. At that very moment, the young lady showed her sister a shiny envelope, which was covered with gold, and announced that they had been sent an invitation. Yusinil asked in surprise if the invitation had really come for both of them, although she did not understand from whom it had come. Daniel said that the letter came from the emperor, and he invited them to the palace. At that moment, the lady covered her sister's mouth with her hand and said that they would continue their conversation in the room. Daniel said with a smile that the emperor had written that he had prepared a gift for her, so she wanted to see it as soon as possible. Yusinil said with a smile that she could bring him herself, and her sister wouldn't have to go with her. But her sister said that she wanted to go too. She said that he invited her too, so Yusinil had to give in. But at the same moment, she said that sister should not tell her parents anything. She said that this was an extra reason for concern, and so they would quietly leave in the morning. Her sister said with a smile that it would be their little secret. The next day, the young ladies arrived at the imperial palace and were greeted by the butler with a smile. The young ladies, in turn, greeted everyone present with a smile. The butler asked the girls to follow him with a smile. Yusinil was taken aback as she realized that he was leading them to the garden behind the palace. A moment later, she saw the silhouette of the emperor in the distance. He turned around and greeted them with a joyful smile. Yusinil froze for a moment in embarrassment when she saw her lover. Gunyul bowed and decided to greet the emperor according to all the rules of etiquette, but he said with a smile that they could skip the formalities. The emperor took the umbrella from the butler with a smile and said that he had hidden several boxes of gifts during the siege so the lady could go looking for it. Daniel was very happy about this, and at that very moment, without delay, she ran for the gifts. Yusinil shouted at her sister not to run so fast, but her sister didn't listen to her, and yet she was rushing to get her gifts. Yusinil asked the emperor in surprise what this meant, but he didn't bother to answer her and kissed her at the same moment. He walked with a smile and said that he was very happy that she found time to visit him, and since the garden was now in full bloom, it was beautiful, and he wanted to show her everything. Tesfalin said with a smile that he thought it would be nice to meet her sister, since she cared about her. After some time, the young lady watched with a smile as her younger sister happily searched for gifts. A moment later, her sister found one gift, and the maids happily congratulated her. Yusinil thanked her beloved with a smile for giving them the opportunity to enjoy a wonderful spring day. At that moment, the emperor declared that he was glad to hear this, but he would like to ask her for a favor. He declared that he would prefer that she stop seeing the scientist. She was puzzled because he was back at it again. She said they were working together, but he also offered to make a bet with her. He said that if she wins, he will leave the smart guy alone, but if he wins, then send him away. Or simply kill him. She asked in surprise if he was really speaking seriously now. Tesfalin said with a smile that he was, of course, serious, so she should try her best. Tesfalin looked closely at his beloved and said that he was sure it would be very exciting. After some time, the young lady put on her uniform and, looking at the emperor, declared that they could begin the fight. He turned around and looked at her with delight as he noticed that the training uniform looked great on her. He said that she certainly looked stunning in any outfit. But the young lady did not listen to him and immediately rushed towards him. Tesfalin was taken aback, as he did not expect her to start the fight so quickly. But at the same moment, he said with a grin that it was aggressive on her part. He parried her blow, but she easily jumped back and flew through the air. She landed on the ground with the same ease and grace. The young lady looked at her lover with a stern and menacing gaze and declared that he must use all the power he had hidden. She wanted him to take the fight seriously. He said with a smile that he would do so because he also wanted to win the bet. At the same moment, he rushed towards her, striking her. But the young lady easily repelled all his attacks. After a moment, they crossed their wooden swords. Then she noticed how her opponent was trembling. Yusinil looked at the emperor intently and asked if this was all his power. He said that it was so, and she asked in surprise if he was serious. He said that seriously, that was all his strength. At that moment, she looked at him with a smile and pulled back. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not expect this. But a moment later, she was already above him, and without wasting a moment, she raised her sword over her opponent. The young lady was not about to give up, so she dealt a terrible blow to her opponent. But she didn't want him to get hurt, so she hit him carefully and missed him. The emperor was shocked and shouted at her that she should stop. But the young lady stated that there were no breaks in battle. He was shocked and asked his beloved if she had always been so strong. She didn't bother to give him an answer to the question he asked. He was shocked and wanted to know what she had been doing all these years. Although she was born a half-elf, she was not that strong to begin with. But she trained, as her mentor mercilessly trained her physically. He told her every time that she was out of shape. He trained her non-stop as if her life depended on it. He said menacingly that she should not think about anything else and should focus on the goal in front of her. She could not give up either her past life or her current one. And if she needed to become stronger, she had to become strong. She wanted to do everything for her goal. At the same time, the emperor was shocked by her physical fitness because he did not expect anything like this. She knew that whether it sounded like academic disciplines, fencing, or magic, if her efforts were not enough, she would try even harder. At the same time, the emperor knew that the young professor had something in common with the research of his beloved. Tesfalin watched them quietly and saw that his beloved was working tirelessly. But this only irritated the young professor more than ever. He really didn't want to just kill him and get rid of him, but he knew his beloved would be angry if he did something like that. For this reason, he had no intention of killing or getting rid of him from the start. Instead, he planned to sacrifice one of his arms for the sake of a bet. It was a perfect plan on his part, as he assumed that his beloved would look after him. A moment later, he fell to the ground with a thud and declared that he was in pain. He thought so until he found out that she was stronger than it seemed at first glance. She told him to get up, as if the fight was not over. But he said that he was in pain, and that his palm was especially painful. She said angrily that he wanted to fight her himself, but she was irritated because that was the limit of her strength. He was shocked when she beat him. She screamed that she had done something similar, and to teach him a lesson, at that very moment Tesfalin, with a smile, said that he gave up. As she left, she said she had won, and he had to keep his promise. Writhing in pain, he said she was evil, but he also stated that she did not touch his face because she liked it. He gasped as he felt shame, and if he had known in advance how everything would turn out, he would have simply shown her his body. Tesfalin said with a satisfied smile that if he showed her every part of his magnificent body, she would not beat him anymore. The young lady turned around and looked at him with embarrassment. Tesfalin began to stretch the threads on his shirt with a sick smile. He opened one eye, unable to wait for her reaction. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, as he saw that she was approaching him. At this, the lady was very embarrassed, but at the same time angry. He was taken aback and asked why she was walking towards him so frighteningly. He immediately said that he didn't know what he had done, but he was very sorry. At that very moment, he received from her. She understood that he definitely needed to say something, but she decided to put off all conversations until later. After some time, the young lady treated her lover's injuries. She stated that when people are romantically involved, it is very bad to spy on their every move, and he should know about it. Yuseniel stated that there was no need to overdo it in this matter. She knew that it was all because of her, but she was still angry. She wanted him to just stop being jealous of the men around her. He sighed heavily, as this was difficult to do. After a moment, he asked how long she was going to tease him before she enjoyed herself. Yuseniel said she had done everything, but he shouted that she should apply the medicine, she the other hand. But she said that he would figure out the rest himself. He said that he also had a bruise on his thigh. She looked at him sadly and said that he should handle it himself. A moment later, the young lady announced that it was time for her to leave. Tesfalin stopped her and offered to have dinner with the Vengeance. She said that she had to go because her sister was waiting for her, but he said that her sister had already returned home. She was surprised. He said with a smile that her sister was already at home, so she didn't need to worry. He said with a smile that they needed to wash before eating, and so he suggested that she go first. Although the young lady had been ready for the reception for some time, she noticed that her lover was meticulous in preparing her clothes. She was a little surprised because she didn't understand how he knew her size. A few minutes later, she entered the room and announced that she was ready. He turned around as he hadn't expected to see her so quickly. But a moment later, Tesfalin, with an embarrassed smile, declared that she was beautiful. And in this dress, she looked like an angel. She was embarrassed because he said such things as if it meant nothing. A moment later, he announced that he would like to wash himself. But there was only one bathtub in his room, and she used it. Looking away from her, he stated that he hadn't thought he should go right after her. Yuseniel was very confused by his words, but at that very moment, she asked when they would have dinner. The emperor grabbed his beloved's hand and childishly declared that he was happy, because today was a special day. He said the day was special because he was going to have dinner with her, and so he was very excited. A few minutes later, they were sitting in a spacious hall. She asked if he always ate like this. The emperor said with a smile that this was not so, and that he had not been in the hall for a long time, since he usually ate in his room. At that very moment, she asked if he was there. He said with a smile that she had said earlier that he should eat. He didn't say it was easy, but she didn't need to worry. They ate in silence for some time, and the atmosphere was favorable. But still, the young lady, looking at her companion, wondered if he was a man who had made a contract with the devil. Or maybe he just had devilish blood running through him. After the meal, the emperor asked his beloved whether she would come next week. She said that if there was time, she would come. He looked at her with a smile and said that she should come back quickly because he would be waiting for her. Yusunil stroked his head with a smile and said that he was a good man. At that very moment, she thanked him for the wonderful evening and also informed him that she would soon visit the Imperial Library. She said with a smile that until then, he should behave well. He smiled back and agreed with her. After some time, the young lady slowly returned back, but at that very moment, she saw her comrade. She realized that this was her childhood friend. And so, at that very moment, she hurried towards him as she wanted to greet him. But at that very moment, she heard her friend's voice and quickly hid. Oren looked at the young man and asked what he wanted to talk to her about. He stated that he knew perfectly well that she was busy, so he wanted to get straight to the point. He wanted her to attend the next banquet with him. Edel said with an embarrassed smile that he would like her to be his partner. She was shocked and couldn't believe that he called her to invite her to the banquet as his partner. Edel asked in surprise, "Doesn't she need a partner?" She said that she needed a partner, but it didn't have to be him. He was shocked and did not understand the reason for the refusal. She said that she thought he did not like going to such events with her. At that very moment, the young man froze, as he was stunned by her words. But a moment later, he declared that this was not the case at all. He sighed and, looking away from her, said that she was now a marquise. He said that there were a lot of rumors about her family, and she should know that more and more of them appeared every day. He said that she should strengthen her position, and it would be better for her to go with him, since he was the eldest son of the family and also an imperial knight. Edel said that he had received a lot as her partner, and now he wanted to repay her. At that very moment, he said with a smile that she could use it. A moment later, the young lady agreed to his proposal, and he blossomed before our eyes. He said with a smile that he would be flexible with her schedule, so all she had to do was let her know when she wanted to attend the banquet. Yusunil looked at her friend with a smile as he finally plucked up his courage. At that very moment, he invited her to go home together after work. She said that she had a lot of work and she would be late, but he assured her that everything was fine and he would wait for her. Meanwhile, the young lady went about her business with a joyful smile. She hoped that her friends would become closer soon. She slowly entered the office and greeted the professor. He looked at her intently and greeted her back, but she looked at the young man with bewilderment as she was seeing him for the first time. The young man greeted her with a smile and introduced himself, and also said that they would now be working together. Yusunil looked at him in surprise, as she didn't expect to hear anything like that. Yusunil asked Arden if he was really the Marquis's eldest son. Worthing said with a smile that the young man wanted to start attending the academy next term, so he said he would help him with his studies. Arden shouted with fire in his eyes that it was a great honor for him to work with them, and he would try his best. A moment later, the young lady showed him his desk. Arden smiled and told the girl that he had seen her before at banquets. She was surprised, but said that he seemed familiar to her. He shouted with a smile that he was very glad that she remembered him. At the same time, the young man watched them closely. Worthing looked away for a moment and stared at the young man. He didn't like this at all, as he saw the young man's embarrassed smile. He was puzzled and did not understand if there was another reason why the Marquis transferred his son to them. But he was still wary when he saw the way the young man looked at Yusunil. That same evening, the young lady leisurely returned back to his estate. She looked away when she heard Sister calling her. At that very moment, the young lady pounced on her sister with a smile and declared that she loved her very much. Yusunil hugged her sister with a smile and stated that she was still a little child, because she wondered when her sister would grow up. Genyel said with a smile that if she grew up too quickly, it would be difficult for her sister to hug her. A moment later, the butler announced that the young lady had received several songs and that he had left them in the office. Sometime later, she finally visited her office and saw many letters on her desk. But one letter caught her attention, as it was from the bear. She asked him about the man she met in the temple. She was interested in what he wrote. At the same time, he was glad that she still had not forgotten him, but he could not tell her anything that she wanted to know. He informed her that the man would not harm her, but she must control any decision. The young lady was puzzled. She wondered if the man had told her about the devil so that she could escape from her lover. She was taken aback for a moment, because her mother had told her the same thing. At the same time, she understood that everything had become even more complicated. After some time, Yusunil and his mother tried to save the plants, but all attempts were unsuccessful. The madam told her daughter that the local climate and soil were not suitable for the plant, as it was too sensitive to cold. After some time, the young lady again immersed herself in reading books, but she did not find any information. She was taken aback and turned around when her lover called her. He looked at her with a smile and stated that she really came back quickly, and he said that he missed her. She looked at him in surprise and greeted him, but at that very moment she asked why he had run away. Tesfalin stated that he had come running to her as soon as he had finished all the business in the palace. Tesfalin said with a smile that he wanted to see her at least a little earlier. She looked at him confused, as she didn't expect to hear something like that, but at the same time, she wondered if he couldn't use teleportation magic. He said with a smile that such magic used up a lot of mana, but at the same moment he noticed that there were a lot of books on the table and asked what his wife was looking for. She said that her flower was wilting and she was trying to find a way to save it, but she knew that magic could only help a healthy plant. But unfortunately, it had no effect on dying plants. Yusinil sighed, knowing that caring for the living was hard work. At that moment, the emperor thought for a moment. She looked at him intently and said that she wanted to tell him something. Yusinil said that before she could only guess, but now she was sure that Edel liked Orin. She said with a smile that it was true, and he tried very hard. But at the same time, she didn't know if anything would work out between them. She stated that she was going to the same event as them, so she would tell him how it went. He looked at her tenderly and said that he would look forward to hearing from her. Yusinil looked at her lover with an embarrassed smile. Meanwhile, Worthing asked in surprise if she would really go to the Count's event. She said that she would, and therefore she would need to adjust her schedule. She knew her friends were going to go there, so she had to go too. Worthing said with a smile that he too had received an invitation and was really considering whether he should go or not. He wanted her to go with him, but the young lady said that she could not go with him as they had already appeared together. She stated that if they continued to attend events, people would start talking too much. That's why she asked for forgiveness with a smile, because she hoped for his understanding. He sighed, as he understood that he could not do anything in this situation, but asked for links to them. She decided to go. Yuseniel turned around and called out to Aiden. She asked with a smile if he would mind going with her to the Count's reception. He looked at her with embarrassment and asked in surprise if she was really talking to him. She said that if he didn't want to, she wouldn't force him, but he happily agreed, and she thanked him. Meanwhile, the young professor looked at them menacingly, as he did not like it at all. After some time, the young people arrived at the Count's reception, and the young man behaved gallantly next to his companion. She thanked him with a smile for accompanying her, but at that very moment, they noticed the professor, who was quietly waiting for them. He looked at the young people with a smile and greeted them, and also stated that it seemed that they had arrived at the same time. They were surprised that he came to such events, although he stated that he could go alone. Count Duty greeted the young people with a smile and stated that it was a coincidence that they had arrived together. He said with a smile that he really hoped they would have a good time. Entering the hall, they looked around, as they did not expect such luxury. The young lady looked at the fountain in surprise, as she did not know what kind of jewels were there. Coming closer, they noticed diamonds that were filled with mana. At that very moment, the young lady turned around as she saw her friends. She looked at them with joy, as they were beautiful. The young people said that they always attended events together, but there were no specific rumors about this. Worthing remarked that this was very strange, because if they were together so often, it meant that something was happening between them. At that very moment, the Count cried out and greeted the Marquise and the Lord. The young people greeted the Count in return with a smile. The Count asked the Lord with a smile when he was going to become a partner for his daughter. He said that she liked him so much that she could not sleep. At the same time, looking at his daughter, he said that the Lord simply had to dance with her at the reception. The Lord stated that this would be very difficult, as he wanted to focus his attention on his partner. The Count said that, despite this, he could dance with someone else. But the Lord declared that this was not what he wanted. He said that he simply did not want to leave the Marquise in the hands of others. At that moment, the Count could not resist and laughed wildly. The Earl told the Lord that he was now speaking like a stern man, but he was saying that he should meet different people to gain experience. The young man froze for a moment after the Count's words. At that very moment, the Count said with a smile that it seemed the Marquis was satisfied with everything. He asked the Marquise if she would allow the Lord to be free. Orange Cheyenne was the eldest daughter of the Marquis. Her parents were happy to say that the Emperor was watching over her and that the future of their family was in her hands. From her earliest childhood, her parents both wanted to make her the crown princess. They pointed out the crown prince to her every time and told her that she should take a closer look at him. They insisted that she should get closer to him. Madame said that this was all for the good of their family, and she should never forget this. Every time she agreed with her mother. A moment later, she plucked up her courage and walked up to the prince and greeted him. She bowed and introduced herself. She also said with a smile that it was a great honor for her to meet him. She saw that he did not react to her greeting in any way. But at that very moment, he turned around and declared that his eyes hurt. Orin. Looking at the prince, she realized that he was just an immature child. A moment later, the prince turned around and looked into the distance with a joyful smile as his girlfriend had arrived. He rushed towards her with a smile as he wanted to spend time with her. Orin noticed that a young lady had arrived, and she also saw how the prince reacted to her. Yusinil greeted the prince with a smile. Yusinil asked the prince how he was feeling, as they had not seen each other for a long time. Orin saw that the young lady had good manners and correct speech, even though she was several years younger than her. Orin walked slowly down the corridor, lost in her thoughts. She had given up all hope of getting the position of crown princess, since the prince had given his heart to another. She understood that it was all for the best, since she wasn't even interested in him. But a moment later, the young lady froze in place as she saw a bee next to her face. She screamed because she didn't expect such a thing. She was very scared. But at that very moment, a young boy ran up to her. He shouted that it was dangerous and that she should just stand still and not move. He said she shouldn't worry too much because honeybees don't sting right away. At that very moment, he carefully covered the bee with his hands, and he slowly brought her to the window as he wanted to let her out. At that very moment, he easily opened his palms, and the bee flew away. He turned around and said with a smile that she had flown away and the young lady no longer needed to be afraid. At that very moment, he approached her, bowed, and wished her a good day. That day, she met him for the first time, and to her surprise, she didn't even have time to thank him for saving her. After some time, she approached her mother and asked her to pay attention to her. But a moment later, she turned around because she heard noise and laughter. Oren found the young man, but he was already engaged in conversation with another woman. Oren learned that he was the Marquis's eldest son, and she also learned that he was interested in the young lady. But she still wanted to come up and thank him for saving her. Plucking up her courage, the young lady approached them and asked with a smile if they were close. At that very moment, she introduced herself with a gentle smile and said that she really hoped they would become friends. As time went on, and as they grew older, she gradually began to realize that she had feelings for him. She understood that she liked him very much, and liked him as a person. And as a man, she also liked him, but she understood that these were all temporary feelings. She assumed that perhaps, over time, her feelings would disappear, just like her parents' feelings. From bitter experience, she knew that human emotions were always changing. Therefore, she assumed that her feelings for him would soon disappear. She knew this very well, but still her soul was uneasy. Unfortunately, they were never together without a third wheel. Edel, in turn, could not resist, and asked the Count what he wanted to say with such words. The Count said with a smile that the young man should calm down. He looked intently at the Marquise, as he expected an answer from her. Yusinil suddenly approached them and greeted them with a smile. She looked closely at her friend and asked if she was okay, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young Marquise was unable to utter a word. The Count asked in surprise if they really knew each other. The young lady said with a smile that they were friends. She said that they have a special and strong relationship. At the same time, she noted that she meant not only the two of them, but also the Marchioness and the Lord. The Count was taken aback for a moment, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. At that moment, he sighed heavily and looked at the young lady with a grin. He stated that since she had returned from exile, she had not known when it was appropriate or appropriate not to intervene in a conversation. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, as they did not expect such harsh statements. The Lord was taken aback and shouted at the Count that he was behaving rudely and that he should immediately apologize to the lady. Everyone was taken aback for a moment and froze, as they did not expect this. The Count said with a grin that he was not going to apologize, since he had told the truth. He said that he was not as rude as that common man, so the Emperor had no reason to punish him. Yusinil noticed that he was very proud of being noble. She asked if individual abilities weren't important too. He sighed and said that she was not mistaken, because if he had not valued her knowledge and the efforts of the Marquise, he would never have spoken to them. At that moment, the young lady could not stand it any longer and, in anger, threw her glove at him. She said that she had previously heard that he was quite skilled with a sword. The Count looked at the young lady with surprise and menace, as he did not expect such a thing. Yusinil immediately declared that she was challenging him to a duel. A few minutes later, the young lady was ready for the duel. She turned around because she heard someone calling her, but at that very moment, she looked in surprise at her professor, who was burning with anger and asking if she had really gone crazy. He didn't understand how she could even challenge someone to a duel at a reception. Young people were shouting that she should stop before it was too late. They said he was scary in battle because he had a lot of experience. But she said she was fine. They didn't need to worry. She left, leaving the young people behind, and they were very worried about her. After some time, the Count said with a smile that he would be ready when she was ready. He asked her if she liked the uniform, and also informed her that Ruby and Lord Bonhart would be the judges. Ruby looked at the young lady as her father mocked her. Yusinil sighed and declared that everything was fine and they should not waste any time. She wanted to start as soon as possible, and the Count supported her in this. A moment later, the young man raised his hand and announced the start of the duel. Without wasting a single minute, the Count swung his sword and rushed towards the young lady. He struck her with ease, waiting to see what would happen next. But the young lady parried his blow with the same ease. He was surprised because he did not expect such a thing. But at the same moment, he swung his sword again, as he intended to strike again. He struck back at her again, but the young lady dodged the blow with grace and ease. Everyone present was shocked and scared, as they saw that she almost cut herself. The Count looked at his opponent with fury, because he really thought she was better. The young lady in turn only smiled a satisfied smile. He saw her smile and was taken aback. But this was his biggest mistake, because at that very moment, she easily knocked his weapon out of his hands. Everyone present was surprised, as she easily dealt with him in a short time. Ruby was shocked and appalled by what she saw as the lady defeated her father. At that very moment, the man declared that he had lost fair and square. She turned around and looked at him, not expecting to hear that. He knelt before her and declared that she had won, and he was admitting his defeat. The count stated that he had been presumptuous and had underestimated her abilities, but he hoped that she would forgive his vanity. At that moment, she extended her hand to him and, with a smile, declared that she accepted his apology so he could stand up. The count looked at everyone present with a smile and asked if they liked the performance. Moments later, he announced that they could begin the real celebration. After some time, Yusinil changed her clothes, and while doing so, she looked for her friends in the crowd. Yusinil turned around as she heard someone calling her. Ruby looked closely at the young lady and asked shyly if she could talk to her. Yusinil looked at the girl with bewilderment, as she did not understand what he wanted to talk to her about. Ruby told the young lady with admiration that she was simply incredible, and she wondered how she managed to handle the sword so accurately, since she had studied fencing a little herself, but she had never seen such a wonderful person as Yusinil. She said with admiration that the young lady was simply amazing, and in a hurry, she asked the young lady if she could practice with her a little later. Yusinil said with a smile that they could train together when they had the opportunity. Ruby was incredibly happy about this, and happily thanked the young lady for this opportunity. A moment later, she bowed, and said that she would ask someone from her family to send her an invitation. Yusinil looked closely at the girl, as she did not look like her father's wedding at all, and in some way, she reminded her of her sister. After some time, the young lady tenderly said goodbye to her friend. At the same time, her friend thanked her for the evening. Yusinil said with a smile that she had not done anything wrong, and she was glad to see them, because a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Yusinil, in turn, looked at her friends with a smile and said goodbye to them, and also wished them good night. They looked after her intently, also wishing her a good night. Oren looked closely at her friend and saw that she was pure and caring, and therefore she simply could not feel jealous. She knew it was only natural that her friend deserved love. At that moment, the Lord looked intently at his companion and asked if they could already go to their carriage. She sighed and said that they would do so. After some time, the young people were riding back home, but the atmosphere in the carriage was not very pleasant. At that very moment, the young man could not stand it and asked his companion for forgiveness. She looked at him in surprise and asked why he was apologizing. He sighed as if he knew that everything about the banquet had turned out awkward because of him, and she found herself in this situation only because he insisted on his own way. He said that he was truly ashamed of his actions and he regretted it. She sighed and stated that, unfortunately, she could not accept his apology. She stated that he had really done nothing wrong, so he did not need to apologize to her. At that moment, the young lord stated that he would like to give her something. She looked at the small box in surprise and asked what he had given her. The lord stated that he had prepared a gift for her. Although he knew it was late, he still wanted to congratulate her on becoming a marquise. Oren was incredibly happy about this, but at the same time, thanked him with embarrassment. He looked at her with a smile and said that he was very happy that she liked the gift, as it was nice to see her smile. Oren was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. She was confused by his words. At this point, the young lord asked if she would like to try on the necklace, as he could help her if she did not object. Despite her companion, she sheepishly stated that she could manage on her own, so he did not need to worry. He was taken aback and agreed with her, but in turn wondered if he had said something wrong, as a dead silence reigned between them again. After some time, the young lady stood quietly and looked at various books in search of information. But at that moment, she noticed a commotion around her. She turned around as if she wanted to find out what had happened, but at that very moment, she bumped into the young man. Yusinil, in turn, was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing, and at that very moment, she raised her gaze to the young man. But a moment later, she screamed, as she saw in front of her an emperor whom she had not expected to see at all. She looked around nervously and asked why he had come to her, since there were many people in the hall. He stated that she had not visited the Imperial Library for a long time, and she had not appeared in the section of forbidden books, so he had come to look for her. A moment later, he stated that she needed to come with him, as he wanted to show her something. The young lady agreed, but when he brought her into the greenhouse, she was very surprised. Yusinil looked around with surprise, as she didn't remember anything like this happening in the Imperial Palace. A few minutes later, she entered the greenhouse and froze in shock as she saw a whole field of flowers. The emperor stated that she loved these flowers, so he planted them for her. He also informed her that all possible types of magic were cast on the greenhouse so that the flowers would always bloom and nothing could harm them. She was surprised that he cast magic on the flowers. He declared that the flowers in the greenhouse would never wither. She was surprised that he would do something like that for her, but at the same moment, he declared that this way she would visit the palace more often, since there was something in the palace that she liked. Yusinil turned around and looked at her lover, puzzled. At that moment, he came closer to her and hugged her tenderly. Then he quietly said that he would do anything for her. Tesfalin said with sadness in his voice that if she wanted, he would change everything in the palace for her. At that very moment, plucking up his courage, he asked her to become his empress. He wanted them to live together in the palace, and for her to be by his side always. Tesfalin sighed heavily and asked his companion to give him an answer. He asked again if she would marry him. He did not hear an answer, but still continued to ask whether she would marry him or not. He wanted her to become his empress. The young lady, in turn, looked away from him with a saddened expression, but did not answer. Tesfalin looked at her with fear and asked why she didn't tell him anything. He wanted to know if something had happened. She apologized and stated that she had to finish something right now because she had to find out something. He asked if she really meant the thing she had been looking for since childhood. She said that it was so, because this research was the task of her whole life. For this reason, she could not give him an answer right now. She sighed heavily and said she was very sorry. He asked tremblingly if she didn't want to marry him. He asked if she didn't want to be together. He said it seemed like she never liked him. But she said that wasn't true. Tesfalin said that if that wasn't the case, then she could just marry him. Trembling, he said that it seemed the reason she didn't want to was because she was disappointed in him. At that very moment, the young lady could not bear it any longer, and, grabbing his hand, kissed it to calm him down. After a moment, she pulled away from him and stated that she really liked him and cared about him very much. But research was not in the same category, and it was the most important goal in her life, so she needed more time to complete the research. She looked closely into his eyes, which were full of tears, and asked him to give her some time. After some time, she said goodbye to him with a smile and said that she would come to him soon. Tesfalin said goodbye to his beloved with an innocent smile. He stood quietly for a moment, watching her walk away. He knew he could wait a little longer, but he didn't want her to make him wait too long. Meanwhile, he was taken aback as he heard the demon inside him, who was telling him that he could take away her freedom so that she could never escape from him. He was told that he could take her and make her his. In this case, he could make a decision, without holding back his desires. Tesfalin knew he couldn't do it because she would hate him, but the demon said that love required control. If he gave her free rein, she would leave him, but he could make her stay by his side. And that was true love. The demon whispered to him, but the emperor could not stand it and ordered the demon to leave him alone. Unfortunately, he was unable to control his powers, and after his outburst, all the windows suddenly broke. He slowly left the place, but at the same time he heard everyone whispering in fear as they could not understand what had caused this. After some time, Ruby visited the young lady and thanked her with a smile for the invitation. But without wasting a minute, Ruby gave the young lady a small bag with beautiful stones, and Yusinil was surprised to ask what she had given her. Ruby shouted that she had given her the mana stones from the diamonds, bringing them as an apology for that day. The young lady was taken aback and cried out that she could not accept something so precious. But Ruby was adamant and asked her friend to accept the stones. Yusinil was taken aback and stated that, in that case, she would gladly accept them. Yusinil looked at the young lady intently and stated that no matter how the situation turned out, she should not let her head drop so easily. Ruby said with a smile that she knew this, but still continued to do such things. For this reason, she did not devote many meetings to it. Yusinil saw the girl speaking cheerfully. At that very moment, Madame came out to her daughter and announced that they had a guest on the doorstep, and she had to see him out. She didn't understand how her daughter could stand at the door for so long, because it was impolite. The moment she saw the young lady, she said that there must be an elf in their family. Ruby looked at the madam in surprise and said that it was true, but she wanted to know how she found out. Ruby stated with a smile that her mother had inherited elven blood, and her great-grandmother was elven, and her name was Puriel. Madame was taken aback because she knew her, but she did not know that she had come to the Empire. Reuben sighed heavily and said that it was a very long story. Madame said with a smile that they could go into the house, and the young lady would then tell her everything. After some time, they were sitting in the living room, drinking tea and chatting cheerfully. Yusinil looked at Ruby with a smile and asked if she minded if she called her by her first name. Ruby said with a smile that of course she didn't mind. Yusinil said that in that case, she could also call her by her first name. Ganyel asked her new acquaintance why her name didn't end in L. Ruby said that only one generation can use names that end in L. Yusinil looked at the girl with a smile, since she now understood why she reminded her so much of her sister, because she also had elven blood, and she was very glad that her sister and her new acquaintance got along with each other. For some time, her young lady leisurely went to the laboratory, but on the way, she met her friend, who had arrived very early. He asked if she would like to give him a few minutes of her time, because he wanted to tell her something. She said with a smile that they could go into the office and talk there, but he said that it was not worth doing. Yusinil looked at him in surprise, as she didn't understand why he answered like that. He stated that he needed to discuss something very personal and confidential with her. Arden sheepishly said that he knew very well that only a short time had passed, but after spending some time with her, he had come to admire her deeply. He saw how she put all her effort into everything she did, and it inspired him greatly. Arden stated that he wanted to become a person like her. He said that, in particular, that day he was deeply touched by the way she risked her life for her friends. He said that his feelings for her were full of masculinity and selflessness. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. At that moment, he looked at the young lady with embarrassment and declared that he simply could not help but fall in love with her. He said that he respected her and loved her, and that is why he always wanted to be with her. He shouted that whether it was happiness or sadness, he always wanted to share these feelings with her. Arden looked at the young lady intently and asked if she would marry him. Yusinil froze in shock as she did not expect anything like this at all. After a moment, she looked at the young man and asked if he understood that this was an unusual situation. He sighed and stated that he understood that perfectly well. He said he knew perfectly well that it was customary for families to send proposals, but he thought it better to ask the young lady's opinion first. She froze in place, rooted to the spot, not knowing what to answer him. He said that if they involved their families in this, there would inevitably be a lot of gossip, and he didn't want to subject her to that. She was taken aback and stated that he was the eldest son of the Marquis, which meant that he was his successor. She said that if he married her, he would become the son-in-law of a higher-ranking family, and he would also have to renounce his title. He shouted that he knew it, but she was more important to him than the title. Arden said that he knew perfectly well that perhaps he was not good enough, but if she agreed, he promised that he would live only for her. She sighed heavily and thanked him. At that very moment, the young man blossomed before our eyes. She looked away from him and declared that she knew perfectly well that he was a good man. He stated that marriage does not mean that people have to be passionately in love with each other, and that if they gradually strive to get to know each other better, then everything will work out for them. Yusinil said that she was not going to get married anytime soon. He froze in shock, as he had not expected this. Yusinil sighed and stated that she didn't have time to get married. He asked if it was all because of her research. She said that it was, and she was sure that he knew about it since they worked together in the same office. Yusinil said that she would definitely see everything with her own eyes someday, but it would be a long journey for her. She understood that she had to finish her research, because she wanted to return to her world, to her past life. She said that she didn't know when it would all end, and now all her attention was focused on research. She understood that this was enough, and he would leave her alone. But the young lady was taken aback with surprise when she heard that he would not give up. She asked what he meant. He said that during her research, there would come a time when she would want to settle down, and he would wait for her until that moment came. He said that maybe she had refused him this time, but he would wait for her. She was taken aback and shouted that he didn't have to do that. He bowed and stated that it was entirely up to him, so she could continue to do what she wanted. Yusinil froze for a moment and called out to him, but it was all in vain. She didn't expect this, and hoped that she had explained everything to him to the worst. But to her surprise, failure awaited her. He unexpectedly proposed to her, and she didn't know how to behave with him now in the laboratory. She understood that they would now be awkward with each other. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback as the ground beneath her feet suddenly began to shake. Looking back, she heard a scream, as there were people near her who also felt the earth shaking. Yusinil was taken aback when she heard the announcement that a terrible earthquake had been recorded, and all academy students were required to leave this place and find a safe place. At that very moment, the young lady hurried to her sister. She looked around for her sister, but after a few minutes, she finally found her. Yusinil ran to her sister and asked if she was okay and if she was hurt, but her sister stated that everything was fine. She hugged her sister with tears in her eyes and said that she was very scared. Yusinil, hugging her sister, hastened to calm her down and also said that they would go home right away. After some time, the young ladies rushed back home. At the same time, she wondered why such a strong earthquake had happened, and she had a very bad feeling. She assumed that this was some kind of warning from above. After some time, the young ladies returned home, and their parents hurried to them. Madame looked at her daughters with joy, as she was glad that everything was all right with them. The Duke told his wife with a smile that, now that he knew the children were safe, he had to go. Yusinil, surprised, asked her father where he intended to go. The Duke stated that the East Tower had collapsed due to an earthquake, which was why there was a fire there, and he needed to go there. A moment later, a messenger from the Imperial Palace arrived to them. He hastily handed the Duke a small scroll and stated that an official document had been sent to him. The Duke opened the document and was taken aback by surprise. He was puzzled and did not understand the purpose of the Emperor's decision, but the young lady hurried to her father, as she wanted to know what had happened. The Duke sighed heavily and announced that he had received an order for execution. At that very moment, he showed the scroll to his daughter. He reported that the Marquis's eldest son had been sentenced to death. The young lady was taken aback by shock, as she had not expected anything like this at all. Without wasting a minute, the young lady headed to the palace to see her lover. She understood that she urgently needed to meet him. A moment later, she saw the butler, who looked at her in surprise. He quickly shouted to the knights to open the door immediately. Yusinil greeted the butler hastily. He quickly wrapped her in her wet coat. A moment later, the young lady, asking for forgiveness, went out into the palace. She passed the servants and hurried towards the emperor. Yusinil was a little puzzled because she was heading straight to the emperor's chambers, but no one stopped her. She sighed as she realized that everyone already knew about them. At the same moment, she opened the doors of the emperor's room. Entering the room, she called him. He turned around and greeted her with a fierce grin. But at that very moment, he asked what had brought her to him at such a late hour. She looked at him menacingly and asked what he was going to do. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked what she was talking about. She said that the conversation was now about the fact that he intended to execute the Marquis's son. Tesfalin asked in surprise if she had come to him to talk about another man. She was shocked and shouted that now was not the time for jokes. But he was not joking at all. She was furious and screamed that she had read the official order and already knew everything. She was shocked because he was planning to execute the young man because evidence of treason suddenly appeared. She screamed that he was too harsh. The emperor declared that this was not so, and there was one reason why he should die. Tesfalin approached his beloved and knocked her down on the table, but at the same moment he asked how the young man dared to leave his beloved and marry him. She was taken aback as she did not expect him to find out about it. At that very moment, the emperor declared that this was his greatest sin. She remained silent as he tenderly kissed every strand of her hair. At that very moment, he could not stand it and proposed to her to marry. He said that then they would be able to wake up in the same bed and live together, and then they would be able to see each other whenever they wanted. Tesfalin said that he wanted her to look only at him because he loved her very much. Without wasting a single minute, he tenderly began to carefully untie her blouse with his teeth. At that moment, she began to tremble and tears flowed from her eyes. He looked at her in surprise, as he had not expected such a thing. She said that she did not like it when he did such things because of her. With bitter tears, she said that she really hated it. The emperor was immediately taken aback, because he did not expect such a thing. Trembling, she said that she did not want him to be such an emperor. She did not want him to stain his hands with senseless blood. She didn't want him to do it, especially because of her. At that very moment, she touched his heart, but she didn't feel the beating in his chest. She knew he used to be kind, soft, and gentle, but now he had become cold. She wondered if it was all because he no longer had a heart. She was puzzled because he gave her his only precious heart. Yusinil sighed heavily and told the emperor that she simply wanted him to let the young man go. She sighed and asked him to spare the young man. At that very moment, he agreed with her. She asked in surprise if he would really do this for her. The emperor stated that he would do it because she wanted it. Tesfalin looked at her with a smile and declared that he would do anything for her. He said he just wanted her to know that only she could do this to him. At that moment, he extended his hand and asked her to come with him to a place. Moments later, they descended into the dungeon, the emperor wondering how much he could show her. She sighed and asked how much longer they had to go. The emperor stated that they were almost there. A moment later, she was taken aback as she saw the terrible statue, which was filled with darkness. Yusinil had been to the palace many times, but she didn't know that there was such a place in the palace. Moments later, the emperor announced that they had arrived. He sighed and stated that there was a secret hidden here that he wanted to show her. He wanted to know how she would react when he showed her everything. He didn't know if she would be scared of him or if they would become closer. Yusinil, upon entering the dungeon, was taken aback for a moment and stated that there was someone in the distance. She looked closely and saw that there was a man lying there, but she wanted to know who it was. He said that it was the first emperor. He sighed and informed the young lady that in front of her was the body of the first emperor, the founder of the Northern Empire. He informed her that a spell of eternal preservation had been cast on it. Tesfalin revealed that he had been kept under guard in the palace since the founding of the empire until now, and he wondered if she would accept him in the end. A hidden room deep underground in the imperial palace. It was a grotesque thing created for the demon so that it could exist on Earth even in the absence of a contractor. Emperor Joda was the first human to make a pact with a demon. The demon inhabited his body and provided justification for interfering in the human world. With his new strength, he waged numerous wars. But in the process, gradually and very slowly, the demon began to absorb him. Before completely losing his body in the last moment of his sanity, he barely managed to repel the demon by sacrificing his heart and dying. However, the death of the first emperor did not mean that the demon also disappeared. The blood and sins of the demon were passed on to the descendants of the imperial family, which continued to this day. Tesfalin was well aware of the fact that he might not be able to escape the fate that befell the first emperor. He looked closely at his beloved, wondering what kind of reaction she would show him. He understood that she might be afraid of him and find him unpleasant. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. He didn't know anything like this, but he understood that without her, he would simply be lost. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback. As she cried out with a joyful smile, she looked at the emperor's body in surprise, as she saw an incredible picture, because the corpse looked as if he was still alive. She was curious about what true power the emperor possessed, so that even after death he could wield such might. Tessfulin Yu, in turn, was taken aback, as he did not expect such a reaction at all. She turned around and said with a smile that she was interested in how the magic of eternal storage worked. Turning around, she asked if such magic was even possible. At that very moment, she declared that she wanted to choose this as a topic for her next research. She asked her lover what he thought about this, but at that very moment she looked at him in surprise, as he was laughing. Tessfulin, in turn, could not resist and burst into wild laughter. He understood that this was exactly the reaction he expected from her. At the same time, he did not understand how she could be so charming. She looked at him in surprise, with bewilderment on her face. He smiled and stated that he would support her research in any way he could. A moment later, he smiled and asked her to leave, knowing that it was not a good idea to linger in such a place. Moments later, they left the dungeon, with Tessfulin asking if they could get married after he waited for her to finish her research. She sighed and stated that she would tell him if he answered her question. He was glad of that. She asked if the earthquake in the capital and the collapse of the Eastern Tower were his work. Tessfulin was taken aback, as he did not expect such a question. But at that very moment, he turned around, and his face changed. She sighed heavily as she realized that he was involved in everything that was happening. She didn't understand why such things happened every time she was around. Yusinil asked the young man to stop what he was worried about, because what he was worried about would never happen. He sighed and said that he would not do that again. Yusinil told the emperor that he looked out of place. She also said that she would be by his side, so she suggested that he go to bed. He asked in surprise if she would really go with him. She sighed and said that she was serious, and that she would be by his side all night. Tessfulin was confused by such words of his beloved, but he did not understand why she decided so. At that moment, she sighed and declared that she understood everything, and in that case, he would just go home. In a hurry, the young emperor grabbed her hand and shouted that he did not want her to leave, and at the same time, he asked her to stay next to him. He said that we will not ask for anything more. Tessfulin understood that she could see her soul and could not know her true feelings, so he asked if she was angry with him, but she said that she was not angry, and after her words, he felt relieved. A moment later, the young lady smiled and told her lover that she would stay by his side so that he could sleep peacefully. Tessfulin smiled sheepishly, as he was glad of this. Yusinil stated that she would be by his side in the morning, so he didn't have to worry about her disappearing. He said with a smile that he felt like he was a child now. Now he was truly happy because he loved her. The young lady looked at the emperor with a gentle smile. After all, looking at him peacefully, it seemed to her that nothing had happened. But in turn, she wondered if this was really normal. Today, she saw the body of the first emperor who made a pact with the demon and his constantly changing appearance. All of this continued to baffle her. The next day, the young lady happily sorted through the documents. After everything that happened, her friend's death sentence was overturned. However, evidence of the rebellion did not disappear. So, he was ordered to leave the capital. He was spared, but nothing could return to its place. Meanwhile, the young people were talking to each other and discussing the recent earthquake. But a moment later, their conversation took a different direction, and they talked about the need for the emperor to introduce a new empress. Now, the young lady understood why her lover was talking about marriage again. The young men said that they had heard that a banquet would soon be held in honor of the emperor's birthday, and they were interested in what statement would be made at the banquet. Yusinil realized that even though she had made a fuss in the palace a few days ago and spent the whole day there, not a single rumor had been spread. She realized that her lover really had everything under control. She knew that if word got out that she had spent the night with the emperor, there would be an uproar. The fact that there was absolutely no talk about concrete spoke volumes. A moment later, she was taken aback as the young ladies called her and asked her to stop. Yusinil looked at them with a smile and asked what they wanted. The young ladies greeted her with a smile and also informed her that they had a few questions for her. They said that the young lady had been close to the emperor since childhood, and they had also seen them together at a reception with the Duchess. Yusinil looked at them in surprise, but said that they had known each other since childhood. The young ladies asked her if she knew who the emperor would be attending the upcoming birthday banquet with. They asked if she knew anything about it. Yusinil asked in surprise why they asked about this. They said that they thought that since she and the emperor were such good friends, she should know about it. The young lady was taken aback and stated that she knew nothing. They asked if she thought the emperor should marry since he had already reached adulthood. Yusinil stated that, in her opinion, he should decide such a question himself. She said that she really didn't know anything for sure, but there was one thing she could tell them. The young ladies immediately perked up as they wanted to hear what she really knew. She looked at them intently and sternly declared that they should think when they said something. They were taken aback because they did not expect such a thing. Yusinil said she felt it was very impolite to ask someone such personal questions, especially someone they barely knew. They were taken aback and froze in shock on the spot, as her words sent shivers through them. At that very moment, they asked for forgiveness for their rudeness. As she left, she stated that she had also gone a little too far with her statements, and they could simply forget about her words. They quickly bowed their heads to her and sincerely apologized. Yusinil left the girls in a very bad mood. At At the same time, she was puzzled by everything that had happened because she had simply hoped that the rumors would not spread. She sighed heavily because she was contradicting herself, and it was stupid of her. Before she realized it, time had flown by, and the day of the banquet in honor of the emperor's birthday had arrived. Meanwhile, all the aristocrats had gathered for the banquet. After some time, the young ladies arrived at the banquet, with all eyes fixed on them. Ganyel cried out with joy, as she had not expected such luxury. She told her family that she wanted to go and look around as soon as possible. The madam asked her daughter with a smile not to go far, as she had to stay close to them. A moment later, the duke approached them. He looked at them with a gentle smile and noticed that they all looked absolutely stunning. He said that today in the palace, their family would shine brighter than anyone else. The lady approached her husband and stated that he looked very exhausted. She suggested that he had not slept for several days because of work. He smiled and stated that seeing her and the children made him feel better. A moment later, the young ladies entered the hall. Ganyel called out to her sister that Ruby was next to them. Ganyel said with a smile that it seemed like the lady hadn't noticed them, so she would like to go and greet her first. Yusinil reached out to her sister and shouted that she shouldn't run like that. But at that very moment, she turned around as if someone had called her. She was surprised because she saw her friend. Oren smiled and told her friend that she looked amazing today. Yusinil smiled and said that her friend also looked great, and asked her friend how she had been doing lately. The lady stated that she had been busy since she became the marquise, and was constantly busy with things to do. Yusinil, with a smile, said that she was sure that she was doing well. Yusinil immediately noticed the beautiful and new necklace. She told her friend with a smile that it was very beautiful, and at the same time, it looked luxurious. Her friend thanked her shyly and said that it was the Lord who gave it to her. Yusinil said with a smile that the Lord gave her a wonderful gift as a congratulation, and it was very thoughtful of him. Oren sighed and said that she had been seeing him a lot lately, and her feelings were confused. Yusinil understood her friend and said that it seemed to be really exhausting for her. She smiled and stated that it was true, and at first she just needed his help. But since they started spending more time together, things had become different. And now she didn't even know what she really wanted. Yusinil came closer to her friend and took her hand. Yusinil looked at her friend intently and stated that everything was fine, and she didn't need to rush. But on the contrary, she needed to think everything through carefully. She told her friend that she didn't have to force herself to distance herself if her heart didn't want to. She said that she didn't have to decide that right now. The young lady looked at her friend with a smile and noted that she was right, and she did not need to rush her decision. She thanked her friend with a smile for her support and care. But a moment later, everyone turned around because they heard some noise. At that very moment, everyone present was informed of the emperor's arrival. Yusinil froze for a moment and looked at us with embarrassment at her lover, since he was simply at his best. The thought of having to meet and greet all the people was already making him tired. But he understood that he had to deal with the feelings of greed and envy that were hidden behind the false smiles. He understood that he had to let the frightening energy pass through himself. Tesfalin clearly felt what was going on in their souls, but he knew that he had to do this. And yet, only the opportunity to see his beloved gave him strength. He grew stronger at the thought that he would soon see her. So a moment later, he walked into the hall with a smile on his face. Everyone greeted him and rejoiced. Tesfalin looked at everyone present with a smile and sincerely thanked everyone for coming to him from far away. Today was his birthday, but more importantly, they all gathered to celebrate the prosperity of their empire. He said that they had gone through countless trials and hardships, but still stood firm, and this was only possible thanks to the dedication of everyone present. So he wished everyone to continue moving towards their bright future. A moment later, he and all the guests present raised their glasses. The guests present joyfully shouted and congratulated the emperor on the holiday. The young lady looked at the emperor with a gentle smile as she saw that he had become strong. She finally saw that he had become a respected emperor, but there were times when he seemed fragile to her. Then, he tenderly asked her for a hug. But now she saw his overwhelming presence over everyone, and it surprised her, but she knew all the versions of him. She saw every side of him. It seemed to her that their future together would be good. But at that very moment, the young lady felt a burning pain in her soul. It seemed to her that her heart was being torn into pieces. It was as if a sharp knife had been stabbed into her heart again. It was the same pain she felt when she was dying in her past life. In that state, she could not do anything. She understood that if the pain did not go away, she would not be able to make any promises. A moment later, she jumped as she heard some noise. Turning around, she saw her sister, whom I happily shouted to her. The lady asked her sister why she was wiping her face. Yusinil said with a smile that it was just hot. But at the same moment, she asked why they were all gathered at the table. Her sister stated that their friend wanted to show the beautiful manna stone. At that moment, everyone looked at the young lady with admiration. Ruby stated that her grandmother was an elf, and she always said that when she looked into the stone, she was reflected in it, like in a mirror, and it seemed to her that she could enter the world of fairies. The young lady froze in surprise for a moment. A few minutes later, she told her sister that she would be back soon. At that very moment, she hurried to the library as she wanted to find more information. She understood that it was still possible to get to another world. Yusunil knew she just needed to look over everything again. At that very moment, she opened the story of the angel and the woodcutter. She realized that this was not a simple fairy tale at all. The angel descended into the human world and then returned to heaven. She understood that it definitely spoke of a crossing between spaces. She read about the emerald lake near the mountain, because then the woodcutter saw that he could rise into the sky with the angel. She assumed that they used the reflection in the lake as the mana stone that Ruby held to travel to another world. She understood that if he had such power, then the lake was not ordinary, but a place where a huge amount of mana was collected. She assumed that powerful mana had accumulated in the mountain, but it looked like just a lake. Yusunil understood that if she could only find that place, she would be able to return to her world. But at that very moment, all her thoughts disappeared as she heard a crash behind her. Yusunil turned around in fear and saw the Emperor himself. He looked at her intently and said menacingly that he was wounded. He could not believe that she had gone off to the Imperial Library in the middle of an event. He asked if this was all because of her research. He said that today was his birthday, so he asked if she really had to do research on that day. She looked away from him, unable to answer the question. He was furious, because he did not understand why she was avoiding him. And so he asked if she was afraid of him. He asked if she was disgusted by the thought of becoming his empress. She said it wasn't so, but he insisted that if it really wasn't so, then she had to prove it to him. Tesfalin looked intently at his beloved and declared that she must give herself to him. He said that if she could not give him her heart, then she could give him her body. He wanted her to make him feel himself, even just a little. At that very moment, the Emperor began to quietly kiss her. The young lady was puzzled, but he was not ready to let her go, so he continued kissing her passionately. After a moment, she finally pushed him away. Yusunil said sheepishly that she couldn't breathe. The Emperor, in turn, sighed heavily, looked at her intently, and proposed to marry her. Tesfalin said that he would never interfere with her research, and he could help her. He wanted to work hard to support her. He said that he could give her everything, not just his heart. Tesfalin looked at her intently and asked her to answer him positively. He wanted to betroth himself to her. After asking for forgiveness, the young lady looked away from him as she could not withstand his gaze. At that moment, he turned around and hid his face. He was shaking because she didn't even want to get engaged to him. He was shouting that she was ruthless and he couldn't live peacefully when he wasn't with her. He was asking if she was really going to leave him. The young lady rushed towards him and shouted that she would never do anything like that. She couldn't just leave him. But at that very moment, memories of her past life and her mother came into her head. She was taken aback for a moment, but after a few minutes she pulled herself together, and hugging her lover, she asked for forgiveness, as she was very sorry. Yusunil asked her lover to wait a little longer. She did not know where to begin her story. She knew that if she told him that her research involved going to another world, he would probably be upset with her. She knew that he would probably feel betrayed. Yusunil, to her regret, realized that she couldn't calm him down, and this made her feel worthless. At that very moment, her sister shouted with a smile that Ruby had given her the mana stone, and even though she had done nothing, it continued to glow. She said that it glowed as if it were alive, and that was amazing. The madam said with a smile that the mana stone was made of diamonds, and they were sometimes used as a light source. The young lady was incredibly surprised. She said that if she were in a dark place and held him, she would not escape from anything. At that very moment, Yusunil realized that the stone could react to mana. As soon as they arrived at the estate, the young lady rushed with the speed of lightning to her laboratory. Her family looked at his trail with surprise, as they did not understand why she ran away. A few minutes later, the young lady opened her small chest of stones and stated that she could use the stones to discover a certain magical power. She was not sure if she was right, but she understood that the poor did not have a choice. Yusunil couldn't put off her research, so she began studying immediately. At that very moment, she sat down to her work, sparing no effort. The next day, a young man entered the office yawning. He looked at his girlfriend in surprise, as he thought she had a day off. She only greeted him with a smile, but she also stated that she knew perfectly well that she had a day off. But she wanted to do some personal research, so she asked him to ignore her. The young man was taken aback, as he understood that she had something serious, but he did not say anything to her. Meanwhile, she was slowly returning home. She told the maid with a smile that she could bring her anything she wanted for dinner. Daniel hurried to her sister in surprise and asked why she had returned so late, because something amazing had happened to her today, and she was waiting for her sister to tell her everything. Yusunil apologized to her sister and stated that she could not listen to her now and they could talk later. Her sister was upset by what she heard, but she understood everything perfectly. After some time, the young man sighed heavily, as he was tired after a long work. He looked at his girlfriend and declared that they had enough work for today. She sighed and said that he could go home, but she wanted to work a little longer. He didn't know what she was doing so diligently, but he saw that she was working tirelessly. Worthing looked at her with an excited expression and wished her a good evening, and also asked her not to stay too long. She smiled and declared that she would not overwork herself. A moment later, he left, and the young lady was left alone with her research. After some time, they brought her a mountain of letters and told her that in front of her were all the invitations to parties and tea parties, but she asked with a smile to send everyone a polite refusal. The butler was surprised, since there was an invitation from the palace, but she said that it did not matter. Yusinil sighed heavily, as she realized that her lover would be very upset. But she also understood that she didn't have time to think about anything else now, because she wanted to continue working. But she understood that she needed to focus only on her research. Meanwhile, the emperor was finishing his meeting. All those present thanked him for his wise leadership. They saw that he did not make a single mistake. But lately, they saw that he was very strict. A moment later, his assistant presented him with a report. He also reported that the emperor had received a letter from a young lady. The emperor quickly took the letter and asked the man to leave. He opened the letter slowly, as he felt a thrill every time he opened a letter from her. But moments later, he was taken aback, as he saw that she had refused him. He was shocked, because first she had rejected his marriage proposal and invitation to visit, and now she had even avoided meeting him. Some time ago, he asked the butler about the young lady's schedule, but he said that she only went to the research center and returned home late at night. He was worried because she continued. This has been going on for a whole month. He was furious because she went to the center and home every day, leaving no time for him. He wanted to see her at least for a moment, but he understood that it was impossible. He was furious because he knew that the research must be very important to her and more important than him. He remembered asking her to marry him as a child, but then she said that he was not her type. Tesfalin asked who was her type. She said that she liked a man who was taller than her, who could hug her warmly. She said that he should be smart enough to understand what she was saying and carry on a good conversation. And it would be nice if he could use magic and, at the same time, not get tired of regular exercise and be proficient in fencing. He was shocked, as it was unlike him. She said with a smile that the most important thing was appearance, because she was most attracted to guys with black hair. The emperor looked at his reflected face with anger, but at that very moment, he realized that he completely corresponded to the ideal type of his beloved. He knew that with his incredibly handsome face, he would win her heart, because he perfectly matched her preferences. He wanted to see how long she could go without seeing him. A moment later, the young lady finally achieved the desired result. She knew that she would soon succeed. But after a few minutes, her masterpiece broke. Yusinil was shocked because she had put in a lot of work and it was all in vain. She couldn't believe that she had failed again, and she knew it was strange because, in theory, everything was fine. But she didn't know why her theory wasn't working, and she didn't understand what she was doing wrong. A moment later, some young men approached her and anxiously asked her to take a break because she was working hard, and it seemed to them that she was simply punishing herself with such work. Yusinil smiled and stated that she was fine and would take a break as soon as she could, so she asked not to worry about her. They sighed and asked her to take care of herself and her strength. At that moment, the young lady was taken aback, as she heard the wind in the room. She was surprised, as she knew that the window was closed, but a moment later, she saw her lover, who was watching her intently. He greeted her with a smile. Yusinil was puzzled and did not understand how he got to her, but she was worried that others might see him. At that very moment, the emperor jumped down with ease. He sighed and stated that she never had time, and it was the only way he could see her face. He was going to cry and beg for her attention, but seeing her like this, he couldn't complain. She apologized and stated that her research was at a critical point. She asked him to wait a little. He came closer to her and asked if she knew how many times he had already thought about this. He asked her to just look at him as he missed her. She sighed heavily and called his name softly, but he noticed that she was exhausted. Tesfalin shouted and stated that she herself told him to take care of his health, but it seemed that she herself did not follow her own advice. He asked what she was doing because he saw that she worked a lot at her desk. Yusinil stated that she was working on a magical tool that could later be used to locate the place. He also realized how exactly she used the mana stones. He noticed that the flow of mana seemed unstable. At that very moment, the emperor applied his force to the stone. A few minutes later, the young lady looked in surprise at the compass he had fixed. She couldn't understand how he had managed to do such a thing. He smiled and said that it was useful in some matters. At that very moment, she heard a noise outside the door and asked her lover to leave before someone noticed him. As he left, he looked at her with a smile and asked her not to overwork herself. Yusinil smiled and stated that she would contact him soon. That same evening, she was finishing the last details of her compass. After some time, she finally managed to create a fully functional compass. She knew that in front of her now was the compass, which would lead her to the Emerald Pond. Countless people set foot on the mountain. Mages and adventurers went there to search, but only a few of them returned. They disappeared without a trace, and only the lists of the missing continued to grow. The mountain was said to be a place that swallowed up explorers, and those who went there never returned. She couldn't believe that so many people had just disappeared, so she knew that if she wasn't careful, the same thing could happen to her. But she knew she had gone too far, and she couldn't stop now. After some time, the young lady came to the research center. After asking for forgiveness, she stated that she was applying for leave. She looked intently at the young man and, introducing herself, stated that she was a researcher at the institute. The young people were extremely surprised that she was leaving, and they said that they would miss her very much. She thanked them with a smile for their kind words, and also asked them to take care of themselves. Moments later, she turned around as she saw her mentor. He looked at her menacingly and asked if she had really gone on vacation without even consulting her professor. Yusunil apologized for not telling him sooner, as she had made the decision very quickly. But she stated that she was leaving to focus on her research, and the fastest way for her to learn was to experience everything for herself. He was taken aback and asked in surprise if this meant that she was really going up the mountain. He was shocked by her statement and shouted that she simply could not go there alone because it was very dangerous there. Yusunil said with a smile that she was well aware of the danger, but still, she hoped that he would at least bless her. She said that she thought it would help her on her journey. The young man froze in place in shock, as he did not expect such a thing. But a moment later, he sighed heavily and declared that he could not stop her if she had already made her decision. And at the same time, he already knew better than anyone how much effort she had put into her research. At that very moment, the young lady extended her hand to him, and he looked at her in surprise. Yusunil thanked him for everything, because without his help, she would never have been able to achieve such success. He shook her hand with a smile and asked her to be careful. He stated that he knew that she would be worried, so she should take care of herself. Finally, the young lady said with a smile that she would do everything in her power, so he should not worry. She smiled and said goodbye to him. He stared at her for a while, not wanting to let her go. He knew his office would be empty without her, but he knew he couldn't stop her. After some time, she told her friends that she was leaving, and they looked at her with no less surprise and asked where exactly she was going. Yusunil smiled and stated that it was related to her research, and she had to go to one place if she wanted to learn more, so she assumed that they wouldn't be able to see each other for a while. Yusunil said with a smile that if they decided to get married, they should just have a wedding. She said that they should not give up on it because of her. At that very moment, the young lady said that this would not happen, but her beloved declared that he agreed. They looked at each other in surprise. While their friend looked at them with a smile, after a moment, they still wished her a good journey and, most importantly, a safe one. That evening, the young lady met her parents and announced her trip. Madam asked excitedly about her return. She wanted to know how long her daughter would be busy with work. At that moment, the Duke cried out, as he did not want to allow his daughter to go on a dangerous journey. He shouted that if he knew she would return safe and sound, he could wait as long as she wanted. He understood that she was leaving without any guarantees, and therefore he was worried that something might happen to her. The lady told her husband that their daughter had made this decision, and as parents, they should believe her. She said that he had previously said that he would support his daughter, whatever her decision was. She understood that this was a necessary choice for her. Madam said that if her family tried to stop her, it would be hard for her. Yusunil, in turn, quietly listened to her parents, but she still understood that they would let her go, no matter how difficult this decision might be for them. But she was sad because she understood that she had the most difficult moment left. After some time, she met her lover, and he greeted her with a smile. He said with a smile that she must have had some free time since she wanted to meet in the greenhouse. He asked if she really wanted to spend time with him and look at the flowers. He said that he always looked after the flowers so she could admire them every day. Yusunil looked at her lover with sadness and said that she had to tell him something. He looked at her in surprise and asked what had happened because he saw that she was serious. She sighed and announced that she was leaving. Tesfalun, taken aback, asked what she was talking about, but at that very moment he remembered the compass and realized that she had finished working on it. He was furious because he had not helped her so that she would leave. Tesfalun shouted to his beloved that she could take him with her and they could leave together. She asked for forgiveness because she could not do such a thing. He was shocked and did not understand why she refused. Looking away from him, she stated that this journey was something she had to go through, to correct herself alone, and she couldn't drag him into it. Tesfalun asked, trembling, what he should do when she left, for she meant the world to him. The young lady slowly approached her lover and quietly called him. She looked at him intently and stated that he should listen to her very carefully because she had told him a secret. She sighed and stated that she remembered her past life. He was taken aback because he did not understand what was being discussed. She said she was different from everyone else because of her memories. For this reason, she continued to study magic in order to meet her mother from her past life. After all, her mother was the whole world to her. But in the end, she suddenly passed away without even saying goodbye to her. Yusunil said she left her mother alone, and she felt guilty ever since. The emperor was taken aback and looked at her with tears in his eyes. She said that this does not mean that this life is not important to her. She said that the new life is very dear to her, because she decided that she would return no matter what happened. She understood that if she managed to get into her past world, then she would return. But unfortunately, she didn't know how long it would take, and so she asked him to wait for her because she wanted to come back to him, and when she came back, they could get married and live together. With tears in her eyes, Yusinil said with a smile that back then, they could just wake up next to each other and start the day together. She wanted to spend every day and every free time with him. She wanted to live a full life next to him. At that very moment, the Emperor pulled away from her and quietly called her by name. He understood that he couldn't just let her go and wanted to enjoy her to the fullest. She pushed him away and asked him to wait a bit. Looking away with embarrassment, she stated that it was too fast. She wanted them to slow down a little, and he agreed with her and said that he loved her. And she said that she loved him too. The next day, the young lady was ready to leave. She turned around because she heard Sister ask when she would be back. Ganyul, with tears in her eyes, said that she would be sad without her. Yusinil said with a smile that if her sister behaved well, she would return soon. Yusinil told her sister to eat well and not forget to do her homework. The madam wished her daughter a safe journey with a smile. She said that they would be waiting for her all the time. Meanwhile, the Duke could not bear it and burst into tears in front of his daughter. He could not just let her go. Yusinil looked tenderly at her family, and after a moment, declared that it was time for her to go. Without a moment's delay, she saddled her horse and at that very moment left her family and rode off to meet the unknown. Madame looked at her daughter with a smile, while her relatives were filled with bitter tears. After a few minutes, the young lady stopped because she saw a familiar silhouette in the distance. Tesfalin looked at his beloved with a tender smile and called her. He said with a smile that he had come to take her to the northern gate, as he had promised. At that very moment, the young lady declared that she would like to return something to him, because she thought that she should not keep his valuable gift any longer. Tesfalin hugged his beloved tightly and declared that she should take the gift with her. She was taken aback and asked if he knew what it was. He declared that it was his heart, which she could take with her. He knew that if she returned safe and sound, nothing would happen. She knew that there might be a situation where she wouldn't come back, but he said that she would definitely come back. He said he knew she would come back to him, so she could take his heart with her. She sighed heavily, as she understood that she would not be able to convince him otherwise. So she declared that she would return safe and sound. Tesfalin kissed her tenderly and declared that she should not forget that she had promised to marry him when she returned. She said with a smile that she would never forget it. Tesfalin looked tenderly at his beloved and wished her a safe journey. She smiled back at him and thanked him and said goodbye. After some time, the young man stood alone and watched his beloved walk away. After she said goodbye to everyone, she continued her journey. She couldn't look back because she didn't want to regret her decision. For this reason, she simply rushed on without looking back. But at the same time, she made small stops. After some time, she said goodbye to her horse, which had taken her to her destination. A few minutes later, she felt manna floating in the air. She turned around and looked at the mountain, as she knew it was no ordinary mountain. After several days of traveling, she finally arrived at the mountain. Yusinil sighed as she realized that the mountain was indeed difficult to climb. But moments later, she was taken aback as she saw the landmark she had set yesterday. She was shocked because she realized that she was walking in circles again. Even though she followed the direction indicated, she still returned to the same place. Yusinil suggested that it was as if the mountain itself was changing its path. But still, the young lady was not going to give up so easily, so she wanted to try again. She understood that no matter how many obstacles she encountered on her way, she would still not lose her determination. She didn't know how long she would wander in this state, but she still wasn't going to give up. Yusinil had been on the mountain for a whole week. In turn, she realized that she was moving forward. Yusinil looked around and wondered if she should set up camp, but a moment later, she saw that the compass light was different from before, so she needed to go further. A few minutes into the journey, she froze in place, realizing that she had overcome all the difficulties. She was incredibly happy when she came across the lake, because she was finally able to find the Emerald Pond. In her joy, she guessed that it had taken her a whole week to find a place. Yusinil looked at the lake in surprise, as she realized that it was filled with manna. She simply could not believe that such a place existed, as it seemed to her that it was a dream. But moments later, she looked closely at her reflection. Some time ago, Madame spoke about her daughter, that since she had discovered all the answers for herself, up to this point she could tell her everything, namely, how to get into the world of fairies, even if she was not a fairy. Yusinil asked her mother in surprise how she could get into the fairy world, and Madame declared that the answer was in her blood. After all, the power of the elves is contained in her blood. With her help, she will be able to pass into that world. The lady screamed that she does not understand at all what her mother means. But moments later, she was taken aback as she saw her mother's hands, which were black. Madame told her daughter that she should never forget what she really wanted and where she ultimately wanted to go. But the mother asked her daughter to be careful. At that very moment, the young lady thought about her mother's words, and a moment later, she took a small blade and cut her hand. After all the manipulations, she saw how the lake began to boil. She was in shock and did not understand what was happening at all, as the entire pond was seething and drawing her in. A moment later, she was already drowning in the lake. The young lady could not breathe, but she knew that she must not lose consciousness. After some time, she opened her eyes and was taken aback, as her head hurt, but she did not know where she was. The little inhabitants of the new world greeted her with a smile and welcomed her to the magical world. She asked in surprise if they knew who she was, and they said that of course they knew, since they were the ones who had brought her and they were waiting to greet her. At that very moment, she was informed that the queen was waiting for her and she should follow them. Looking around, the young lady noticed that she had entered a wonderful world. They said that it was all because their world was magical and filled with happiness. They said that in this world, one could get rid of all sorrows. And they also noted that it would be good if she could find peace in their world. The fairy looked closely at the young lady and stated that she felt that she was worried. And in that case, she could stay in their world and gradually think everything over. But the young lady stated that she did not have time. She needed to hurry. They said that in their world, she would find true peace. At the same time, they suggested that perhaps what she was looking for was right here. Yusinil looked in surprise at the beautiful butterflies that were flying next to the flowers. She understood that if paradise existed, then it probably looked exactly like this. They happily said that the butterfly liked her and pulled her onto her hand. Being in such a beautiful world, it seemed to her that all the tension she was experiencing had evaporated. It seemed to her that all her stress was melting before her eyes. Yusinil really wanted to get rid of the disturbing nightmares of her past life, so she assumed that it was in a place like this that she could get rid of the pain and feel freedom and peace. But unfortunately, she knew that she could not stop. And releasing the butterfly, she asked her new acquaintances with a smile to take her to the queen. She knew that she had to go through her own path. For a while, the young lady said goodbye to her new friends with a smile. Without wasting a single minute, Yusinil went to the mountain to see the queen. After some time, she finally climbed the mountain and saw the queen. Yusinil looked at the madam and asked if it was the queen in front of her. She replied that it was so, and at the same time noticed that the young lady had come a long way. The queen stared at the young lady for a moment, but at that very moment she said that she felt negative energy emanating from her. Yusinil assumed it was because of her human blood, as she was half elf, half human. At that very moment, the queen declared that this was not what she meant. She was talking about the thing the young lady wore around her neck, and she said that she distinctly felt an evil force emanating from it. Yusinil was taken aback as she realized that the queen was talking about her lover's heart. The queen stated that this energy threatened to destroy her destiny, but her elven blood had protected her until now. The queen told the young lady that no matter what path she chose, her soul and fate would follow her. The girl stated that she came for only one reason, because she wanted to know how she could pass to another world. She asked the queen to help her with this. The queen said that there was one way, and this place was a kind of mirror that reflected and connected the dimension. Yusinil happily asked if she could use it to cross over to another world, and the queen said that it was true, since the one who enforced the rules of the world had told her to let her through. The young lady looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she was talking about, but the queen stated that she was talking about the snow dragon Khaleesi. At that very moment, she remembered the man she had met in the temple. She remembered that it was he who helped her in her search for information. The queen stated that it was he who allowed her to go on the journey, and he was probably watching them right now. At that very moment, the queen told the young lady that she must follow her. A few minutes later, Yusinil followed the queen without question. The queen stated that she could use the mirror to get to the world she wanted. But there was one condition. The queen declared that the young lady must possess something from the other world, no matter what it was or whether it was visible or not. Yusinil was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She understood that she was reincarnated, so she had nothing from her past life. But she still had many memories from her past life. She understood that her soul still belonged to that world. At that moment, Yusinil looked at the queen and stated that she already had something. The queen looked at her with a smile and stated that in that case, she could pass through the mirror. The queen said that it would allow her to travel to any time and place she wished. But she had to be careful. She had to focus on one place where she wanted to go, and if she got distracted or confused, she would wander forever. The queen told the young lady that she should never stop and should only go straight to her destination. A moment later, the queen wished the young lady a safe journey, and she entered the mirror. There was only complete darkness in the mirror, and she could not see where she was going, or even see her hand in front of her face. She had no idea how far she had gone, or how much time had passed. All she could do was think about the people she missed and keep moving forward. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback as a hole appeared in the midnight sky. She was in shock as she was falling. Yusinil, in turn, landed on the ground with ease. But at that very moment, she looked around as if she did not understand where she was. But after a few seconds, she realized that after a long journey, she found herself in front of an urn, and in it were her ashes from a past life. For a while, she looked as if enchanted at the small urn, where photographs were visible nearby. She saw the name she had in her past life, and in that moment she realized that inside the urn were her remains. Yusinil sighed heavily and wondered how her mother had felt after she left. She closed her eyes and heard her own heartbeat, but she hoped that her mother would not be too sad. To her regret, she could not bear it and burst into tears. She silently asked her mother for forgiveness for abandoning her, for leaving her completely alone. She understood that she had been a terrible daughter. Yusenil screamed as she desperately wanted to see her mother, even if only for a moment. At that moment, she looked away because she heard some noise. Madame, with a smile, asked the lady for forgiveness if she had frightened her. At that very moment, Madame handed the handkerchief to the young lady. Yusenil froze in shock as she saw her mother in front of her. Without hesitation, she rushed to her mother and hugged her tightly. But at the same time, Madame announced with surprise that the young lady was mistaken. Yusenil, bursting into tears, told her mother that it was her because they bought the scarf there when they were on vacation. She told her mother that it was hers now, but she had bought it for her birthday when she was still in high school. She said that she wanted to buy her a new one because this scarf was already very old. But then something irreparable happened to her. The madam looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was really her daughter. Yusenil told her mother that she really missed her very much. The madam was shocked and did not understand how her daughter could be in front of her in the body of another person, but the lady only stated that she was reborn in another world. Yusenil smiled and told her mother that she had returned to tell her that she did not need to worry because everything was fine with her. Madame asked her daughter if she would stay with her. Yusenil asked her mother for forgiveness and stated that she could not stay in this world for long. She turned around, looked at the gate, and stated that unfortunately she didn't have much time left. At that very moment, she said that she had something for her mother. She gave her a whole mountain of jewels and told her mother that in the new world, she was living well and richly. So she wanted her mother not to worry and to live a happy life. She told her mother that she would always think of her. Madame wanted her daughter to stay, but the young lady only told her mother that she loved her very much and thanked her for giving birth to her. Madame froze for a moment with tears in her eyes. She looked intently at her daughter and at the same time did not forget to thank her for being born her daughter. She thanked her daughter for coming back and finding her like this. With tears in her eyes, she said that she would always love her. Yusenil looked at her mother with a smile and said goodbye to her. The madam shouted to her daughter to be healthy and happy. Yusenil responded by shouting at her mother that she should be happy every day. She wanted her mother to live without regrets. But after a few minutes, her gates closed and she was left alone in the darkness. At that moment, she looked at her lover's heart in surprise, as she felt a vibration as if he was trying to comfort her. She was in complete darkness, but strangely enough, she could feel his presence. She felt which way she needed to go. She saw a light that showed her the way. She understood that she had to get to the place where her loved ones were. So she returned to the Northern Empire, along a certain path. After some time, the young lady swam out. She looked around slowly and realized that she was on the mountain again. At that very moment, she realized that she had returned. She realized that everything happened too fast compared to the amount of time and effort she had put in to get back, and it was an incredibly short time. But that moment made her truly happy. She remembered the look on her mother's face, who I said would always love her. Now, Yusenil understood perfectly well that she could let go of her past life and live a new life. After that, she walked along the path she remembered and quietly descended the mountain, although she walked slowly, because she did not have her former horse, but her steps seemed much lighter. After some time, Yusenil saw that winter had already arrived. She wanted to know how many days had passed since all the leaves had fallen from the trees. Yusenil saw her home in the distance and felt a sense of relief at the same time. But all her feelings disappeared in the blink of an eye, as she was informed that she could not get around. The knight said that this was not a place where one could just come and go whenever one wanted. He said that she could return to where she came from. He said that no matter how much she insisted on coming in, she had to leave this place immediately. A moment later, the coachman stopped near them and asked with bewilderment what all the fuss was about near the gate. Yusenil, without wasting a minute, called the man. He flinched when he saw the young lady. At that very moment, he shouted to the Duke to come out at once, as the young lady had returned. At that very moment, he looked at his daughter with tears in his eyes, because she really was in front of him. The Duke got out of the carriage and asked in surprise if this was true. At that very moment, he saw his daughter, and tears appeared in his eyes. He quickly rushed to her and asked if it was really her. He said that he simply could not believe what he saw. She noticed that he had aged while she was gone. At that very moment, the young lady heard the voice of her sister, who greeted her with joy. After some time, the maid said that she would make her some tea, and the young lady felt awkward because there were many servants in her house whom she did not know. The madam happily called her daughter. She was glad that her daughter had returned home to the nest. She quickly hugged her and greeted her happily, beaming with happiness as her daughter returned safe and sound. After some time, they were all happily drinking tea and having a casual conversation. But a moment later, she was informed that 3 years had passed since she left. The young lady was surprised by this, because for her, only a few weeks had passed. The Duke, with tears in his eyes, told his daughter that they had been waiting for her for a long time. Ganyel smiled and told her sister that the house felt empty without her, and they were glad she was finally back. Yusenil, in turn, now understood why her sister had grown so much. Yusenil saw that her family treated her the same way they had before, even though they hadn't seen her for several years. At that very moment, she felt that she had truly returned home. She understood that she needed to let go of the past and move forward for the sake of the people who loved her and believed in her. Without wasting time, she hurried to her lover. She was sure that her lover was waiting for her, and she knew that he would be glad when he saw that she had returned. And when she saw him this time, she would tell him how much she loved him. She wanted to say that she would always be there for him. She wanted to tell him that she had been bored all this time, so she hurriedly approached the imperial palace. A moment later, the emperor met her with a joyful smile on his face. Yusinil said with a smile that she knew very well that he had been waiting for her for a long time, but now she had returned to him. She said that she had heard that several years had passed, but now she wanted to know how he had lived all this time. But at that very moment, the emperor froze in place from shock. He did not understand how this was possible. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding what had happened, because he had turned completely pale. Yusinil asked in bewilderment why he covered his mouth with his hand. She wanted to know if he really felt unwell, but as soon as she approached him, he felt a tremor throughout his body. And at that very moment, he turned around and hurried back to the palace. The knights looked at the emperor in surprise, as they did not expect such a thing. Tesfalin turned around and glanced sideways at the young lady, but at the same moment, he hastily shouted to the knights to open the gates immediately, while he slammed the doors in front of his beloved's nose. At that moment, she froze in shock, not understanding what had happened at all. She was surprised that he simply ran away from her, and at the same time, she realized that he looked as if, at that moment of their meeting, he saw a monster. She didn't understand what had happened and why he had reacted that way to her appearance. She wondered if she had done something wrong. After some time, she finally returned home and was greeted with joy, and her family threw her a gala party. Yusenio looked at them in surprise, as she had not expected anything like this at all. Her family said they had decided to throw her a party to celebrate her return. Madame said everyone in the mansion had helped prepare for the small celebration. A moment later, the young lady looked at the festive table in surprise, as she did not expect such a thing. A moment later, the knight apologized to the young lady for his rude behavior, as he did not know who she really was, but he congratulated her on her return, and the butlers, with tears in their eyes, said that they were very glad that she had returned, because they missed her very much. She was touched by their words, and tenderly thanked them for such words. Sometime after the party, the young lady lay in her bed, as she had eaten very much. But at the same time, she was touched by all the words and actions of her relatives. She understood that for them, several years lasted a very long time. But for her, they flew by like a few weeks. Yusinil understood perfectly well that a lot had changed during this time. At the same time, she wondered what had happened to her lover while she was gone. After some time, the young lady began writing a letter. She knew that for her it was a short time, but for him it was several years. While she thought about how he must have suffered for so long waiting for her, she began to write him a letter with a sincere apology. She wanted him to know how sorry she was and how much she missed him. The next day, the young lady looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he was holding the letters that had arrived today. He said that he was. She asked with a smile if there was anything from the palace. He sighed and stated that there were no such letters. Yusenil sighed heavily, as she was upset by this news. But a moment later, the young man announced that the letters contained a letter from the Marquise. After some time, the young league player met her old friend. Orin was surprised and asked her friend what had happened, as they had not seen each other for a long time. She said with a smile that her research had taken much longer than she had expected. Her friend said that she had missed her very much, and she asked if her friend had been hurt. Orin sighed and told her friend that while she was gone, a lot had happened in the palace, and a year after her departure, the emperor began to change greatly. She said he was cool and calm at work, but often became emotional and unstable. However, there were many occasions when he raised his voice during meetings, and he was more ruthless in his decisions than before. She heard that he began to go out onto the balcony often. He could stand there for hours in a daze, and then he would return back. She sighed and stated that in her absence, he had been restless and had not been easy. The men hurriedly looked through the letters and documents, as they wanted to take them to the emperor as quickly as possible, since too many had accumulated over all this time. Meanwhile, the man called his wife in surprise, because a strange letter had arrived along with the document. Madame looked at the letter in surprise, as she realized what was written there. Meanwhile, the young lady, smiling, was getting her sister ready for a walk. After some time, they visited a small shop, and happily looked at the cute toys. Yusenil froze in place when she heard people whispering that she couldn't help herself, and they heard that the letter was incredibly sad. They were told that it was more heartbreaking than the tragic letters. They discussed her family. Meanwhile, the young people said that it seemed like she had thrown away all her pride and dignity. They simply could not believe that she had been bewitched by the emperor. The young lady looked at her sister in surprise and asked if she was okay. Yusenil was in shock and did not understand what was going on. Yusenil smiled and told her sister that everything was fine, and at the same moment she suggested that she look into other stores. Yusenil didn't understand how such gossip could spread so quickly. After some time, all the ladies were discussing the fact that Yusenil had sent a heartbreaking letter to the emperor. They said that she had been writing to him for some time, but he was so irritated that he simply threw the letters away. At the same time, the servant was told that she not only wrote him letters, but also came to his palace, but he simply sent her away. They said she had lost her pride and dignity. At the same time, the young lady was furious, because wherever she went, people whispered and criticized her. Yusunil understood perfectly well that the rumors were becoming bolder and more vicious every day, and eventually turned into ridicule of her family. After some time, the young lady finally invited all her relatives to the meeting, as she needed to tell them something. She sighed and stated that she was sure they had already heard all the rumors about her. Her family did not answer, but the Duke, in turn, could not stand it, and shouted that she did not need to worry because he would never believe the poisonous gossip. He shouted that she should simply ignore them. Madame looked at her daughter and stated that she had heard everyone talking about her sending letters to the emperor, and rumors were spreading that she was aiming for the post of empress. She looked closely at her daughter and asked her if she knew why people said such things about her. She sighed and stated that she and the emperor were lovers. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback, as they did not expect to hear anything like this. She sighed and stated that it was true, and that this was the case until she left. Yusunil sighed and stated that when she saw him for the first time in years, he didn't say anything and just ran away as soon as he saw her. And since then, there was only silence from him. She couldn't understand why he did that, so she sent him a letter to get an answer. Shedding bitter tears, she said that she did not know that their contents would become public knowledge and cause an explosion of rumors. She said that she was very ashamed in front of her family, and she did not want her family to be dragged into a scandal because of her. At that very moment, all her relatives came to her and said that they did not know that she had been coping with everything alone. The Duke looked at his daughter with a tender smile and declared that, whatever the reason for his change, she should value herself more. The lady, with a smile, said that she agreed with her husband. She wanted her daughter to go through something similar and start loving herself again. She said that it was not her fault, and she should not blame herself. Her sister said with tears in her eyes that she didn't want her to be hurt again because she was their most beloved person in the world. Yusunil, with tears in her eyes, thanked her family for their kind words. This was the first time she cried in front of her family. All she could think about was leaving. She withdrew into herself and kept her distance from everyone, trying to cope with everything alone. But now she realized that she had a family who always took care of her. Now she understood which path she had to take. But she knew for sure that wherever she went and whatever she did, she would not be alone. She sent many requests to visit the palace, but she always received the same answer, and she was puzzled, since the answer was the same as the previous one. She was furious and did not understand what the emperor was doing and why he was behaving this way. She thought that he had already heard the rumors that had been circulating in the capital for a long time, so she wanted to know why he had been silent all this time. She wanted to know what exactly he was thinking about, but at the palace gates, she was met by knights who told her that she could not enter until she introduced herself. When she took off her hood, the knights were taken aback because they recognized her. At that very moment, she declared that she was the Duke's eldest daughter, and without wasting a minute, she introduced herself. Yusunil looked intently at everyone present and declared that she had come to see the emperor. For some time, she was allowed into the imperial palace, but before leaving for the emperor's office, she was told that he was busy with a very important matter, so they could not let her through. She said that since he was inside, she would wait until he was free, but she was assured that he had several important things to do, so they would not be able to meet. She stated that it would take a little time. The man sighed heavily and said that he had already told her several times that the emperor would not receive her during the day, so she had to leave. She was furious and insisted on being let in, but the knight declared that the emperor had no intention of meeting her. Yusunil was puzzled by what she heard, but at the same time, she understood that she could not do anything about it. She knew he wasn't going to date her, so she didn't want to hold out any hope anymore. She realized her feelings for him were over. As she left, she mentally said goodbye to her lover. Meanwhile, the emperor watched intently as she left the palace. He saw and felt her pain and disappointment. He felt her despair and sadness. And he also felt relief. And he understood that this simply could not be. He assured himself that this was not true at all. At that moment, he remembered their meeting and how she said that several years had already passed. He was shocked then and did not understand why he could see something like that. He didn't understand why he saw her soul, because this was the first time something like this had happened. As he watched her walk away, all he wanted in that moment was to rush towards her and stop her. He wanted her not to leave. Tesfalin wanted to shout these words after her, but in turn, he bit his lips and remained silent, because he knew how important this journey was for her. He knew that she would have reached it, no matter what. But at the same time, he knew that he would wait for her, no matter what, because she promised him that they would be together. He knew that she would stay with him forever when she returned from her journey. After some time, all the guests greeted the emperor. At the same time, they did not forget to praise him. He understood that he was the emperor who ruled the Northern Empire, but he knew that if he ever doubted, the empire would be in danger. After some time, the men greeted the emperor. They said that under his reign, their land prospered, and they were enchanted and at the same time admired his unprecedented wisdom and determination. He knew he had to defend his position until she returned, no matter what. Sometime later, the emperor was sitting in his office and sorting through a whole mountain of documents. But after a few minutes, he saw that it had started to snow. He wanted to know if the place she went to was the same as their empire. He wanted to see her as soon as possible. Tesfalun missed his beloved very much and was eagerly awaiting her return. After some time, he declared the meeting closed. But his subjects assured him that he was too harsh, and they wanted him to reconsider his decision. He left, and they shouted after him to think about everything again. Tesfalun turned around and asked angrily how they dared to say such a thing to him. He was furious because they were questioning his decision. He stated that it seemed they were trying to destroy order in the empire. Everyone present was taken aback and stated that they had meant nothing of the sort. A moment later, he closed the doors in front of them and went about his business. He was furious and felt himself becoming more and more nervous. Everything around him irritated him, and even the smallest little things bothered him. At the same time, these expectations were endlessly painful for him. A moment later, he was taken aback as the young ladies approached him and declared that he was the star of the banquet and that he should not be alone. They said that the citizens of the empire would be incredibly saddened by this fact. At the same time, the ladies wanted to know why he was drinking alone. They said that if he didn't mind, they could stay with him. They said they would be happy to give the emperor an unforgettable experience on his special day. He listened to their words with anger, but after a moment, he could not stand it any longer and ordered them to be silent. He looked closely at the girls and said that the hypocrisy with which they spoke irritated his ears. The young ladies were taken aback and apologized for disturbing him. He was puzzled because several years had passed since his beloved left. His anxiety and worry were growing stronger every day. He was shocked because he did not understand why she had not returned yet. He did not know how long he had to wait for her. He wondered how long she wanted him to wait for her. So with tears in his eyes, he called for his beloved, but it was all in vain. At the same time, the demon asked the emperor with a grin if he still believed that the young lady would return to him. He was taken aback when he heard the devil's voice. The demon said that deep down he knew perfectly well that she would never return to him because she had abandoned him. The emperor could not stand it and began to rub everything around him in anger. He wanted the demon to remain silent forever. He was furious and didn't know how he dared to say such a thing when he knew nothing about her. It was true that he had doubts because of the devil's words, but after such a long wait, it finally happened, and he felt her energy in the empire again. Then he rushed towards her without looking back. At that moment, his whole body was filled with joy. He felt it and was sure that she had returned to him. So, with a joyful smile, the emperor ran out to meet her. However, the person who returned to him was not the Yusinil he once knew, and this fact shocked him, and he didn't know what to do. When he was little, he ran away from everyone in the imperial palace without looking back, and everyone was confused. They did not understand where he was going. But he, in turn, did not understand why they looked like that. He didn't understand why everyone around him was full of lies and contempt. But a moment later, he saw his girlfriend, who was standing calmly in the palace. He understood that he was safe with her because she was his beloved. Tesfalun joyfully rushed to his friend, and at the same time he called her, he knew that she was not like them because he did not see her. But at that very moment, she turned around, and he saw her face. He froze in place when she reached out to him. At that very moment, she announced with a smile that she had returned to him, and at the same time, she said that she had missed him very much. A few minutes later, he woke up from a terrible nightmare. He sighed heavily as he realized he had just had a nightmare. The emperor knew that several days had already passed since the day she left the palace, and he watched her leave, unable to do anything. Meanwhile, the maid looked at her mistress in surprise and asked if she really wanted to throw away all the things. Yusinil stated that this was so, and at the same time, she asked the maid to take them all out into the street. Yusinil knew that several years had passed, but even the paper smelled different to her. A moment later, she saw the vase in which the flower had previously been. She picked it up, but the flower quickly withered, and for this reason, her lover planted flowers in the greenhouse. At that very moment, she threw all her thoughts away. Because she did not want to think about her lover, she sighed heavily, because she had previously ordered herself not to think about him. Yusinil decided to take her mind off her thoughts a little, so she visited her friends. At this, her old friend greeted her with joy. He asked what she had been researching for so long. He said that she had to let them know how she was doing despite being so busy. Yusinil said with a smile that she had already finished everything and was now back for good. After some time, the young people happily communicated with each other. Yusinil looked at her friends with joy, as she was glad that they were together again. Yusinil asked her friend if he was still busy training knights. He smiled and stated that he was, and that they had many new students, so things were quite busy, but it still brought him pleasure. He also asked the Marquise how she was doing. She said with a smile that she was doing well and had no reason to worry. He sighed with a smile as he felt relieved. Yusinil asked with a smile if they were going to switch to a more friendly tone soon, since they had been communicating with each other formally all this time. The Marquise stated that the Lord was a very serious person, so she naturally became like him. The Lord said with a smile that she was the person who observed etiquette the most, so he had no choice but to do the same. Yusinil looked at her friends with a smile because she understood that they had not changed at all. At the same time, Ruby was practicing fencing with her friend, but she was losing. Ruby admitted her defeat with a smile, but stated that she never thought there would be such a big difference between them. Ganyel told her friend that she was just lucky, and her friend was also very good at fencing. Moments later, she turned around because she saw her sister. Ganyel smiled and told her sister that she would protect her from now on, so she didn't have to worry in vain. Sometime later, the Young League received an invitation to a New Year's ball, but her family assured her that if she didn't want to go, she could just stay home. She said with a smile that they didn't need to worry and that she really didn't care about such rumors. She knew that this time it was different, and she was going to the appointment for herself, not for anyone else. Although some time had passed before the day of the reception, and as soon as the young lady entered the hall, everyone began to whisper, for they had heard that she had seduced the emperor, but he had rejected her. They were shocked because she tried to pretend like nothing happened. At the same time, everyone present noticed that she was truly beautiful and refined. It hadn't been more than a few minutes since she entered the hall, and a young man immediately called her. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she would spare him some time for a dance. She smiled and thanked him for the invitation, but stated that she would like to walk around the room for a while. He sighed, feeling disappointed. Meanwhile, the emperor looked intently at his beloved. He couldn't take his gaze off her, but at the same time, he saw her disappear into the crowd. All this time, he missed her very much and understood that he should be happy because he saw her bright smile. But he was puzzled and did not understand why his heart hurt so much. The emperor could not bear it and rushed onto the terrace. He felt bad about everything that was happening, but he did not understand why she behaved this way. He did not understand why she looked different before. After some time, the man informed the emperor that the scouts had informed them that the demons had begun to be active again and that they needed to move forward immediately. He asked the emperor when they would hold a council on this matter. The emperor did not answer his subordinate, but after a few minutes of reflection, he asked the man to wait a little outside. Tesfalin was puzzled, as he could not concentrate on anything. The only thing that occupied his thoughts was his beloved. After a few minutes, he decided to take a little walk, but at that very moment, he stopped, because he heard the whispers of the maids who were talking to his beloved, and that she had fallen on her knees and cried in front of him, and at the same time, she was saying that he should look at her. They said that after this outburst, her family's reputation was ruined. They knew that the Duke's financial situation was not so bad, but they did not understand why she behaved so desperately, while they said that, most likely, she just wanted to become empress. At that moment, the emperor looked at them menacingly and asked what they were talking about. The young maids started, as they did not expect to see him. But at that very moment, he shouted angrily and asked who had spread such absurd rumors. He asked angrily from whom they had heard such things. After some time, the emperor saw a letter that was addressed to him, but unfortunately, this letter went to the wrong address, and for this reason, such rumors spread. Tesfalin ran away because he was scared and couldn't accept that she had changed. But now, after reading the letter, he understood that she was still the same. He understood that it was he who had changed. He was furious with himself because he realized that it was he who had turned away from her. The young lady turned around as she heard someone calling her. Turning around, she saw her old friend. He greeted her with a smile, as they had not seen each other for a long time. After a few minutes of conversation, he noticed that she was the same. She stated that he also remained the same. He asked when she planned to return to the academy. She didn't know the answer to his question, but he stated that she could return at any time, and the young lady was extremely surprised to hear something like that. He said with a smile that she could come back whenever she wanted to see her place, so it remained unoccupied. She was glad to hear something like that. A moment later, the young lady announced with a smile that this composition was her favorite, and without a moment's hesitation, the professor extended his hand to her. He asked with a smile if she would do him the honor of dancing with him. He stated that she might, but he also noted that such an opportunity was extremely rare. Yuseniel agreed to his proposal with a smile. A few minutes later, the young people were shining on the dance floor. At the same time, everyone looked at them intently, as they were dazzling. The young ladies said that the young people looked like the main characters of the play. Worthing the Strong said that she danced well. The young lady smiled and said that it was all thanks to him, because he led her well. But unfortunately, their dance did not last long, as the emperor suddenly intervened. Yuseniel was shocked by this, and at that very moment, everyone turned their attention to them, as they had not expected anything like this. At that very moment, the emperor told his companion that he had something to tell her. He said he was wrong, and he was very sorry, so he hoped she would forgive him. But to his surprise, Yuseniel didn't answer him. After a moment, she still said that she did not understand why he was asking her forgiveness. She said that she had no reason to forgive him. The emperor was taken aback and immediately grabbed her hand, as he intended to speak with her in a more private setting. After a few minutes, they finally came out into the corridor, but the young lady took her hand back and stated that he should let go of her immediately. She looked at him menacingly and said that he could not just drag her along with him. She asked if he understood the situation this put her in. At that very moment, throwing aside all his pride, he knelt before her and asked for forgiveness. The emperor said that he was wrong and it was all his fault. He begged her for forgiveness, standing on his knees. Yusunil sighed and stated that he had settled in well, since all he had to do was apologize. He was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. She looked at him with fury and asked if he knew what people were talking about just now. They were talking and calling her an abandoned one, whom the emperor simply used and threw away. She spoke with fury that it was because of him that she was expelled from the empire. Now, people were pointing fingers at her again because of him. She said that since he was the emperor, he could pretend he didn't know anything and just apologize to her. She asked angrily why her family had to go through something like this. The emperor was shocked, he called her. Yusunil couldn't stand it any longer and asked why she had to go through such pain again because of him. He said that he was very sorry, but she screamed furiously and asked him not to come near her. She screamed that she believed him and believed everything he said, but now she did not know if it was true that he loved her. However, she screamed that their relationship had always been just an illusion, which changed depending on his mood. She threw his heart at his feet and screamed that they knew perfectly well that he did not love her. She said he was just so intoxicated with his own emotions that he walked all over her like it was nothing. She turned around and said she didn't want him to talk to her anymore. For some time, the emperor stared after her, unable to say anything. At the same time, the maids looked at the sky in surprise. They did not understand why suddenly gray clouds appeared in the clear sky, and unexpectedly for everyone, the sky became gloomy. Worthing hurriedly asked his friend if she was okay. He wanted to know what had happened, but she said with a smile that nothing serious had happened and he didn't need to worry. But a moment later, a terrible roar rang out in the hall. Everyone present was shocked. They did not understand what was happening at all. But a moment later, the people noticed a terrible crack in the ceiling. Less than a few minutes later, a chandelier fell into the middle of the hall. Everyone began to leave the beautiful hall in a hurry. At the same time, the madam screamed and called for her daughter. Yusunil quickly ran to her mother, and her mother asked if everything was okay. She assured her mother that everything was fine, and at the same time, Madame said that they needed to leave quickly. Yusunil ran to the carriage, but her sister stopped her. The young lady presented her sister with a beautiful stone with a smile, and stated that she had found it on the floor in the hallway. She told her sister that it seemed to be something important to her, and at the same time, she was glad that her sister had not lost it. After some time, the aristocrats whispered among themselves, and as they understood that the situation was very bad, since there had been an earthquake and extreme weather events for several days in a row, but at the same time, they did not understand why the emperor did not give any orders. Meanwhile, the butler hurried to the emperor. Knocking on the door, he told the emperor that he would like to talk to him. Coming into the room, the man was taken aback, as he saw a very eerie picture. The butler asked the emperor to pull himself together. He wanted the emperor to save their empire. Evening, he was sure that without the emperor, their empire would fall apart. But the emperor only coldly told his subordinate to leave immediately. The man tried to calm the emperor down, but he only became furious. The man shuddered as he realized that all his persuasion had been in vain. A moment later, the emperor was left alone with his thoughts. He was puzzled as his beloved looked at him, and disgust was visible in her eyes. He could not get the image of her soul out of his head. The reason he breathed and the reason he still woke up every morning was because he met her. He knew she was the reason he lived. But at that very moment, the devil came to him. He said with a grin that the young man was simply ridiculous. He told the emperor to accept him completely, and then he would not only be able to return his love, then he can make sure that she is always by his side. Sometime later, the emperor summoned the married couple who had received the letter to an audience, and they did not return it, but divulged the contents. They trembled and begged him for mercy, just this once, because they had committed an unheard of stupidity. He said angrily that they would pay for their crime with their lives. At that moment, he looked at them sadly and told his subordinates to execute them immediately. After some time, he looked closely at the imperial guard and ordered them to find and kill all those who had insulted the family of his beloved. He wanted them to make sure that none of them would get away with it. The duke was shocked and shouted to the emperor that he could not do this, as his order was too impulsive. He shouted that people could die by mistake, so he wanted the emperor to reconsider his decision. But at that very moment, he was taken aback. As the emperor put the sword to his throat, he said with fury that anyone who disobeyed him would die, and he had no intention of making an exception for anyone. After some time, the man said that their security on the border had significantly weakened due to extreme weather conditions, and the demons, taking advantage of this, invaded their territory and attacked civilians. He said that if they couldn't restore the defensive line, the situation would only get worse for them, and they needed to do something immediately. At that very moment, The emperor declared that they needed to destroy all the temples of light within the empire, as he was sure that God Lux was useless to them in the Northern Empire. At that very moment, everyone present changed their minds, because they did not understand what the emperor meant. They did not understand what relation the Temple of Light had to any demons. The emperor said that because of the evil spirits they worshipped, the empire was plunged into chaos, and demons were running wild. He wanted them to remove God's name and all symbols and all his remnants on earth. He said that this would solve all their problems. Meanwhile, the young lady was looking out the window, as she saw that the sky had remained like this for several weeks. It seemed to her as if a curse had been placed on the entire empire. At that very moment, she saw that her lover's heart had turned black. The beautiful treasure that once shone bright red became more and more dull and was now completely black. She was puzzled and did not know what was happening to her lover. But at that very moment, she cast all her thoughts aside more simply, as she was informed that a guest had arrived. When she came out, she looked at the man in surprise, as she did not expect to see him at all. Yusinil asked the man what brought him to her. She wanted him to pass by and they could talk calmly. But at that very moment, he declared that she must stop the emperor. He sighed heavily and said that the emperor had simply gone mad. He was not himself and seemed to have lost his mind. The man said that the emperor was now hurting everyone in the palace. He sighed and stated that many servants had suffered and the situation was very serious. So he prayed for help. Genyel couldn't resist asking the man why he asked her sister for help. She didn't want anyone to drag her sister into something dangerous. At that moment, the Duchess declared that her daughter was right, and it had nothing to do with them, so she asked the man to leave. Yusinil said without hesitation that she would go, because she knew that only she could handle this task, and her family was shocked. She looked at her family with a smile and declared that she was quite strong. She asked them not to worry and stated that she would return to them safe and sound. After some time, they rushed to the imperial palace. For a moment, the man saw his friend who was wounded. The man sighed heavily and declared that he had failed to stop the emperor. Yusinil asked where the emperor was now. She was told that he had not left the palace. Without wasting a minute, she ran to the palace. Turning around, she shouted that she would go around and look for the emperor, and that they should take care of the wounded. At the same time, the emperor was in prison. He was puzzled by everything that was happening and did not understand what he had done. He clearly remembered all the pain he had caused to innocent people, but in turn, he wondered what was happening to him at all. At that very moment, he was taken aback, as he heard a familiar voice. Yusinil, in turn, went down in a hurry, since she knew where her disillusioned one was. She shouted and called him again, but at that very moment, she asked if it was really him in front of her. But in turn, she froze when she saw his current appearance. He realized that all the time he was looking at greedy souls, but the most soulless and greedy soul was his own. At that very moment, he came to his senses, as he heard the voice of his beloved. A moment later, he screamed horribly as the demon inside him pressed down on him. At that very hour, a terrible roar thundered in the palace, and an earthquake began. The young lady shouted after him, but he did not listen. He quickly ran into the dungeon while she ran after him. Yusinil, I made my way through the falling rocks. He was puzzled, and simply could not let her see him like this. He understood that she would hate him even more. A moment later, she entered the dungeon and asked where he was. She wanted to know if he was wounded. But he screamed at her to stay away from him. Bursting into bitter tears, he screamed at her not to come near him because he didn't want her to see his ugly side. But the young lady had no intention of giving up. She immediately came closer to him and hugged him tightly, asking for forgiveness. She said that she really wanted to apologize to him because she was very sorry. Yusinil said that all her previous words were too harsh, and she was truly sorry. She knew that he had plucked up the courage to apologize to her, but she had not accepted him, but only hurt him. So she understood that he was in great pain. Tesfalun. He asked his beloved if she didn't hate him for becoming a monster. She said that it didn't matter to her, but he was extremely shocked by her words. But at that very moment, she kissed him tenderly. She declared that she loved him very much, regardless of what he looked like. Yusinil said with a smile that it didn't matter to her whether he was human or not. She still loved him. Yusinil said that even if his hair and eyes were a different color, she would still love him. Tesfalun was shocked and immediately hugged her tightly. He hugged her tightly, crying and asking for forgiveness. But his inner devil told him that he shouldn't give in to empty words. He was told that he shouldn't trust her because she would simply deceive him and eventually leave him. The devil told him to kill her immediately. Yusinil was taken aback and told her companion that he had squeezed her too hard. At that very moment, the demon informed the young man that he must immediately convince him. The emperor could not stand it and pushed his beloved away. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what had happened. At that very moment, he reached for his heart and tried to rip it out of his chest. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he had done anyway. He screamed that he had pulled the devil out of his chest. At that very moment, the emperor pointed to the heart and declared that before the devil escaped, he must get rid of it. Yusinil froze in place for a moment, but at that very moment, she said that she would do it for him, so he should stay put and not move. She slowly approached the first emperor. She reached for his blade, which was embedded rooted in the body itself. At that very moment, she pulled out the blade. Without hesitation, she struck the blade into the heart. Moments later, she heard her lover's voice. She ran to him and asked if he was okay. He said that now that the devil was dead, he was back to normal. Without a moment's hesitation, he thanked her for saving him. She was shocked because she saw that he had lost consciousness, and so she screamed for him to wake up immediately. But it was all in vain. After some time, they finally got out of the dungeon, and walking along a long corridor, the young lady screamed and called for someone to help. Tesfalin sighed heavily and asked his beloved to stop. She asked in surprise what had happened. He sighed and stated that he was having difficulty breathing. She screamed with tears in her eyes that he had to hold on a little longer. She didn't want him to pass out in her arms. But a moment later, she heard a man's voice, and the man was saying that she should leave the emperor alone, since he was supposed to die. She was taken aback and turned around because she heard a familiar voice. The man bowed and thanked the young lady for stopping the devil's attempt to seize power. He said with a smile that if it weren't for her, this world would have been destroyed. But at that very moment, he declared that everything would not end as long as the devil's blood continued to flow in the emperor's veins. Without a second thought, Yusinil shielded the emperor with her body. He told her to get out of the way immediately, but she was categorically against it. He said that until the demon blood was completely eradicated, disasters would continue. He asked if she wanted to put up with everything that was happening. Yusinil screamed that she would put an end to this because she would always be by his side. She said that even if new disasters happened, she would stand up and protect him no matter what happened. Looking at the man, she said that everything would be fine and he didn't need to worry. He sighed and stated that, in that case, there was nothing he could do to help her. A moment later, he turned around, intending to leave them. At that very moment, the young lady screamed and said that he must help her. She wanted to know how to save her beloved. She screamed and begged for help from the snow dragon. He sighed and declared that she should fill the void in him with what she had. At that very moment, she froze in place. She gazed intently at her lover for some time. She burst into bitter tears because she saw that he was not breathing. Yusinil, in turn, understood perfectly well that she could not lose him. She knew that she would do anything because she wanted to save him. At that very moment, she placed his own heart into his chest, and a moment later, he came to his senses. Yusinil, with tears in her eyes, asked her lover if he was okay. He sighed and said that he could hear her voice. She cried because she couldn't believe that it was finally all over. He hugged her tightly and thanked her for saving him. The next day, she asked him with a smile if she was sure she was okay. She wanted him not to overwork himself, but he said he had had enough rest. Tesfalin said with a satisfied smile that thanks to her, he began to sleep much better. He came closer to her and kissed her tenderly, but at the same moment, he declared that if she was ready, then they could go. She smiled and said that she was ready. After some time, they slowly walked towards all the guests. Everyone present was taken aback as they saw the young lady next to the emperor. He looked at everyone present and declared that he was addressing them as emperor to formally announce his empress. Tesfalin declared that his beloved Yusinil would become their new empress. Everyone present was surprised by his statement. While he said that the young lady was from a noble family, kind and noble, but most importantly, he truly loved her. Yusinil, looking at everyone, introduced herself and declared that she would be by the emperor's side and would do everything possible for the prosperity of the empire, and she also promised that, as their empress, she would devote herself to them with all her body and soul. At that very moment, a man from the crowd shouted and greeted the empress, and a moment later, the rest of the aristocrats joined his jubilation. The lady sighed heavily as she realized how it all ended. Her husband tried to calm her down, as he saw that the young people were full of determination. She was puzzled and wondered if this was intended from the beginning. After all, when her daughter was born, the fairy queen gave her prophecy. When she was born, she was said to have the power to suppress darkness and to be able to end chaos. However, she should have known that the closer she got to the subject, the more her life would be in danger. The fairy queen said that for this reason, she must not turn away from the light, and she must not stray from the path. Madame knew that the emperor could put her life in danger. After all, there was darkness lurking in his soul, but in the end, it couldn't change anything. She knew that if this was the path her daughter wanted to take, she couldn't turn her down the other road. She prayed silently, hoping that her choice would protect her. A little later, a grand wedding took place. Everyone was delighted, because they saw that their empress was simply beautiful. They said that she looked like a goddess from heaven. Lily, in turn, sheepishly said that her young lady really did look like a goddess, but her brother quietly said that she should be more quiet. Ruby looked at her friend shyly as she looked elegant. The emperor looked at the young lady with a satisfied smile and declared that he was giving her his heart because it had beaten only for her, and that his heart would always remain with her. She looked at him with a smile and declared that he was her emperor and he was her whole world. A moment later, the emperor tenderly kissed his wife. Everyone present looked at them intently because they could not believe that their precious Yusinil had gotten married so quickly. The professor looked at the young lady with a gentle smile. He was happy for her and wished her happiness. A few minutes later, the empress threw a bouquet into the crowd and announced that the next person to catch it would get married. To everyone's surprise, the bouquet was caught by young people. Edel asked his companion with embarrassment if she really wanted to catch the bouquet. The marquise was embarrassed by such a question. She shouted that it just flew in her direction by chance. Meanwhile, the emperor and empress were giggling contentedly as they looked at their friends. After some time, the young people left the noisy crowd and went to the tree. The empress said with a smile that when they were little, they often sat under it. At that very moment, the emperor froze in place and remembered how it was under this very tree that he proposed to her. At that very moment, he began to tremble and declared that he was very happy and simple. He could not believe such a thing. Yusinil came closer to her husband and declared with a smile that she loved him. He looked at her tenderly and declared that he also loved her. At that very moment, he tenderly kissed his lawful wife. And at that very moment, everyone turned their attention to them, as they had not expected anything like this. At that very moment, the emperor told his companion that he had something to tell her. He said he was wrong and he was very sorry, so he hoped she would forgive him. But to his surprise, Yusinil didn't answer him. After a moment, she still said that she did not understand why he was asking her forgiveness. She said that she had no reason to forgive him. The emperor was taken aback and immediately grabbed her hand, as he intended to speak with her in a more private setting. After a few minutes, they finally came out into the corridor, but the young lady took her hand back and stated that he should let go of her immediately. She looked at him menacingly and said that he could not just drag her along with him. She asked if he understood the situation this put her in. At that very moment, throwing aside all his pride, he knelt before her and asked for forgiveness. The emperor said that he was wrong and it was all his fault. He begged her for forgiveness, standing on his knees. Yusinil sighed and stated that he had settled in well, since all he had to do was apologize. He was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. She looked at him with fury and asked if he knew what people were talking about just now. They were talking and calling her an abandoned one, whom the emperor simply used and threw away. She spoke with fury that it was because of him that she was expelled from the empire. Now, people were pointing fingers at her again because of him. She said that since he was the emperor, he could pretend he didn't know anything and just apologize to her. She asked angrily why her family had to go through something like this. The emperor was shocked, he called her. Yusinil couldn't stand it any longer and asked why she had to go through such pain again because of him. He said that he was very sorry, but she screamed furiously and asked him not to come near her. She screamed that she believed him and believed everything he said, but now she did not know if it was true that he loved her. However, she screamed that their relationship had always been just an illusion, which changed depending on his mood. She threw his heart at his feet and screamed that they knew perfectly well that he did not love her. She said he was just so intoxicated with his own emotions that he walked all over her like it was nothing. She turned around and said she didn't want him to talk to her anymore. For some time, the emperor stared after her, unable to say anything. At the same time, the maids looked at the sky in surprise. They did not understand why suddenly gray clouds appeared in the clear sky, and unexpectedly for everyone, the sky became gloomy. Worthing hurriedly asked his friend if she was okay. He wanted to know what had happened, but she said with a smile that nothing serious had happened and he didn't need to worry. But a moment later, a terrible roar rang out in the hall. Everyone present was shocked. They did not understand what was happening at all. But a moment later, the people noticed a terrible crack in the ceiling. Less than a few minutes later, a chandelier fell into the middle of the hall. Everyone began to leave the beautiful hall in a hurry. At the same time, the madam screamed and called for her daughter. Yusinil quickly ran to her mother, and her mother asked if everything was okay. She assured her mother that everything was fine, and at the same time, Madame said that they needed to leave quickly. Yusinil ran to the carriage, but her sister stopped her. The young lady presented her sister with a beautiful stone with a smile, and stated that she had found it on the floor in the hallway. She told her sister that it seemed to be something important to her, and at the same time, she was glad that her sister had not lost it. After some time, the aristocrats whispered among themselves, and as they understood that the situation was very bad, since there had been an earthquake and extreme weather events for several days in a row, but at the same time, they did not understand why the emperor did not give any orders. Meanwhile, the butler hurried to the emperor. Knocking on the door, he told the emperor that he would like to talk to him. Coming into the room, the man was taken aback, as he saw a very eerie picture. The butler asked the emperor to pull himself together. He wanted the emperor to save their empire. Evening, he was sure that without the emperor, their empire would fall apart. But the emperor only coldly told his subordinate to leave immediately. The man tried to calm the emperor down, but he only became furious. The man shuddered as he realized that all his persuasion had been in vain. A moment later, the emperor was left alone with his thoughts. He was puzzled as his beloved looked at him, and disgust was visible in her eyes. He could not get the image of her soul out of his head. The reason he breathed and the reason he still woke up every morning was because he met her. He knew she was the reason he lived. But at that very moment, the devil came to him. He said with a grin that the young man was simply ridiculous. He told the emperor to accept him completely, and then he would not only be able to return his love, then he can make sure that she is always by his side. Sometime later, the emperor summoned the married couple who had received the letter to an audience, and they did not return it, but divulged the contents. They trembled and begged him for mercy, just this once, because they had committed an unheard-of stupidity. He said angrily that they would pay for their crime with their lives. At that moment, he looked at them sadly and told his subordinates to execute them immediately. After some time, he looked closely at the imperial guard and ordered them to find and kill all those who had insulted the family of his beloved. He wanted them to make sure that none of them would get away with it. The duke was shocked and shouted to the emperor that he could not do this, as his order was too impulsive. He shouted that people could die by mistake, so he wanted the emperor to reconsider his decision. But at that very moment, he was taken aback. As the emperor put the sword to his throat, he said with fury that anyone who disobeyed him would die, and he had no intention of making an exception for anyone. After some time, the man said that their security on the border had significantly weakened due to extreme weather conditions, and the demons, taking advantage of this, invaded their territory and attacked civilians. He said that if they couldn't restore the defensive line, the situation would only get worse for them, and they needed to do something immediately. At that very moment, the emperor declared that they needed to destroy all the temples of light within the empire, as he was sure that God Lux was useless to them in the Northern Empire. At that very moment, everyone present changed their minds, because they did not understand what the emperor meant. They did not understand what relation the Temple of Light had to any demons. The emperor said that because of the evil spirits they worshipped, the empire was plunged into chaos, and demons were running wild. He wanted them to remove God's name and all symbols and all his remnants on earth. He said that this would solve all their problems. Meanwhile, the young lady was looking out the window, as she saw that the sky had remained like this for several weeks. It seemed to her as if a curse had been placed on the entire empire. At that very moment, she saw that her lover's heart had turned black. The beautiful treasure that once shone bright red became more and more dull and was now completely black. She was puzzled and did not know what was happening to her lover. But at that very moment, she cast all her thoughts aside more simply, as she was informed that a guest had arrived. When she came out, she looked at the man in surprise, as she did not expect to see him at all. Yusinil asked the man what brought him to her. She wanted him to pass by and they could talk calmly. But at that very moment, he declared that she must stop the emperor. He sighed heavily and said that the emperor had simply gone mad. He was not himself and seemed to have lost his mind. The man said that the emperor was now hurting everyone in the palace. He sighed and stated that many servants had suffered and the situation was very serious. So he prayed for help. Geniel couldn't resist asking the man why he asked her sister for help. She didn't want anyone to drag her sister into something dangerous. At that moment, the Duchess declared that her daughter was right, and it had nothing to do with them, so she asked the man to leave. Yusinil said without hesitation that she would go, because she knew that only she could handle this task, and her family was shocked. She looked at her family with a smile and declared that she was quite strong. She asked them not to worry and stated that she would return to them safe and sound. After some time, they rushed to the imperial palace. For a moment, the man saw his friend who was wounded. The man sighed heavily and declared that he had failed to stop the emperor. Yusinil asked where the emperor was now. She was told that he had not left the palace. Without wasting a minute, she ran to the palace. Turning around, she shouted that she would go around and look for the emperor, and that they should take care of the wounded. At the same time, the emperor was in prison. He was puzzled by everything that was happening and did not understand what he had done. He clearly remembered all the pain he had caused to innocent people, but in turn, he wondered what was happening to him at all. At that very moment, he was taken aback, as he heard a familiar voice. Yusinil, in turn, went down in a hurry, since she knew where her disillusioned one was. She shouted and called him again, but at that very moment, she asked if it was really him in front of her. But in turn, she froze when she saw his current appearance. He realized that all the time he was looking at greedy souls, but the most soulless and greedy soul was his own. At that very moment, he came to his senses, as he heard the voice of his beloved. A moment later, he screamed horribly as the demon inside him pressed down on him. At that very hour, a terrible roar thundered in the palace, and an earthquake began. The young lady shouted after him, but he did not listen. He quickly ran into the dungeon while she ran after him. Yusinil, I made my way through the falling rocks. He was puzzled, and simply could not let her see him like this. He understood that she would hate him even more. A moment later, she entered the dungeon and asked where he was. She wanted to know if he was wounded. But he screamed at her to stay away from him. Bursting into bitter tears, he screamed at her not to come near him because he didn't want her to see his ugly side. But the young lady had no intention of giving up. She immediately came closer to him and hugged him tightly, asking for forgiveness. She said that she really wanted to apologize to him because she was very sorry. Yusinil said that all her previous words were too harsh, and she was truly sorry. She knew that he had plucked up the courage to apologize to her, but she had not accepted him, but only hurt him. So she understood that he was in great pain. Tesfalun. He asked his beloved if she didn't hate him for becoming a monster. She said that it didn't matter to her, but he was extremely shocked by her words. But at that very moment she kissed him tenderly. She declared that she loved him very much, regardless of what he looked like. Yusunil said with a smile that it didn't matter to her whether he was human or not. She still loved him. Yusunil said that even if his hair and eyes were a different color, she would still love him. Tesfalin was shocked and immediately hugged her tightly. He hugged her tightly, crying and asking for forgiveness. But his inner devil told him that he shouldn't give in to empty words. He was told that he shouldn't trust her because she would simply deceive him and eventually leave him. The devil told him to kill her immediately. Yusunil was taken aback and told her companion that he had squeezed her too hard. At that very moment, the demon informed the young man that he must immediately convince him. The emperor could not stand it and pushed his beloved away. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what had happened. At that very moment, he reached for his heart and tried to rip it out of his chest. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he had done anyway. He screamed that he had pulled the devil out of his chest. At that very moment, the emperor pointed to the heart and declared that before the devil escaped, he must get rid of it. Yusunil froze in place for a moment, but at that very moment she said that she would do it for him, so he should stay put and not move. She slowly approached the first emperor. She reached for his blade, which was embedded in the body itself. At that very moment, she pulled out the blade. Without hesitation, she struck the blade into the heart. Moments later, she heard her lover's voice. She ran to him and asked if he was okay. He said that now that the devil was dead, he was back to normal. Without a moment's hesitation, he thanked her for saving him. She was shocked because she saw that he had lost consciousness, and so she screamed for him to wake up immediately. But it was all in vain. After some time, they finally got out of the dungeon, and walking along a long corridor, the young lady screamed and called for someone to help. Tesfalin sighed heavily and asked his beloved to stop. She asked in surprise what had happened. He sighed and stated that he was having difficulty breathing. She screamed with tears in her eyes that he had to hold on a little longer. She didn't want him to pass out in her arms. But a moment later, she heard a man's voice, and the man was saying that she should leave the emperor alone, since he was supposed to die. She was taken aback and turned around because she heard a familiar voice. The man bowed and thanked the young lady for stopping the devil's attempt to seize power. He said with a smile that if it weren't for her, this world would have been destroyed. But at that very moment, he declared that everything would not end as long as the devil's blood continued to flow in the emperor's veins. Without a second thought, Yusunil shielded the emperor with her body. He told her to get out of the way immediately, but she was categorically against it. He said that until the demon blood was completely eradicated, disasters would continue. He asked if she wanted to put up with everything that was happening. Yusunil screamed that she would put an end to this because she would always be by his side. She said that even if new disasters happened, she would stand up and protect him no matter what happened. Looking at the man, she said that everything would be fine and he didn't need to worry. He sighed and stated that, in that case, there was nothing he could do to help her. A moment later, he turned around, intending to leave them. At that very moment, the young lady screamed and said that he must help her. She wanted to know how to save her beloved. She screamed and begged for help from the snow dragon. He sighed and declared that she should fill the void in him with what she had. At that very moment, she froze in place. She gazed intently at her lover for some time. She burst into bitter tears because she saw that he was not breathing. Yusunil, in turn, understood perfectly well that she could not lose him. She knew that she would do anything because she wanted to save him. At that very moment, she placed his own heart into his chest, and a moment later, he came to his senses. Yusunil, with tears in her eyes, asked her lover if he was okay. He sighed and said that he could hear her voice. She cried because she couldn't believe that it was finally all over. He hugged her tightly and thanked her for saving him. The next day, she asked him with a smile if she was sure she was okay. She wanted him not to overwork himself, but he said he had had enough rest. Tesfalin said with a satisfied smile that thanks to her, he began to sleep much better. He came closer to her and kissed her tenderly, but at the same moment he declared that if she was ready, then they could go. She smiled and said that she was ready. After some time, they slowly walked towards all the guests. Everyone present was taken aback as they saw the young lady next to the emperor. He looked at everyone present and declared that he was addressing them as emperor to formally announce his empress. Tesfalin declared that his beloved Yusunil would become their new empress. Everyone present was surprised by his statement. While he said that the young lady was from a noble family, kind and noble, but most importantly, he truly loved her. Yusunil, looking at everyone, introduced herself and declared that she would be by the emperor's side and would do everything possible for the prosperity of the empire, and she also promised that, as their empress, she would devote herself to them with all her body and soul. At that very moment, a man from the crowd shouted and greeted the empress, and a moment later, the rest of the aristocrats joined his jubilation. The lady sighed heavily as she realized how it all ended. Her husband tried to calm her down as he saw that the young people were full of determination. She was puzzled and wondered if this was intended from the beginning. After all, when her daughter was born, the fairy queen gave her prophecy. When she was born, she was said to have the power to suppress darkness and to be able to end chaos. However, She should have known that the closer she got to the subject, the more her life would be in danger. The Fairy Queen said that for this reason, she must not turn away from the light, and she must not stray from the path. Madame knew that the Emperor could put her life in danger. After all, there was darkness lurking in his soul, but in the end, it couldn't change anything. She knew that if this was the path her daughter wanted to take, she couldn't turn her down the other road. She prayed silently, hoping that her choice would protect her. A little later, a grand wedding took place. Everyone was delighted, because they saw that their empress was simply beautiful. They said that she looked like a goddess from heaven. Lily, in turn, sheepishly said that her young lady really did look like a goddess, but her brother quietly said that she should be more quiet. Ruby looked at her friend shyly as she looked elegant. The Emperor looked at the young lady with a satisfied smile and declared that he was giving her his heart because it had beaten only for her, and that his heart would always remain with her. She looked at him with a smile and declared that he was her emperor and he was her whole world. A moment later, the Emperor tenderly kissed his wife. Everyone present looked at them intently because they could not believe that their precious Yusinil had gotten married so quickly. The professor looked at the young lady with a gentle smile. He was happy for her and wished her happiness. A few minutes later, the Empress threw a bouquet into the crowd and announced that the next person to catch it would get married. To everyone's surprise, the bouquet was caught by young people. Edel asked his companion with embarrassment if she really wanted to catch the bouquet. The Marquise was embarrassed by such a question. She shouted that it just flew in her direction by chance. Meanwhile, the Emperor and Empress were giggling contentedly as they looked at their friends. After some time, the young people left the noisy crowd and went to the tree. The Empress said with a smile that when they were little, they often sat under it. At that very moment, the Emperor froze in place and remembered how it was under this very tree that he proposed to her. At that very moment, he began to tremble and declared that he was very happy and simple. He could not believe such a thing. Yusinil came closer to her husband and declared with a smile that she loved him. He looked at her tenderly and declared that he also loved her. At that very moment, he tenderly kissed his lawful wife. And at that very moment, everyone turned their attention to them, as they had not expected anything like this. At that very moment, the Emperor told his companion that he had something to tell her. He said he was wrong and he was very sorry, so he hoped she would forgive him. But to his surprise, Yusinil didn't answer him. After a moment, she still said that she did not understand why he was asking her forgiveness. She said that she had no reason to forgive him. The Emperor was taken aback and immediately grabbed her hand, as he intended to speak with her in a more private setting. After a few minutes, they finally came out into the corridor, but the young lady took her hand back and stated that he should let go of her immediately. She looked at him menacingly and said that he could not just drag her along with him. She asked if he understood the situation this put her in. At that very moment, throwing aside all his pride, he knelt before her and asked for forgiveness. The Emperor said that he was wrong and it was all his fault. He begged her for forgiveness, standing on his knees. Yusinil sighed and stated that he had settled in well, since all he had to do was apologize. He was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. She looked at him with fury and asked if he knew what people were talking about just now. They were talking and calling her an abandoned one, whom the Emperor simply used and threw away. She spoke with fury that it was because of him that she was expelled from the empire. Now, people were pointing fingers at her again because of him. She said that since he was the emperor, he could pretend he didn't know anything and just apologize to her. She asked angrily why her family had to go through something like this. The emperor was shocked, he called her. Yusinil couldn't stand it any longer and asked why she had to go through such pain again because of him. He said that he was very sorry, but she screamed furiously and asked him not to come near her. She screamed that she believed him and believed everything he said, but now she did not know if it was true that he loved her. However, she screamed that their relationship had always been just an illusion, which changed depending on his mood. She threw his heart at his feet and screamed that they knew perfectly well that he did not love her. She said he was just so intoxicated with his own emotions that he walked all over her like it was nothing. She turned around and said she didn't want him to talk to her anymore. For some time, the Emperor stared after her, unable to say anything. At the same time, the maids looked at the sky in surprise. They did not understand why suddenly gray clouds appeared in the clear sky, and unexpectedly for everyone, the sky became gloomy. Worthing hurriedly asked his friend if she was okay. He wanted to know what had happened, but she said with a smile that nothing serious had happened and he didn't need to worry. But a moment later, a terrible roar rang out in the hall. Everyone present was shocked. They did not understand what was happening at all. But a moment later, the people noticed a terrible crack in the ceiling. Less than a few minutes later, a chandelier fell into the middle of the hall. Everyone began to leave the beautiful hall in a hurry. At the same time, the madam screamed and called for her daughter. Yusinil quickly ran to her mother, and her mother asked if everything was okay. She assured her mother that everything was fine, and at the same time, Madame said that they needed to leave quickly. Yusinil ran to the carriage, but her sister stopped her. The young lady presented her sister with a beautiful stone with a smile, and stated that she had found it on the floor in the hallway. She told her sister that it seemed to be something important to her, and at the same time, she was glad that her sister had not lost it. After some time, the aristocrats whispered among themselves, and as they understood that the situation was very bad, since there had been an earthquake and extreme weather events for several days in a row, but at the same time, they did not understand why the emperor did not give any orders. Meanwhile, the butler hurried to the emperor. Knocking on the door, he told the emperor that he would like to talk to him. Coming into the room, the man was taken aback, as he saw a very eerie picture. The butler asked the emperor to pull himself together. He wanted the emperor to save their empire. Evening, he was sure that without the emperor, their empire would fall apart. But the emperor only coldly told his subordinate to leave immediately. The man tried to calm the emperor down, but he only became furious. The man shuddered as he realized that all his persuasion had been in vain. A moment later, the emperor was left alone with his thoughts. He was puzzled as his beloved looked at him, and disgust was visible in her eyes. He could not get the image of her soul out of his head. The reason he breathed and the reason he still woke up every morning was because he met her. He knew she was the reason he lived. But at that very moment, the devil came to him. He said with a grin that the young man was simply ridiculous. He told the emperor to accept him completely, and then he would not only be able to return his love, then he can make sure that she is always by his side. Sometime later, the emperor summoned the married couple who had received the letter to an audience, and they did not return it, but divulged the contents. They trembled and begged him for mercy, just this once, because they had committed an unheard-of stupidity. He said angrily that they would pay for their crime with their lives. At that moment, he looked at them sadly and told his subordinates to execute them immediately. After some time, he looked closely at the imperial guard and ordered them to find and kill all those who had insulted the family of his beloved. He wanted them to make sure that none of them would get away with it. The duke was shocked and shouted to the emperor that he could not do this, as his order was too impulsive. He shouted that people could die by mistake, so he wanted the emperor to reconsider his decision. But at that very moment, he was taken aback. As the emperor put the sword to his throat, he said with fury that anyone who disobeyed him would die, and he had no intention of making an exception for anyone. After some time, the man said that their security on the border had significantly weakened due to extreme weather conditions, and the demons, taking advantage of this, invaded their territory and attacked civilians. He said that if they couldn't restore the defensive line, the situation would only get worse for them, and they needed to do something immediately. At that very moment, the emperor declared that they needed to destroy all the temples of light within the empire, as he was sure that God Lux was useless to them in the northern empire. At that very moment, everyone present changed their minds, because they did not understand what the emperor meant. They did not understand what relation the Temple of Light had to any demons. The emperor said that because of the evil spirits they worshipped, the empire was plunged into chaos, and demons were running wild. He wanted them to remove God's name and all symbols and all his remnants on earth. He said that this would solve all their problems. Meanwhile, the young lady was looking out the window, as she saw that the sky had remained like this for several weeks. It seemed to her as if a curse had been placed on the entire empire. At that very moment, she saw that her lover's heart had turned black. The beautiful treasure that once shone bright red became more and more dull and was now completely black. She was puzzled and did not know what was happening to her lover. But at that very moment, she cast all her thoughts aside more simply, as she was informed that a guest had arrived. When she came out, she looked at the man in surprise, as she did not expect to see him at all. Yusinil asked the man what brought him to her. She wanted him to pass by and they could talk calmly. But at that very moment, he declared that she must stop the emperor. He sighed heavily and said that the emperor had simply gone mad. He was not himself and seemed to have lost his mind. The man said that the emperor was now hurting everyone in the palace. He sighed and stated that many servants had suffered and the situation was very serious, so he prayed for help. Geniel couldn't resist asking the man why he asked her sister for help. She didn't want anyone to drag her sister into something dangerous. At that moment, the Duchess declared that her daughter was right, and it had nothing to do with them, so she asked the man to leave. Yusinil said without hesitation that she would go, because she knew that only she could handle this task, and her family was shocked. She looked at her family with a smile, and declared that she was quite strong. She asked them not to worry, and stated that she would return to them safe and sound. After some time, they rushed to the imperial palace. For a moment, the man saw his friend who was wounded. The man sighed heavily and declared that he had failed to stop the emperor. Yusinil asked where the emperor was now. She was told that he had not left the palace. Without wasting a minute, she ran to the palace. Turning around, she shouted that she would go around and look for the emperor, and that they should take care of the wounded. At the same time, the emperor was in prison. He was puzzled by everything that was happening and did not understand what he had done. He clearly remembered all the pain he had caused to innocent people, but in turn, he wondered what was happening to him at all. At that very moment, he was taken aback, as he heard a familiar voice. Yusinil, in turn, went down in a hurry, since she knew where her disillusioned one was. She shouted and called him again, but at that very moment, she asked if it was really him in front of her. But in turn, she froze when she saw his current appearance. He realized that all the time he was looking at greedy souls, but the most soulless and greedy soul was his own. At that very moment, he came to his senses as he heard the voice of his beloved. A moment later, he screamed horribly as the demon inside him pressed down on him. At that very hour, a terrible roar thundered in the palace, and an earthquake began. The young lady shouted after him, but he did not listen. He quickly ran into the dungeon while she ran after him. Yusinil, I made my way through the falling rocks. He was puzzled and simply could not let her see him like this. He understood that she would hate him even more. A moment later, she entered the dungeon and asked where he was. She wanted to know if he was wounded. But he screamed at her to stay away from him. Bursting into bitter tears, he screamed at her not to come near him because he didn't want her to see his ugly side. But the young lady had no intention of giving up. She immediately came closer to him and hugged him tightly, asking for forgiveness. She said that she really wanted to apologize to him because she was very sorry. Yusinil said that all her previous words were too harsh, and she was truly sorry. She knew that he had plucked up the courage to apologize to her, but she had not accepted him, but only hurt him. So she understood that he was in great pain. Tesfalun. He asked his beloved if she didn't hate him for becoming a monster. She said that it didn't matter to her, but he was extremely shocked by her words. But at that very moment, she kissed him tenderly. She declared that she loved him very much, regardless of what he looked like. Yusinil said with a smile that it didn't matter to her whether he was human or not. She still loved him. Yusinil said that even if his hair and eyes were a different color, she would still love him. Tesfalun was shocked and immediately hugged her tightly. He hugged her tightly, crying and asking for forgiveness. But his inner devil told him that he shouldn't give in to empty words. He was told that he shouldn't trust her because she would simply deceive him and eventually leave him. The devil told him to kill her immediately. Yusinil was taken aback and told her companion that he had squeezed her too hard. At that very moment, the demon informed the young man that he must immediately convince him. The emperor could not stand it and pushed his beloved away. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what had happened. At that very moment, he reached for his heart and tried to rip it out of his chest. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he had done anyway. He screamed that he had pulled the devil out of his chest. At that very moment, the emperor pointed to the heart and declared that before the devil escaped, he must get rid of it. Yusinil froze in place for a moment, but at that very moment, she said that she would do it for him, so he should stay put and not move. She slowly approached the first emperor. She reached for his blade, which was embedded in the body itself. At that very moment, she pulled out the blade. Without hesitation, she struck the blade into the heart. Moments later, she heard her lover's voice. She ran to him and asked if he was okay. He said that now that the devil was dead, he was back to normal. Without a moment's hesitation, he thanked her for saving him. She was shocked because she saw that he had lost consciousness, and so she screamed for him to wake up immediately. But it was all in vain. After some time, they finally got out of the dungeon, and walking along a long corridor, the young lady screamed and called for someone to help. Tesfalun sighed heavily and asked his beloved to stop. She asked in surprise what had happened. He sighed and stated that he was having difficulty breathing. She screamed with tears in her eyes that he had to hold on a little longer. She didn't want him to pass out in her arms. But a moment later, she heard a man's voice, and the man was saying that she should leave the emperor alone, since he was supposed to die. She was taken aback and turned around because she heard a familiar voice. The man bowed and thanked the young lady for stopping the devil's attempt to seize power. He said with a smile that if it weren't for her, this world would have been destroyed. But at that very moment, he declared that everything would not end as long as the devil's blood continued to flow in the emperor's veins. Without a second thought, Yusinil shielded the emperor with her body. He told her to get out of the way immediately, but she was categorically against it. He said that until the demon blood was completely eradicated, disasters would continue. He asked if she wanted to put up with everything that was happening. Yusinil screamed that she would put an end to this because she would always be by his side. She said that even if new disasters happened, she would stand up and protect him no matter what happened. Looking at the man, she said that everything would be fine and he didn't need to worry. He sighed and stated that, in that case, there was nothing he could do to help her. A moment later, he turned around, intending to leave them. At that very moment, the young lady screamed and said that he must help her. She wanted to know how to save her beloved. She screamed and begged for help from the snow dragon. He sighed and declared that she should fill the void in him with what she had. At that very moment, she froze in place. She gazed intently at her lover for some time. She burst into bitter tears because she saw that he was not breathing. Yusinil, in turn, understood perfectly well that she could not lose him. She knew that she would do anything because she wanted to save him. At that very moment, she placed his own heart into his chest, and a moment later, he came to his senses. Yusinil, with tears in her eyes, asked her lover if he was okay. He sighed and said that he could hear her voice. She cried because she couldn't believe that it was finally all over. He hugged her tightly and thanked her for saving him. The next day, she asked him with a smile if she was sure she was okay. She wanted him not to overwork himself, but he said he had had enough rest. Tesfalun said with a satisfied smile that thanks to her, he began to sleep much better. He came closer to her and kissed her tenderly, but at the same moment he declared that if she was ready, then they could go. She smiled and said that she was ready. After some time, they slowly walked towards all the guests. Everyone present was taken aback as they saw the young lady next to the emperor. He looked at everyone present and declared that he was addressing them as emperor to formally announce his empress. Tesfalin declared that his beloved Yusinil would become their new empress. Everyone present was surprised by his statement. While he said that the young lady was from a noble family, kind and noble, but most importantly, he truly loved her. Yusinil, looking at everyone, introduced herself and declared that she would be by the emperor's side and would do everything possible for the prosperity of the empire, and she also promised that, as their empress, she would devote herself to them with all her body and soul. At that very moment, a man from the crowd shouted and greeted the empress, and a moment later, the rest of the aristocrats joined his jubilation. The lady sighed heavily as she realized how it all ended. Her husband tried to calm her down as he saw that the young people were full of determination. She was puzzled and wondered if this was intended from the beginning. After all, when her daughter was born, the fairy queen gave her prophecy. When she was born, she was said to have the power to suppress darkness and to be able to end chaos. However, she should have known that the closer she got to the subject, the more her life would be in danger. The fairy queen said that for this reason, she must not turn away from the light, and she must not stray from the path. Madame knew that the emperor could put her life in danger. After all, there was darkness lurking in his soul, but in the end, it couldn't change anything. She knew that if this was the path her daughter wanted to take, she couldn't turn her down the other road. She prayed silently, hoping that her choice would protect her. A little later, a grand wedding took place. Everyone was delighted, because they saw that their empress was simply beautiful. They said that she looked like a goddess from heaven. Lily, in turn, sheepishly said that her young lady really did look like a goddess, but her brother quietly said that she should be more quiet. Ruby looked at her friend shyly as she looked elegant. The emperor looked at the young lady with a satisfied smile and declared that he was giving her his heart because it had beaten only for her, and that his heart would always remain with her. She looked at him with a smile and declared that he was her emperor and he was her whole world. A moment later, the emperor tenderly kissed his wife. Everyone present looked at them intently because they could not believe that their precious Yusinil had gotten married so quickly. The professor looked at the young lady with a gentle smile. He was happy for her and wished her happiness. A few minutes later, the empress threw a bouquet into the crowd and announced that the next person to catch it would get married. To everyone's surprise, the bouquet was caught by young people. Edel asked his companion with embarrassment if she really wanted to catch the bouquet. The marquise was embarrassed by such a question. She shouted that it just flew in her direction by chance. Meanwhile, the emperor and empress were giggling contentedly as they looked at their friends. After some time, the young people left the noisy crowd and went to the tree. The empress said with a smile that when they were little, they often sat under it. At that very moment, the emperor froze in place and remembered how it was under this very tree that he proposed to her. At that very moment, he began to tremble and declared that he was very happy and simple. He could not believe such a thing. Yusinil came closer to her husband and declared with a smile that she loved him. He looked at her tenderly and declared that he also loved her. At that very moment, he tenderly kissed his lawful wife.